Chapter 22:16. Master Ku Yun found it hard to believe that Xiao Qin actually came from an abandoned land. It was already very difficult for one to come out of an abandoned land. It was simply incredible that Xiao Qin could reach where he was. Whether Master Ku Yun believed it or not, Xiao Qin did indeed come from an abandoned land. Xiao Qin gave a full account of his experiences in the Kunlun realm and his relationship with Mo Qin. After Master Ku Yun heard everything, he sighed softly. Previously, Mo Qin mentioned someone who came from the same place as her. I wanted to ask her about it, but she was somewhat cautious and did not say much. Now, I understand that it is you. I have to think about this properly. Master Ku Yun's tone had already softened significantly. Previously, he disagreed with Xiao Qin to think about it properly. Xiao Qin did not insist. After some thought, he said, Senior's earlier words seemed to imply something. Could the Yanwu dynasty be a troublesome place? Master Ku Yun thought for a while before answering honestly. Mu Zifeng should have told you not to choose the Yanwu dynasty, right? Xiao Qin nodded. Lord Mu did indeed say that. However, after I insisted, he agreed. In that case, I will not say anything more. Since he agreed to let you go, he naturally has his reasons. Since Mu Zifeng already persuaded Xiao Qin, Master Ku Yun did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, You may withdraw first. As for Mo Qin's matter, we will speak about it later. After sighing in his heart, Xiao Qin took his leave. As a core doyen, Master Ku Yun held the same status as Mu Zifeng. Even Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang might not be able to change Master Ku Yun's decision. If Master Ku Yun did not want Mo Qin to leave, Xiao Qin would not be able to do anything about it. However, after thinking about it, if the Yanwu dynasty was really a troublesome place, it would not be impossible for Mo Qin to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. When Xiao Qin returned to his residence, Bao had already finished exchanging for all the secret treasures and medicinal pills that he needed. There was a silver incense burner with 3 layers of lotus petals, the corresponding heaven-grade perfume, and 100 soul-accumulating pills. Putting aside the silver lotus censer and the heaven-grade incense, the 100 soul-accumulating pills really made Xiao Qin's heart ache. Not only had he used up all of his merit points, but he had also spent the tens of thousands of drops of origin liquid in his possession. So expensive. After putting it away, Xiao Qin sighed softly, feeling a little heartache. Bauer smiled and said, There's naturally a reason why it's expensive. This soul-accumulating pill was a secret recipe of the Heavenly Alliance. It could not be bought in the outside world and was only supplied to Heavenly Alliance members. Furthermore, the number was limited. Members with less than 5 petals could only receive 5 per month. If not for Lord Mu's care, with young master's ability, you would only be able to exchange for 20 pills at most. As for the effects, young master will know after consuming it. Mu Zifeng's connections in the Heavenly Alliance were really vast. It seemed like everyone had to give him face. As expected of someone who was competing for the position of the next alliance leader. I'll have to trouble you with this. You can leave first. I want to try out the effects of this accumulating soul pill. Yes. After Bauer left, Xiao Qin took out an accumulating soul pill. The black medicinal pill's surface was smooth, and it gave off a refreshing fragrance. There was a complicated mark carved on the back of the medicinal pill. After magnifying it several times, one would discover that it was the image of an ancient deity. Sovereign emperor-level medicinal pills were passed down for a long time, coming from ancient alchemy recipes. They might even be from many epochs ago. No one knew who this ancient deity was. However, the deity statue contained the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After refining the soul-accumulating pill, the deity statue would automatically form. In fact, the quality of the medicinal pill depended on the lifelike image of the deity statue. After Xiao Qin swallowed one, he first used his divine energy to refine it, waiting for the medicinal energy to activate. After the medicinal energy was activated, the ancient deity image appeared in the vast soul pool. Then, it used a miraculous hand seal to release waves of light to nourish the soul. Under this light, the blue dragon divine seal fell into a deep sleep like a baby, slowly breathing along with the hand seal. Back in the real world, Xiaochen followed the ancient deity's hand seal and moved his hands, driving out the medicinal energy. Time slowly passed. By the time Xiaochen opened his eyes, a night had passed without him realizing it. What a miraculous feeling! The soul-accumulating pill truly lives up to its reputation. After consuming just one medicinal pill, Xiaochen felt his somewhat berserk soul energy withdraw significantly. The soul energy that leaked out from the divine seal, which he could not control, slowly returned to the divine seal. It looked like Bauer did not lie. This soul-accumulating pill was indeed worth its price. If I refine all 100 of them, my soul energy will be purified at least 9 times, cleansing it. At that time, the blue dragon divine seal will undergo a qualitative change. Xiaochen thought to himself, considering the time, the certificate of appointment from Mu Zifeng should have arrived by now. Xiaochen did not have to wait for long. Half a day later, Mu Zifeng arrived with the certificate of appointment for a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing the Yanwu dynasty. Give me the authority token. After Xiaochen put away the certificate of appointment, he took out the authority token and handed it to the other party. After Mu Zifeng sent in a mark, Xiaochen's Heavenly Alliance authority token slowly changed. The scene on the back changed slightly. It still showed 5 eye-catching plum blossoms amid the vast snow. The symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, the snow god whip, appeared on the front. Sword hilts appeared on each of the 4 corners of the authority token. It's done. At the crucial moment, you can activate 4 sword images. Each sword image can severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. When the 4 sword images overlap, even a foe god would have to retreat. This can protect your life at a life and death moment. Mu Zifeng handed the authority token back to Xiaochen. Then he said seriously, as an envoy inspector overseeing a region, you represent the Heavenly Alliance's will. If the Heavenly Alliance's interests in the Yanwu dynasty suffer losses, you will definitely be impeached or even severely punished. At that time, even I will not be able to protect you. Xiaochen put away his authority token and asked, "Is the Yanwu dynasty very horrifying?" Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, "It is not exactly horrifying. However, the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand. It is already very difficult for us to protect our interests. Going to the Yanwu dynasty to be an envoy inspector is destined to be a difficult task. Even if you want to regret it now, I can't help you." Xiaochen frowned slightly. It seemed like Mu Zifeng had something to say. "I'll be leaving first. I will depart tomorrow. Take care." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly. "I still think very highly of you. Do your best." It looked like Xiaochen already knew some information about the Yanwu dynasty. However, he chose this path himself. It would be good to suffer a little. It would be for the best if he could retreat in the face of difficulties. Mu Zifeng knew that the Yanwu dynasty was a dangerous place. He had told Xiaochen about it at the start, but the other party did not listen. So, Mu Zifeng took advantage of the situation and did not say anything more. Mu Zifeng had his own plans. If Xiaochen could not expand his influence, he would definitely beg Mu Zifeng again. If Mu Zifeng owed too many favors, he would not be able to control himself. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave. The martial epoch is where luck gathers. The 3 dynasties might be much more problematic than I imagined. Xiaochen was not a fool. He more or less understood Mu Zifeng's intentions. However, he chose this path himself. He had to persevere on it. Staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was not comfortable. One had to pay a price for freedom. Furthermore, Xiaochen never feared challenges. He had long wanted to go to the 3 dynasties and meet the true heroes of the Great Thousand Realms. The next day, Xiaochen, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, Bao, and the others gathered at the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. They prepared to head to Desolate City. Then, they would cross the overflowing sea and head to the Yanwu dynasty's capital. "Lin Feng, there's no need to send me off. Let's stop here." On the last day, Lin Feng braved some pressure to send off Xiaochen. "Be careful when you go. I heard that the Heavenly Alliance branch in the Yanwu dynasty has too many interests. Before you, 2 envoy inspectors died already. The waters are too deep. It has already become an unsolved case." Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before sending a voice projection to Xiaochen about the information he obtained from Xuerenji. In reality, Xuerenji's original words were harsh. He said that Xiaochen was seeking death. To think that a mere one-vain sovereign emperor dared to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. Xiaochen was simply reckless. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such secrets. To think that 3 envoy inspectors died before Xiaochen. Even with the might of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, it had become an unsolved case. You take care too. The reward that Xuerenji obtained for Lin Feng was a superior-grade cultivation technique. After that, Lin Feng would have to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters for a long time. The missions that Lin Feng would face would become more dangerous. After Lin Feng left, Xiaochen waited for 1 hour. Then, he sighed to himself, "It looks like Master Ku Yun is unwilling to let me go. This is good." Just as Xiaochen prepared to ascend the Dao platform, a voice rang out behind him. "Big Brother Xiao." Xiaochen turned his head and saw Imochen rushing over. Her face was slightly red, clearly in a rush. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. With Imochen by his side, he felt much more at ease. He swore to himself that no matter how dangerous the Yanwu dynasty was, he would protect Imochen even if he had to risk his life. When Xiaochen turned his head back, he saw Master Ku Yun's gaze at the summit of the tall mountain where the refining workshop was located. Master Ku Yun nodded slightly, indicating for Xiaochen to take care. Then, his figure slowly vanished from Xiaochen's sight. Chapter 22:17. Imochen came in the end. Just as Wu Meng and the others felt curious, Xiaochen introduced, "This is Imochen, an old friend from my hometown. She is also Master Ku Yun's proud disciple. She will be coming with us to the Yanwu dynasty." Imochen smiled softly and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Imochen. Please take care of me in the future." Since you are Master Ku Yun's disciple, we will have to look for you to take care of us in the future," Nangong Feng said with a smile. Nangong Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty girl. While they were joking, no one dared to underestimate Master Ku Yun's disciple. "Let's go to Desolate City then." After the introductions, the group of 6 ascended the Dao platform of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The elders of the 4 Dao platforms made their moves at the same time. Mysterious talisman scripts immediately floated out of the Dao platform. After a while, a Dao door appeared in the center. The group took one last look at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters before entering in a single file. They did not know when they would reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters again. Light flickered. When their vision cleared again, Xiaochen and the others appeared on a tall mountain. To the north of the tall mountain was the glorious and ancient Desolate City. To the south was the vast, sparkling, overflowing sea. "Little friend Xiaochen, it has been a long time. This old man has been waiting for you." The one to welcome Xiaochen at the Dao platform on the tall mountain was Desolate City's City Lord, Shangguan Yun. "To think that Lord City Lord personally came to welcome us. I do not dare to accept this." Xiaochen quickly stepped forward, not daring to tarry. Desolate City bordered the overflowing sea. It was the Heavenly Alliance's most important stronghold in the Central Great Realm. The Desolate City's City Lord was a powerhouse with a status equal to that of a core doyen. Shangguan Yun smiled happily and said, "Why would I not dare to accept this? You came from my Desolate City, and you are already a rank 6 envoy inspector before the age of 100. How could I not personally send you off when you've fought so hard for me? Nangong Feng, Yun Fei, you two are pretty good as well. If I am not wrong, you should be one of the heaven-defying sovereign personages who took the test back then. Now, you are already sovereign emperors. The younger will surpass you in time." When Desolate City's City Lord spoke to Xiaochen, he did not neglect the people around him, giving him a good impression. "According to the rules, I can't keep you here. Otherwise, I'll treat you well. Look above. That is the 7-star heaven suspending warship that the Heavenly Alliance prepared for you. It is completely made of alloy." Shangguan Yun pointed above his head, and the others looked up. There was a silver warship hidden in the clouds, emitting a powerful pressure. It was like a silver dragon hidden in the clouds, ready to strike. This 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy had always been in Xiao Chen's hands when he was the envoy inspector. The dazzling battleship was so dazzling that Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Many years ago, Xiao Chen did not even have a heaven-suspending war chariot. Now, he had his own heaven-suspending war chariot. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance had modified it with heaven-suspending war chariot. Let's go. I wish you all the best. Thank you, City Lord. The few of them cupped their hands and left. They flew into the sky and entered the alloy armor hidden in the clouds. After Xiao Chen entered, a captain immediately came over and handed over control of the warship to him using the inspector token in his hand. "Milord, this 7-star soaring cloud warship is yours. After you retire, the Heavenly Alliance will keep it. If you want to exchange for it permanently, you will have absolute priority. I will stay on the ship for half a month to help Milord familiarize himself with this warship. I will leave when we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty." Xiao Chen felt satisfied with this captain's attitude. He said calmly, "You go first then. Emo Chen, lead everyone and send off the captain." Emo Chen nodded slightly, knowing that Xiao Chen was about to start accepting this warship. This was a 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy. Furthermore, it was made of alloy. Even a peak sovereign emperor might not be able to bear to attack it after seeing it. The value of this warship was inestimable. The earlier Xiao Chen could accept it, the earlier he could. As for Xiao Chen, he casually strolled around the warship. He had experience as a pirate before. He was very familiar with the warships designed by the Pirate Alliance. Soon, he gained a rough understanding of this 7-star heaven-suspending warship. It was indeed pretty good. Heaven-suspending warships were mainly used in the Central Great Realm. They had their own merits compared to pirate ships. Not wanting to be too high-profile, Xiao Chen made the silver warship in the overflowing sea change to an ordinary sky blue color, the same as the overflowing sea. The overflowing sea was the largest inland sea in the Central Great Realm. There was a world gate in the middle of the sea, connecting to the 7 great forbidden seas of the Great Thousand Realms. There were many legends about the overflowing sea. However, most of them were forgotten long ago. Now, most people treated it as a sea of trade, known for its prosperity. After patrolling the area, Xiao Chen went to the deck and looked at the boundless overflowing sea. He discovered many ships in the surroundings, as many as fish in the river. There were at least 10,000 ships heading for the Yanwu dynasty at the same time. After Xiao Chen's soaring cloud changed its color, it did not stand out among them. What is waiting for me in the dynasty? When faced with an unknown challenge, even if one knew that it would be very troublesome, one could not help being curious. Lin Feng's final words cast a shadow over this trip. To think that the previous 3 envoy inspectors all died. Indeed, the Yanwu dynasty was a land of trouble. However, it was good to be able to leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chen already had enough of the Heavenly Alliance's atmosphere. Being stuck between Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji did not feel good. Compared to the Heavenly Alliance's pure profit organization, this was too stifling. After a while, Xiao Chen returned to his room and looked around. He pressed his palms together and circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Demonic chi immediately surged out, spreading to every corner of the room. Even if someone checked in secret, they would only think that Xiao Chen was cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. After all, this was not the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were not that many Sovereign Emperor experts on the warship. When the demonic chi turned pitch black, Xiao Chen spread his hand, and the Divine Universe steel appeared in his palm. I should have gone long ago. I had no choice but to wait until now. Xiao Chen sighed. Logically speaking, now that he was a sovereign emperor, he should have gone to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters had many spies. Xiao Chen could not guarantee that no one was spying on him during every mission. Xiao Chen remained cautious and could not find an opportunity. Today, he finally got one. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Xiao Chen entered the Divine Universe steel space. The Dragon Race's Dao platform was under his feet, and a blood moon was above his head. A vast sea lay in front of Xiao Chen. There were many teleportation nodes on the sea, connecting the Divine Dragon Empire's vast transportation formations and many secret realms. At the end of the sea was a blurry blue dragon totem. Every time Xiaochen looked into the distance, he could sense it weakly. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If I can break through to great perfection Sovereign Emperor, I might be able to drive the Dao platform under me and directly descend to the Kunlun realm. However, I wonder what kind of trouble I will encounter if I descend to the Kunlun realm with my current strength? Let's not think about this for now. I should go to the Blue Dragon's ancient land first. Xiaochen leaped into the air and directly entered the blood moon above his head. In the next moment, the divine universe steel in the room vanished with a flash. When Xiaochen reappeared, he quickly descended from the Blue Dragon's blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. Egg is back. The black and white eggs, who were bickering in boredom, immediately exclaimed when they saw the figure in the blood moon. Egg is a sovereign emperor. Egg, come over and fight with us. The black and white eggs rejoiced. With Xiaochen's appearance, their strength adjusted again, surpassing 3-vein sovereign emperor and reaching 4-vein sovereign emperor. The initially interested Xiaochen immediately gave up when he saw the situation. These two puppets should have sensed that his soul energy had reached 3-vein sovereign emperor. Hence, their strength was adjusted to 4-vein sovereign emperor, which was 10% higher than his. However, Xiaochen's true cultivation was only that of a 1-vein sovereign emperor. How could he be a match for a 4-vein sovereign emperor? What more too? Ignoring these two fools' cries, Xiaochen turned into a sea of lightning and descended on the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Boom! When the sea of lightning landed on the city walls, Xiaochen revealed himself and looked at the holy mountain in the city. Rumble! The ground shook. A blue dragon statue slowly swam at the summit of the tall mountain. A spiritual light flickered in the statue's eyes as it looked at Xiaochen from afar, putting a mountain of pressure on him. Since you are already a sovereign emperor, quickly come over. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. He no longer hesitated. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his arms spread out like wings. When he landed, he happened to appear in the mouth of the blue dragon statue. Then he pushed the door open and strode in. Blue Dragon Inheritance, I, Xiaochen, am here. Chapter 22:18. After pushing open the door and entering the blue dragon statue, Xiaochen walked straight ahead. Soon he reached the end. The wall at the end had a picture of 10,000 dragons gathered. Back then, this was where Xiaochen formed the 10,000 dragons picture and obtained the right to cultivate the 10,000 dragons art. Whoosh! The dragon spirit appeared and looked at Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, you advanced to Sovereign Emperor so quickly. This truly surpassed my expectations. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He had the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Even if he had not entered the faux god world, he should have been able to advance to Sovereign Emperor by now. After entering the faux god world, Xiaochen's progress to Sovereign Emperor accelerated significantly. I came as promised. Now that I am a Sovereign Emperor, I wonder if I can obtain the Blue Dragon's inheritance? Xiaochen asked directly, getting straight to the point. The dragon spirit replied indifferently, right now, the Blue Dragon race's bloodline has withered. You might be the only one left. If not you, who else is qualified to inherit this inheritance? 50-odd years ago, that Heaven Dragon race clansman knelt outside the city for 100 days. Even so, I did not let him enter the city gates. Xiaochen felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had such an encounter. However, you have to think this through. After obtaining the Blue Dragon's inheritance, whether you are willing or not, you will bear the fate of the Blue Dragon race. They all had to shoulder the fate of the Azure Dragon race, unable to escape. There was no other choice. You will shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline and reviving the dragon race. Wait! Xiaochen interrupted the other party. Then he looked at the dragon spirit and said, I know about reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. Back then, the old dragon horse and the others in the Kunlun realm told me about it. Now, the blue dragon totem I laid in the Kunlun realm has improved. However, what does reviving the dragon race mean? The dragon spirit replied, Fate. Back then, be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor or Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, they were only one step away from establishing the supreme divine dragon dynasty, unifying the righteous Dao and the demonic Dao, and starting a new epoch. A new epoch? That's right. From the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree, the martial epoch entered an irreversible decline. The rise and fall of epochs is like the cycle of the 4 seasons, just like when the immortal epoch fell and the martial epoch rose. The dragon spirit said indifferently, counting from the great desolate Aeon, the dragon race has experienced many epochs, and their inheritance has not been extinguished. However, in the end, we were unable to truly create a new epoch. Our Azure Dragon race possesses the proudest bloodline of the dragon race. We ought to create an epoch that belongs to the dragon race. Xiao Chen was secretly speechless and said in a low voice, "It feels so far away." It's fine. Whether you're willing or not, this is the fate of the blue dragon race. It's unavoidable. The dragon spirit did not speak further. It said softly, "Come with me. I'll bring you back to meet your ancestors and write your name on the royal genealogy records of the dragon race." Kacha. The dragon spirit gently pointed, and the wall with the 10,000 dragons picture slowly opened from the middle. In the eternal darkness, there was an ancient azure book floating quietly. "What is your name?" As Xiao Chen found this strange, a voice suddenly rang out in his heart. Before he could react, he replied in his heart. As Xiao Chen said the words, Xiao Chen, in his heart, the ancient azure genealogy records quietly opened. Xiao Chen's face twisted in pain and discomfort. He felt like his soul and bloodline were being pulled out by a formless force. When the name, Xiao Chen, was carved on the book and the book closed, the feeling of his soul and bloodline being pulled out disappeared. After the book closed, a drop of dragon blood flew out and entered Xiao Chen's forehead. In the next moment, Xiao Chen felt all the blood in his body boil. His great desolate Aeon bloodline activated uncontrollably. Then, Xiao Chen let out a loud cry of pain. He could no longer suppress it, roaring crazily. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the state of kingship spread out, shaking the world. A horrifying and startling king's dragon might burst out of Xiao Chen's body. This was the king's dragon might from the ancient great desolate Aeon, the legendary era. Xiao Chen sank into madness. The pain made him lose all rationality. An ancient mark slowly formed on his forehead. When the imprint was completely formed, Xiao Chen regained his consciousness. He felt as if he had been reborn. Not only that, but he also exuded the ancient king's dragon might with every movement. Xiao Chen's aura changed completely. Not only that, but the power of the blue dragon in his bloodline seemed even stronger than before. The most shocking thing was that he could now control his great desolate Aeon bloodline as he pleased. After the great desolate Aeon bloodline erupted, his strength would soar wildly. However, it would not last for long. The side effects were obvious. After the bloodline was activated, there would be a long period of weakness. However, now that the bloodline was clearly activated, Xiao Chen did not feel any madness at all. Everything seemed to be as it should be. This is my strength in the first place. Naturally, it should be under my control. What's wrong with me? Xiao Chen looked at the dragon spirit in shock, not understanding what was going on. King, you are now the king of the blue dragon race. The blue dragon king is you, Xiao Chen. Your name is already written in the royal genealogical record. Naturally, your bloodline is the royal blue dragon bloodline. Although the other bloodlines proclaim themselves kings, their names are not written in the royal genealogical record. None of them are true kings. The dragon spirit said, back then, although Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was defeated, the royal genealogical record did not fall into the enemy's hands. Whoever possesses the royal genealogical record holds the authority to be conferred king. Now, in this martial epoch, only the dragon race truly possesses the royal genealogical record. The royal genealogical records of the other great desolate Aeon races were lost long ago. This slightly stunned Xiao Chen. Although he was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the Kunlun realm, in reality, that was just a title. It did not bring about any change. This time, Xiaochen was able to properly acknowledge his ancestors and obtain a drop of royal true dragon blood. From today onward, he would be the bona fide Blue Dragon King, not just a title. Did you just say that I have the authority to be conferred king? A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he looked at the royal genealogical record. The dragon spirit said indifferently, "Now that you are the Blue Dragon King, this royal genealogical record naturally belongs to you. Those dragon kings not written in the genealogical record are all false kings. The Dragon Emperor is also a false emperor. The authority to be conferred king. This was probably the most valuable treasure in the Blue Dragon inheritance." Xiaochen found it incredible just thinking about it. With this genealogical record, he would have an additional trump card in his fight for the Dragon Emperor position. "Come, follow me to the inheritance hall." Right after the dragon spirit spoke, the 10,000 dragons picture walls reappeared, isolating the royal genealogical record in that eternal darkness. Xiaochen followed the dragon spirit, making many turns before arriving at the inheritance hall. The inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Restrictions surrounded the entire hall, radiating the blue dragon's might. Bathing in the familiar blue dragon's might, Xiaochen felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. Each floor of this inheritance hall has a corresponding supreme treasure, be it alchemy recipes, secret treasures, cultivation techniques, or all three. Aside from the first floor, which does not require a challenge, the remaining 6 floors require you to pass a test before you can enter. The dragon spirit pointed to the inheritance hall and introduced it to Xiaochen. "Can I enter now?" Xiaochen asked in anticipation. "You can." The dragon spirit paused for a moment before continuing. "However, only a small number of treasures will appear on each floor. The first floor will be randomly distributed based on your strength. The later floors will be based on your performance in the tests. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive." Xiaochen asked curiously, "There's such a thing? Didn't you say that all the inheritances here belong to me? Why is there such a setup?" The dragon spirit laughed softly and said, "What are you thinking? Since this is the inheritance hall, naturally, it has to be passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that you want to empty out this treasury? Such a setup ensures that my blue dragon race will never decline. As long as the bloodline survives, there will be a time for us to rise again. Now that you are the Blue Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor in the future, you have the responsibility of enriching the inheritance hall." Xiaochen smiled bitterly. After thinking about it, he agreed. So, he did not say anything more and headed for the inheritance hall. The invisible restrictions sensed the royal blue dragon bloodline in Xiaochen's body. They did not stop him at all, letting him enter smoothly. "This is?" A weapon was stabbed into the centermost stone pillar of the inheritance hall's first floor. It was a black saber. Xiaochen felt excited. Although his tyrant saber had been modified several times and was already comparable to an ordinary inferior-grade soul tool, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. In terms of grade, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. Given Xiaochen's status as a rank 6 envoy inspector, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue using a Dao tool. Xiaochen walked over with large strides and saw the words, "Heavenly Waters," on the stone pillar. "Heavenly Waters? Your name is Heavenly Waters?" Chapter 22:19. Heavenly Slayer. A pretty good name, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the saber's hilt. A familiar feeling came. The saber hilt seemed to be made from the trunk of a thundercliff tree, similar to the 200,000-year-old herb king that Xiaochen once obtained. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out, and the saber half burst forth with resplendent electric light. The entire inheritance hall's first floor trembled slightly. Xiaochen tried to pull the saber out but found it extremely strenuous. The electricity from the saber continuously bombarded his physical body. Interesting. This saber has a rather bad temper. Xiaochen snorted coldly, and his Thunder Dao domain spread out. He immediately pulled the saber out by 1 centimeter. Following that was an even stronger counterattack. Strands of electricity gathered in the hall, forming electric blades that shot at Xiaochen. Xiaochen strengthened his Thunder Dao domain to the second layer. The electric blades flying over immediately turned to dust, knocked away. You have a temper. However, I do not have the time to continue playing with you. Xiaochen smiled, and his Thunder Dao domain broke through the second layer and the third layer, reaching the fourth layer. Then, a saber light flickered on his forehead as he brought out his saber Dao domain. The instant the two Dao domains layered over each other, Xiaochen pulled hard and pulled the saber out in one breath. Kasi. The instant the saber was completely drawn from the stone pillar, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Was it a heart shattering? It was not a heart shattering but the sky shattering. If Xiaochen could see through the inheritance hall, he would see a continuous crack in the sky of the land of the blood moon when the heavenly slayer saber was drawn, looking like a wound. The saber was 2.5 fingers wide and 1.3 meters long, looking like a lone peak piercing the clouds. The tip of the saber had a 30-degree angle. Electric patterns spread out like ripples on the black saber, giving off a bleak chill. After Xiaochen drew the heavenly slayer saber, a jade strip slowly floated out. Xiaochen reached out and grabbed the jade strip. Immediately, words introducing Heavenly Slayer appeared in his mind. Heavenly Slayer, a medial-grade soul tool, a weapon. The blade was forged from the demonic tribulation lightning metal, and the handle was made from the ancient lightning cliff tree. The ancient lightning dragon true soul was infused into it. The devil tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent divine material that was produced when an ancient devil monarch underwent the true god tribulation. It was ferocious and domineering, containing heavenly Tao killing intent. It was sharp, able to release demonic tribulation divine lightning, as if it was heavenly punishment. If it was activated at full strength, it could shatter the sky, cause the sun and moon to lose their light, and cause the stars to fall. After it was successfully forged, it had been soaked in the chaotic space's lightning sea for 10,000 years, causing the heavenly Tao's killing intent to be restrained. Among medial-grade soul tools, it was infinitely close to superior grade. The requirements for using it were quite high, requiring an extremely high foundation in the path of lightning. If there was no need, do not use it. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent is unleashed, if it doesn't kill, it will harm itself. Bang! Just then, the stone pillar shattered, and a scabbard appeared. After Xiaochen recognized it as its master, he sheathed it with satisfaction. However, the last sentence made him somewhat cautious. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent was unleashed, if it didn't kill, it would harm itself. Very good. As a replacement for the tyrant saber, Xiaochen liked this heavenly slayer. Under normal circumstances, using the tyrant saber would be sufficient. After all, once he used a soul tool, it would feel like he would not rest until he died. Xiaochen looked around but did not discover anything valuable. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although a medial-grade soul tool was already very valuable, especially since it was a weapon that Xiaochen could use, this place was, after all, the Blue Dragon's Inheritance Hall. However, this was the Azure Dragon's Inheritance Hall, after all. Xiaochen harbored great expectations. Feeling dissatisfied, he continued searching. After a while, a wall attracted Xiaochen's attention. There was another 10,000 dragons picture on it. It seemed somewhat different. It was also a 10,000 dragons picture. However, this 10,000 dragons picture had the blue dragon in the middle, with the other true dragons serving as foils. So, that's how it is. Xiaochen's face lit up in joy as he slowly understood the meaning of the painting. There were actually some hidden words in the painting. It turned out that this was an advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Forming the 10,000 dragons picture was only the first step to cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The later steps were the most important. Xiaochen found his bloodline and advanced it step by step. Finally, the 10,000 dragons art would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. The entire inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Each floor had an advanced cultivation technique. After 7 floors, it would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate this advanced cultivation technique. Xiaochen's divine energy surged and materialized many dragon images, forming the 10,000 dragons picture. As the cultivation technique circulated, The dragon images flickered and changed continuously. Dragon images circled Xiaochen's body, changing unpredictably. The thousands of dragon images changed at will. The thousands of dragon images scattered, and only a blue dragon image remained behind Xiaochen. Following that, many dragon images reformed with the blue dragon as the center. 2 days later, Xiaochen opened his eyes again, and a brand new 10,000 dragons picture formed behind him. Xiaochen formally cultivated the 10,000 dragons art's first layer. With the blue dragon as the core and the 10,000 dragons as support, the entire 10,000 dragons picture improved further. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen did not continue forward. It was not yet time to enter the second floor. After leaving the inheritance hall, the dragon spirit said softly, "It looks like you already comprehended the advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Not bad. With your current cultivation, you are not far from opening your second divine vein. At that time, you will be able to enter the second floor's inheritance hall." What's wrong? Does the second floor's inheritance hall require 2 divine veins to enter? The dragon spirit smiled and said, "That might not be the case. However, you can give it a try. You cannot pass the test with just 1 divine vein." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "There's no need. When my saber technique improves further, I will come and challenge you. I have to go now." The dragon spirit nodded and said, "I look forward to your next visit." After accepting the blue dragon's inheritance, Xiaochen had gained a medial grade soul tool, the Heavenly Slayer Saber. He had been conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and obtained the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, successfully advancing the 10,000 dragons art. Xiaochen's harvest in this trip to the land of the Blood Moon surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Be it the Heavenly Slayer Saber, the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, or the brand new 10,000 dragons picture, they all allowed Xiaochen's strength to soar. Now, those sovereign emperors who had not condensed any divine veins could not last one move against Xiaochen. No matter how demonic or strong a one-vein sovereign emperor was, Xiaochen could easily kill them. As long as one was not an outstanding talent or had a fortuitous encounter, he could crush a 2-vein sovereign emperor. Even against a 3-vein sovereign emperor, if Xiaochen brought out all his trump cards, his chances of victory would still be high. Only a great perfection sovereign emperor could put some pressure on Xiaochen. However, if the other party underestimated him, his chances of victory would be hard to say. After leaving the ancient Blue Dragon City, Xiaochen turned into a bolt of lightning and landed before the black and white eggs, looking like he teleported. "Long time no see," Xiaochen said softly. The black and white eggs smiled and said, "Cut the crap. Come and fight with us first. Our hands are itching. How many years has it been since we bullied you? If we don't, we won't get another chance." Right. Brat, your growth and strength is really horrifying." These 2 fellows had adjusted their cultivation to 4-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, they had faux god foundations. Furthermore, they were puppets. Naturally, Xiaochen would not seek a beating for no reason. If you want to exchange moves, sure. Come 1 at a time or 2 at the same time. "That's all," Xiaochen said rationally. "Who wants to go 1 at a time with you? We are here to bully you. If we cannot bully you, why would we fight with you?" Egg, you are really shameless." The black and white eggs immediately became unhappy when they heard that, so they started blabbering on and on. "Never mind. Actually, I came this time mainly to bring you out for a stroll. What is the point of the 2 of you bickering here all day? If you are capable, come out with me and see what true experts are like." Xiaochen ignored the 2's chatter and started bewitching them. The black egg shook its head and said, "The 2 of us want to go out as well. However, we have Master's final orders." Xiaochen said honestly, "Actually, the dragon egg emptied out this inheritance palace back then. The 2 of you are guarding an empty city." "What? I don't believe you. I want to go and take a look." The 2 felt shocked and incredulous when they heard that. When they entered the palace and saw an empty hall, they were immediately stupefied. "What a great dragon egg. To think that you are so ruthless. You emptied out Master's inheritance all by yourself. Not even dregs remained. To think that we guarded it for so many years. Damn dragon egg, After we go out, we will find you and beat you up into meat paste. After a while, the black and white eggs appeared before Xiaochen. They said, "Come, we'll go with you." Once we 3 eggs work together, we will be unrivaled. No one will be a match for us. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The 2 battle puppets were bored out of their minds in the land of the blood rain. In reality, they had wanted to go out long ago. Everything went as Xiaochen expected. He smiled faintly and called the black and white eggs into the divine universe steel. Chapter 2220. Demonic chi and black smoke continued to surge in Xiaochen's room on the alloy warship. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the divine universe steel returned to the room from the land of the blood moon. Soon after, 3 figures appeared one after another. After Xiaochen appeared, he gently waved his hand, and all the demonic chi immediately vanished. Then, 2 combat puppets, one black and one white, appeared at the same time. A 7-star heaven suspending warship. Its entire body is made of alloy. Pig, you really struck it rich. The black and white eggs had followed their faux god master and were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the alloy warship. The black and white eggs immediately praised it excitedly. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. Although the black and white eggs were only 4 vain sovereign emperors, they had the foundations of a faux god. The black and white eggs were especially good at working together. Although they were 4 vain sovereign emperors, 5 vain sovereign emperors or even 6 vain sovereign emperors might not have an advantage over them. However, Xiaochen had to think of a reason for the 2 to appear. The 2 of you, can you make yourselves appear to be early-stage sovereign emperors in the eyes of others? Xiaochen asked softly after thinking for a while. Black Egg smiled and replied, "How difficult is that? According to the rules that Master left, we can only increase our strength if you increase it. However, we can lower our strength freely so you don't have to worry." Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. When he first met the black and white eggs, he had thought that they were only great perfection holy venerates. I am somewhat curious. I am clearly only a 1 vain sovereign emperor. How did the 2 of you adjust to 4 vain sovereign emperors? White Egg giggled at Xiaochen's doubts. Do you think we are fools? Your soul energy already reached that of a 3 vain sovereign emperor. If we were only 2 vain sovereign emperors, you would have crushed us. Xiaochen was immediately speechless. If the black and white eggs had been 2 vain sovereign emperors, he would not have minded exchanging moves with them. The 2 of us are going out for a walk. The black and white eggs finally left the land of the blood moon. After saying goodbye, they pushed the door open and left. Xiaochen could not stop them. Hey, there's actually a girl. Unfortunately, her butt is not big enough, and she is not tall enough. It doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. Let's go. A startled cry came from outside. The black and white eggs startled Bao, who quickly entered Xiaochen's room. Young master, what are those 2 things? The panicked Bao said with a trembling voice, her face still showing some lingering fear. Xiaochen said softly, these are 2 combat puppets that I obtained in the past. They are quite intelligent, but don't worry, they don't have any ill intentions. It's just that their mouths are a little poisonous. A strange look flashed in Bao's eyes. She patted her chest and said, Mister, next time you have a battle puppet like this, you have to tell me beforehand. You scared Bao to death just now. Xiaochen knew that she had doubts in her heart. However, she should not be able to guess the mysteries behind it. He stood up and asked, how much longer before we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty? Young master, our luck is not bad. The overflowing sea is calm, and our journey is smooth. Bao answered obediently. After looking at the black and white eggs messed up the room, Xiaochen said, tidy up. I'm going out for a walk. All right. Soon, Xiaochen, who was strolling around the warship, heard the sounds of fighting. He followed the sounds and arrived at a dojo in the alloy warship. Then he saw the black and white eggs fighting saber demon Wu Meng. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor of the black and white eggs bloodline. The black and white eggs suppressed their strength to the same level. At the side, Emochen, Nangong Feng, and the others watched interestedly. Bang! Wu Meng got knocked off the arena. He showed a pained expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Trash. You can't even defeat my 2 combat puppets. The black and white eggs mocked Wu Meng cockily. Nangong Feng said, Big brother Wu Meng already lost 3 times. Each time, he could not last more than 10 moves. Strange. Where did Xiao Chen's 2 combat puppets come from? Hey, big brother Xiao, you are here. When Imochen saw Xiao Chen, she smiled faintly and said softly. Xiao Chen nodded. Then he walked over and asked, What happened? Imochen explained. He said that Egg brought these 2 combat puppets over. After explaining for a long time, we understood that it was referring to your big brother Xiao. After that, for some reason, he started fighting with Wu Meng, saying that he wanted to torture him. Nangong Feng smiled and said, Xiao Chen, do you really have a nickname called Egg? The others also looked over curiously, revealing smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. His illustrious reputation was going to be ruined. These are 2 combat puppets that I obtained by chance. I just recovered them today. If you are interested, I can give them to you. If you are interested, you can exchange moves with them. They should be able to improve your strength significantly. Really? Yun Fei and the other 2 asked with interest, their eyes lighting up. Of course. Fighting with the black and white eggs had significantly improved Xiao Chen's strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could endure the torture of these 2 fools. In that case, I will have to give it a try later. Hence, the miserable cries on the alloy warship did not stop for the next few days. Every day, aside from refining the soul-accumulating pill, Xiao Chen started to practice the Mahama abstinence violation saber technique's 5th move, 3 life flower. 3 life flower. When 1 flower bloomed, 3 lives appeared. This vaguely seemed similar to Xiao Chen's state of cycle. However, after so many years of research, Xiao Chen understood that it did not have much to do with the state of cycle. Xiao Chen only recently comprehended the true meaning of this. The 3 life flower cleansed all the glory of one's previous life. The instant the flower bloomed, all the glory would be cleansed, illuminating one's previous life and current life. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen's group crossed the overflowing sea and finally arrived in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. Aside from Xiao Chen, Imochen, and Bao, the others appeared fatigued and dispirited. Naturally, the reason went without saying. Anyone who had been tortured by the black and white eggs for 10 days would end up like this. Their physical bodies were still weaker than Xiao Chen's. However, as Xiao Chen said, their strength had indeed soared. A short 10 days equaled half a year's worth of experiential training, perhaps even more. Wu Meng could even fight the black and white eggs to a draw at the same cultivation realm. When Wu Meng was on the verge of victory, the black and white eggs decisively stopped fighting him and focused on training Nangong Feng and the other 2. Young master, should we communicate with the nearby Heavenly Alliance factions and get them to send us to the imperial capital? Bao asked. This was her responsibility. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, There's no need. We will not startle anyone and head directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty. I recall that the dynasty's headquarters is in some building? Bao reminded, the Misty Rain Pavilion. Imochen muttered to herself, the Misty Rain Pavilion. This name is rather poetic. It does not seem to have much to do with the Merchant Association. The 3 dynasties occupied the lands where luck gathered in the central Great Realm. The dynasty's capitals occupied the extremes of luck and heavenly luck. The martial epic's Dragon Vein's origin was a gathering place of the world's outstanding talents. The Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital, Yan City, at the foot of Spirit Vulture Mountain by the Flaming River, a Buddha statue stood at the summit of this spirit mountain. This was the Kasayapa Buddha. The Buddha statue looked majestic and colossal, looking down on the common people. It had a benevolent expression as it smiled, showing the Buddha's benevolence. Legend had it that the hidden spirit temple was built on this spirit mountain. However, there were many temples on the mountain, and visitors came in an endless stream. However, no one had seen where the hidden spirit temple was. No matter what, this was the largest holy land of the Orthodox Buddhist sects, the place where all the incense offerings in the world gathered. The Yenwu dynasty had 100 provinces. Each province had 100 counties. Each county equaled half of the Great Thousand Realms. The royal court controlled the Yen province. The Yen province occupied nearly 1/3 of the dynasty's land. Each of the Yen province's 100 counties was incredibly vast and boundless. Hundreds of millions of people lived there. There were many sects, countless noble clans, and many outstanding talents. The royal court firmly controlled the entire Yen province. It had deep accumulations and occupied the dynasty's luck. The Yen province's 100 county lords were either royal court princes or noble clans' clan heads. They held high statuses, even stronger than some feudal lords. Some of the horrifying county lords were even feudal lords in the first place, holding conferred lands in other provinces. The imperial capital, Yen City, was in the center of these 100 counties. The entire Yen province's 100 counties were like a coiled flame dragon. This Yen City was the dragon's head, spreading out layer by layer, firmly controlling the Yenwu dynasty from there. Yen City was the dynasty's true center, where all the sects and factions of the dynasty gathered. The super factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao in the martial epic, as well as the rank 7 sects, all had their merchant associations, connections, and residences here. Even the Tianwu dynasties and the Shenwu dynasty's imperial capitals were inferior to Yen cities in terms of prosperity. This was because the hidden spirit temple was ethereal and did not exert any strong control over the Yenwu dynasty. They only interacted with each other and often did not even show themselves. The hidden spirit temple was unlike the profound Heaven Holy Land and the Universe Origin sect, which firmly controlled their respective dynasties and ostracized the other factions. They were less tolerant than the Buddhist sect's Holy Lands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be hard to find another capital like Yen City that could gather so many cultivators and super factions. No one knew what awaited Xiaoqin. Chapter 22-21. Yen Province's 100 Counties. In the center of the 100 counties was the imperial capital, Yen City. Outside Yen City was a vast region known as the Outer City. Ordinary people without high cultivations were not qualified to live in Yen City. To enter the imperial capital, one needed to be at least a primal core realm cultivator, a primal core venerate with some status elsewhere. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the imperial capital. However, in this imperial capital, primal core venerates could only do the lowest jobs, serving tea, clearing trash, and welcoming guests. Even so, an endless stream of primal core venerates wanted to come to Yen City, putting in a lot of effort to enter the city. It was not just the central great realm. Countless primal core venerates in the outer seas of the entire martial epic wanted to enter Yen City. There were even some who stayed in the outer city for decades, all for the sake of making more contributions and obtaining a spot to enter Yen City. But naturally, there was a reason. The currency in Yen City was primeval heavenly pills. That was to say, even if one served tea or cleared trash, doing the lowest jobs, one would obtain more benefits than a regular rank 6 sect. Only rank 7 sects outside could refine primeval heavenly pills. Regular disciples could only obtain a limited number of primeval heavenly pills. Perhaps they might as well do odd jobs in Yen City, where they would gain more. Based on this, one could see how prosperous this imperial capital Yen City was. To cultivators, it was a holy city. To merchant associations, it was even more incredible. The currency here was primeval heavenly pills. The benefits of doing business here went without saying. Compared to the other two dynasties' imperial capitals, which were strictly controlled, the open and tolerant Yen City was the most prosperous in the world. Xiaoqin and the others spent half a month silently arriving at the imperial capital Yen City. Along the way, the group managed to obtain some information about the dynasty's imperial capital. However, when they arrived, they were still shocked for a long time. The difference between the Yenwu dynasty's other counties and Yen province's imperial capital was like that of clouds and mud. No wonder people said that as long as they firmly controlled Yen province, the royal court would never have to worry about the other counties rebelling. Guided by someone, Xiaoqin arrived at the imperial capital, Yen City, near the Misty Rain Pavilion. In front of the building, There was an endless stream of horses and carriages. There was an endless stream of customers entering and exiting the building. The booming business left one speechless. All of them were cultivators with high cultivations, exuding a noble aura from their bodies. With one look, one could tell that some of the young cultivators were either the young masters of noble clans or relatives of the royal family. They all had the dragon chi of the royal family on them, looking noble and extraordinary. The few of them stood in front of the building and listened to the melodious music coming from inside. They were slightly startled. The Misty Rain Pavilion was actually a brothel. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yenwu dynasty is actually a pleasure quarter. Is there a mistake? Clearly stunned, Bao said sullenly, "Young master, the appointment certificate does indeed say the Misty Rain Pavilion. There is no mistake." Imochen smiled softly and said, "It is not impossible to establish the headquarters in a brothel. At the very least, the effect is pretty good to deceive others. Let's go in and see." Xiaochen did not intend to startle the person in charge. He led Nangong Feng, Wu Meng, and the others directly to the doors. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "I heard that the dynasty's capital has always been peaceful. The noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family all indulge in extravagance and wealth, competing with each other. They call visiting a pleasure quarter a pleasure. They might even compete with each other for the sake of some singers they like, spending a lot of money and even fighting over them." Xiaochen said indifferently, "There is no need to hear about it. This is the truth. After a long period of peace, the so-called martial holy cities slowly changed. In this imperial capital Yen City, some of the famous singers are known as headliners. They only sell their skills and not their bodies. Their status is even higher than that of a grandmaster of the martial Dao. This is really absurd. The martial epoch does not respect the strong. To think that they pursue such vanity," Wu Meng said with some disdain as his lips curled up. Xiaochen did not dislike singers and headliners. The music Dao and singing and dancing were all great Daos. The azure lotus sword fairy from the fairy basket that Xiaochen once obtained was one of these great Daos. She was so strong that Xiaochen still found her unfathomable. However, a group of noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family blindly pursuing such vanity was somewhat neglecting the essentials. Perhaps Yen City had to pay a price to become the most bustling capital in the world. This young master looks somewhat unfamiliar. "Are you an honored guest from outside?" The manservant at the entrance asked softly when he saw Xiaochen's group. Xiaochen did not deny it. He replied softly, "Yes, I have long heard of the Misty Rain Pavilion's name, so I came to take a look. Sorry, if you are not an honored guest of this shop, you will need to pay a certain amount of primeval heavenly pills before you can enter," the manservant apologized softly. However, he revealed an aloof expression in his eyes. The group hid their cultivations. Aside from their extraordinary auras, they did not have the noble air of noble clan disciples or relatives of the royal family. It would be hard to avoid looking down on them. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters before, so he did not care about the auras of Xiaochen's group. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters, so he did not care about the auras of Xiaochen's group. This was especially so when he heard that they had just arrived at Yen City, so his attitude was somewhat stiff. Yun Fei frowned slightly and said, "First, you have not eaten or drank tea. You have to pay primeval heavenly pills to enter? Rules are rules. If you are reluctant to pay primeval heavenly pills, please leave. Our Misty Rain Pavilion never lacks guests," the manservant said with a polite expression while smiling. Xiaochen stopped the angry Yun Fei and asked softly, "What is your name?" "This humble one is Zhang Ping. I have been in Yen City for 4 or 5 years already. Do you have any instructions for me?" When the manservant mentioned that he had been in Yen City for 4 or 5 years, he appeared very proud, acting like they had just arrived at Yen City. Xiaochen asked calmly, "How many primeval heavenly pills do you need?" "If you are not an honored guest, you will need to pay 100 primeval heavenly pills before you can enter. Tea and drinks are included, not even one less," the manservant replied indifferently. Xiaochen immediately felt some heartache. Back when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, his monthly stipend was only 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. Imochen, give it to him. Xiaochen did not have any primeval heavenly pills on hand. He had already exchanged the primeval heavenly pills for origin liquid. He had also exchanged most of the origin liquid before he left, leaving only 5 tons of origin liquid in reserve. Imochen stepped forward and handed the manservant 100 primeval heavenly pills. Then, the manservant led the group in with a smile. After entering the pavilion, the group discovered a completely different world inside. The hall was not like a hotel. Instead, it was a small world of its own. There were 50 kilometers of peach trees and small rivers. The guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5. White clouds floated in the center. A stage made of heavenly mountain white jade was on the white clouds. On the stage, a woman was playing the pipa and singing a clear song. The tune changed unpredictably. Sometimes, it sounded like a mountain stream hitting a rock. Sometimes, it sounded like a gushing river, looking grand and majestic. Many mysterious phenomena appeared behind her. Sometimes, a bright moon soared up amid the misty rain. Sometimes, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Sometimes, great rivers materialized, changing according to the tune. As the song played, it felt real and fake at the same time, like a dream or illusion. Immersed in it, they did not want to wake up. They only wished that the song would continue, that they would not wake up from this dream. This was the first time the group saw such a spectacle, so they felt shocked. After standing there for a while, the music attracted their attention. Shock flashed in Wu Meng's eyes. He said seriously, "The woman playing this tune is actually a sovereign personage. This is really strange." Disdain flashed in the manservant Zhang Ping's eyes. He thought to himself, in the end, this is still a country bumpkin who has not seen the world. He teased, to think that you can make out headliner Ziyun's Cultivation. That is not easy. You came at a bad time. You saw it for yourself. Headliner Ziyun is performing today, so the Peach Blossom Pavilion is full. There is only one private room left. If you do not mind, you can only stand. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor who had opened one divine vein. Naturally, he would not make things difficult for this primal core realm manservant. He could not be bothered with this minor character. Wu Meng did not answer, waiting for Xiaochen to speak. "A private room, then?" Xiaochen said indifferently. The manservant felt incredibly shocked. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to go to a private room? The cost will not be low. It will be calculated based on time." This tight frown made the others unhappy. However, they all had Xiaochen's instructions to keep a low profile and explore the Misty Rain Pavilion first. Furthermore, the other party was just an insignificant primal core venerate. They could only let the other party act arrogantly. Xiaochen countered with a question, "What's wrong? Do we need to pay in advance to go to a private room?" The manservant Zhang Ping smiled and said, "There is no need for that. No one in Yen City who dares to renege on a debt in the Misty Rain Pavilion has been born yet." Under Zhang Ping's lead, the group arrived at a private room and sat down. The seats were pretty good. The windows were wide open, allowing them to clearly see the performance on the stage in the center. "You can withdraw first. There is nothing else for you to do," Xiaochen said casually, and Zhang Ping withdrew with a smile. He did not even ask if the group wanted maidservants to accompany them to drink, directly withdrawing. Xiaochen thought that the group probably came to the private room to pretend to be fatso. How could they have the extra money to pay for maidservants? After the food and wine were served, Bao obediently poured wine and tea for Xiaochen and the others, playing the role of a maidservant. "Bao, sit and eat with us. There is no need to stand on ceremony," Imochen said with some heartache when she saw Bao standing around busying herself. Bao smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Imochen. However, Bao is a maidservant in the first place. This is what I should do." When Imochen saw the situation, she did not say anything more. The group had been on the move for days and could not be bothered to rest. Furthermore, there was a performance of the music Dao that they had never seen before. The group chatted happily in the private room. Xiaochen observed in secret, wanting to see if there was anything suspicious. In the future, he would have to guard this place for a long time. It was necessary for him to hide his identity and come to check. However, just at this moment, a discordant voice came from outside. "Damn it! I want to see who is occupying my private room. It is rare for this young master to come, yet you want me to be a standing guest. Your Misty Rain Pavilion is really something." Bang! Amid the commotion, the door to the private room that Xiao Chen and the others were in was pushed open rudely. Chapter 22:22. Bang! Someone pushed open the door to the private room, and a youth barged in. A group of people followed behind this youth, all of them giving off an unconcealable sword intent. They should be from the same sect. Otherwise, their sword intent would not be so clear. Zhang Ping complained endlessly as he stood at the side, not daring to stop them. "You clearly come here once in a few hundred years. You did not pay a deposit and only said so. Why can't you give it to someone else?" However, Zhang Ping only dared to grumble about this in his heart, continuously apologizing on the surface. Among the group of people, only an old man attracted the attention of Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, and the others. This was because this person was the only one vain sovereign emperor. The others were sovereign personages. Before becoming a sovereign emperor, no matter how heaven-defying one would not be worth mentioning in their eyes, not even worth a second glance. With this look, the group calmed down. They maintained their calm expressions as they looked at this group of people. Only Xiao Chen entered deep thought when he saw the youth leading the group. This youth seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Xiao Chen. That youth had an extraordinary aura, giving off a faint dragon chi of a dynasty. Clearly, he was a relative of the royal family, possessing the royal bloodline and showing a noble air. Boom! In that instant, that youth's aura erupted, ignoring the Misty Rain Pavilion's rule of not fighting. He did not hold back at all when he erupted. That startling killing chi spread out. This instantly shattered the harmonious atmosphere of the Misty Rain Pavilion. The pipa music of the headliner Zi Yun, who was playing on the stage, stopped. All the guests turned their curious gazes to this place. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was not the peak pleasure quarter of Yen City, its background was still terrifying. Even a regular prince would have to think twice before making a move here. Sometimes, even if it was hard to avoid conflict, it would be due to bickering. Most of them did not dare to fight. This was because everyone understood the rules. Just like today, Xiao Chen had unleashed all of his aura without restraint. His killing intent was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. How great was this grudge? Such a strange matter caused many guests to cast their gazes over, wanting to see what was going on. No! However, just as that person soared into the sky and was about to attack Xiao Chen, the sovereign emperor old man in the group rushed forward in a panic and firmly restrained his young master. "Elder Feng, let go. I want to kill him. I must kill him. I want to grind his bones to dust. I want him to die a horrible death." The finely dressed young man was suppressed by his own clan's expert, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fell into a frenzy. However, Elder Feng grumbled inwardly. He even wanted to curse out loud. Who could you possibly kill? The table across from him seemed unremarkable. However, most of the people at the table were sovereign emperors. This was especially so for the white-clad person in the middle. With just one glance, Senior Feng felt extreme fear in his heart. Wu Meng and the others showed indifferent expressions as they watched this scene. Their expressions did not change at all. Xiao Chen raised his wine cup and discovered that it was already empty. Before he could do anything, Bao, who was at the side, smiled gently and obediently filled Xiao Chen's cup. After the wine entered his mouth, Xiao Chen slowly put down his cup. Then he looked at the newcomer with some misgivings. "I seem to recognize you, but I can't recall who you are." "I am Monarch Yu Wang Lin. Elder Feng, let go of me. Let me kill him." When the newcomer heard that Xiao Chen did not even remember his name, he could not help roaring angrily, feeling greatly humiliated. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Monarch Yu was enraged, but Elder Feng firmly held him down. His fellow disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. "Monarch Yu, I recognize him. His father is the current Duke Yun. Strange. Why is the old man beside him holding him down, not letting him make a move? Isn't that simple? He must have broken the brothel's rules. That might not be the case. The way I see it, the strangeness of this matter probably stems from that white-clad person. This person is clearly not simple. This is also strange. To think that this person does not even know Monarch Yu. However, when Monarch Yu saw him, he seemed to go crazy. The strange scene in the private room confused everyone. They could not figure out what was going on. Monarch Yu? Xiaochen revealed a doubtful expression. He asked sullenly, "Which Monarch Yu? I do not know any Monarch Yu." Damn it. Xiaochen, do you think that you can escape death by pretending to be crazy? Back then, when we parted at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, I swore that if I did not kill you in this life, I would not be human. I did everything I could, but I could not find you. To think that you actually delivered yourself to me. Elder Feng, let go of me. If you still do not let go of me, I will get my father to kill you when I return. Monarch Yu Wang Lin glared at Xiaochen. If looks could kill, Xiaochen would have died hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times already. Elder Feng did not seem to hear what Wang Ling said. He smiled softly and said, "This young master, my clan's young master, is speaking nonsense. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Since you do not know him, we will leave first. Goodbye, goodbye." Seeing that Xiaochen could not remember who he was, Elder Feng felt lucky and wanted to quickly leave with Monarch Yu. Xiaochen toyed with the wine cup in his hand, entering deep thought. Then he said sullenly, "Wait a moment. I remember who he is. Monarch Yu, this was a grudge from many years ago. Back when Xiaochen first entered the Central Great Realm, Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, invited someone to compete with him in archery on the battlefield. Xiaochen shot 3 arrows in a row, defeating the other party with every arrow. However, the other party refused to give up and took out his secret treasure. In the end, Xiaochen shot an arrow with the god Shadow Bao, defeating the other party again. In the end, Monarch Yu continued to act shamelessly, wanting to use sword techniques to kill Xiaochen. After being defeated, Monarch Yu tried to gang up on Xiaochen. Such a person looked elegant on the surface. Furthermore, he was a member of the royal family, acting all pretentious. However, after peeling off that layer of hypocrisy, he was even more loathsome than a hoodlum. He did not know himself and was as difficult to deal with as a mad dog. No wonder Xiaochen could not remember him. Almost 8 years had passed. How could Xiaochen spend any effort to remember someone who was not even comparable to trash? If not for Xiaochen reminding him a few times, Xiaochen would not have remembered. At this moment, Elder Feng was somewhat frightened silly. He said embarrassedly, "Sir, my clan's young master is Duke Yun's son. He already has a noble title, and his name is already written in the royal clan's genealogy." Xiaochen interrupted, "Let go of him." Elder Feng felt that the situation was somewhat serious. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Meng, who was at the side, said, "I told you to let go. Did you hear me?" However, Monarch Yu did not seem to notice anything. Rage and the hatred that he suppressed in his heart for 8 years overwhelmed his mind. He shouted, "Elder Feng, don't boost my morale. Let go of me. Today, I want to see what gives him the confidence to dare to come to Yen City and send himself to death after not seeing him for 8 years." Elder Feng ignored Monarch Yu's words. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Sorry, this old man cannot let go." Elder Feng felt a trace of killing chi. If he let go, Monarch Yu might die miserably on the spot. This thought was somewhat exaggerated. Would there really be someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion who dared to kill Monarch Yu? Furthermore, the person that Monarch Yu killed was Duke Yun's son. Although his bloodline was thin, it was still a bona fide royal clan bloodline. Monarch Yu was definitely a royal clan member. However, for some reason, Elder Feng felt that if he let go, Monarch Yu would die immediately. This kind of fearful instinct prevented him from letting go. Right now, he was waiting for the Misty Rain Pavilion's experts to show up. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was large, if something happened, experts would arrive within 10 seconds. However, to Elder Feng, These 10 seconds felt like years. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt incredibly nervous. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Elder Feng. At this moment, their gazes met. Boom! Immediately, the strong soul energy of a three-vein sovereign emperor and the royal blue dragon bloodline landed on Elder Feng with terrifying pressure. Elder Feng wanted to hold on. However, under this immense pressure, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to do anything. With just one look, Elder Feng lost. When Monarch Yu felt that Elder Feng could no longer suppress him, he immediately roared and soared into the air, thrusting his sword at Xiaochen. Whoosh! How terrifying was this sword strike? After 8 years of sharpening a sword, even the dullest blade would become incredibly sharp. For the past 8 years, Monarch Yu could not forget the humiliation he experienced in the Soaring Dragon residence every day and night. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. The immense pressure turned into motivation. He had been cultivating bitterly in the Divine Sword Pavilion for many years, waiting for this day. Monarch Yu felt that this sword strike seemed to have surpassed his expectations. It seemed like he was about to break through the bottleneck of heaven-defying sovereign personage. After this sword strike, he would definitely succeed in condensing a divine seal. Monarch Yu trembled in wild joy, feeling nervous and excited. Indeed, Xiaochen was his demon heart. After killing Xiaochen, breaking through to Sovereign Emperor would be just a matter of time. What a terrifying sword strike! The killing intent and Tao contained in the sword sent a chill down the Misty Rain Pavilion's cultivators, who were far away. Bang! However, Monarch Yu, who had just leaped up and had yet to move, suddenly exploded. That's right, he exploded. Thousands of saber lights burst out of Monarch Yu's body, looking resplendent and dazzling. In the next moment, Monarch Yu's corpse did not remain, leaving only broken limbs and a pool of blood splattering the elegant room. As for that terrifying sword strike, it had not fully bloomed yet. Instead, it fell silent, like a flower wilting. Someone killed someone. Someone killed someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was Monarch Yu. After a while, the entire Misty Rain Pavilion turned chaotic. Everyone startled awake, wondering what exactly happened. The entire Misty Rain Pavilion descended into chaos. Some people were frightened out of their wits. They tried to leave in a fluster, knocking over many tables and chairs. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The vast Misty Rain Pavilion immediately turned chaotic. There was no longer any of the calm and peaceful atmosphere of the Misty Rain. The imperial capital Yen City had been peaceful for many years. Perhaps there were people dying every day in secret. Perhaps the struggle for benefits had never stopped. However, it had been several hundred years since anyone dared to kill someone in a brothel in broad daylight. This was especially so when the person was someone with the royal bloodline. Was the imperial capital going to change? Chapter 22-23. Misty Rain Pavilion, Yen City. Was there a need for a reason to kill? Of course there was. No matter how lowly an ant was, it was still a life. Even respect was needed, not to mention humans. Although Xiaochen was decisive in killing, he never killed the innocent. Most of the time, Xiaochen could punish people lightly and not kill them. However, there were some people that he absolutely had to kill. Monarch Yu Wang Lin was such a person. Such a person was like a rabid dog. Although Monarch Yu was trash, he had some authority. He did not fear open attacks or hidden attacks. Monarch Yu feared that Monarch Yu would not deal with Xiaochen but the people around him when he went crazy. One did not fear hypocrites, one feared true vile people. A true vile person would resort to all means, disregarding morality and rules. One could not guess when he would go crazy. Hence, since Xiaochen remembered it, there was no need to leave Monarch Yu alive. If this rabid dog really injured or humiliated the people around him one day, Xiaochen would not be able to bear the price. Xiaochen executed the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance. A drop of rain fell the instant Monarch Yu erupted, ending his life. The manservant, Zhang Ping, was already frightened silly in the private room. He was stunned into silence, unable to say anything. Senior Feng showed a sullen expression as he looked at Xiaochen with some fear. The other party's terrifying strength had already cast a shadow in his heart. Senior Feng wanted to leave but did not dare to, as Xiaochen had not said anything yet. The Divine Sword Gate disciples accompanying Monarch Yu were stunned, unable to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the crucial moment, two figures appeared in the private room, radiating the aura of a three-vein sovereign emperor. These were the experts overseeing the Misty Rain Pavilion. Normally, many ignorant people would cause trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter how powerful they were, they would suffer when they ran into these two. These two rarely showed themselves. However, in secret, they were known as the Misty Rain Twin Demons. Senior Feng recognized the two and immediately released his bated breath. He said, "Seniors, my clan's young master died a miserable death in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter what, please give us an explanation." As Senior Feng spoke, his gaze fell on Xiaochen. Clearly, he wanted the Misty Rain Twin Demons to take down Xiaochen. However, the Misty Rain Twin Fiends ignored Elder Feng. They looked at Xiaochen and said something. Monarch Yu Wang Lin caused trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion, wanting to kill the Misty Rain Pavilion's honored guests. In the end, he overestimated himself and died a miserable death at the hands of a sovereign emperor. Duke Yun failed to teach his son properly, causing our Misty Rain Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. The Misty Rain Pavilion will definitely pursue this matter to the end and report it to the royal family's sect elders. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Misty Rain Pavilion. Everyone heard him clearly, not missing a single word. Old Feng was dumbfounded at that moment. He had not expected such an ending at all. This person had killed a member of the royal family. Shouldn't the Misty Rain Pavilion capture him and then apologize to Prince Cloud? Why was the situation reversed? Do you still have the law? The one he killed is Monarch Yu, a true inheritor of our Divine Sword Pavilion. He does not even care about our Divine Sword Pavilion. Misty Rain Pavilion, I think you don't want to continue operating in the imperial capital. The disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion woke up from their stupor. They were all indignant. Bang! The Misty Rain Fiend duo did not make a move, but these Divine Sword Pavilion disciples who shouted were all knocked into the air. Then, the Misty Rain Pavilion's guards each carried one of them out. The Misty Rain Fiend duo looked around, and their gazes landed on Old Feng. Old Feng trembled slightly as he said, "I understand. I'll take some of young master's belongings and leave." However, when Old Feng looked around the private room, he saw that Monarch Yu's corpse had already disappeared. There was nothing left to take. Old Feng took a jade pendant and quickly left without even turning his head back. Honored guests, there is no need to panic. Today, a small situation occurred in my Misty Rain Pavilion, startling everyone. The matter has already been resolved, and I have apologized to everyone. Today, the Misty Rain Pavilion will not be accepting alcohol. Please, drink to your heart's content. For the next 3 days, there will be no charge. The Misty Rain Pavilion will entertain everyone for free. At that time, the 12th headliner will appear as well. Just at this moment, someone spoke softly as she leaned against the railing at the highest point of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Her melodious voice sounded like the chirping of birds in the forest, very pleasing to the ears. What was even more pleasing to the ears was the sincerity of her apology. No alcohol, no charge for 3 days, and the 12th headliner performing at the same time. The moment this person said that, cheers rang out. Then, the sounds of stringed instruments, pipa, and harp rang out at the same time. The 12 headliners appeared on the stage one after another. The atmosphere in the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly changed, reaching a climax in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the guests were attracted by the headliners who appeared one after another. Once again, they became immersed in the wondrous music. The earlier interlude ended up bringing out this performance, making the guests even more excited. Furthermore, there was free alcohol. With everyone drinking to their heart's content, the Misty Rain Pavilion was destined to be a carnival. Only a few people knew that the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital had not seen blood for hundreds of years already. There had to be something fishy about the Misty Rain Pavilion protecting this person in secret. However, no matter what, Monarch Yu was a royal clan disciple. If he died in the Misty Rain Pavilion for no reason, The Misty Rain Pavilion would not be able to hide it even if they wanted to. In less than a day, this news would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. At that time, it would be another good show. The guests all left in secret, quickly reporting this news to the factions behind them. Inside the private room, Zhang Ping wiped the floor in fear. When he saw the bloodstains, he trembled in fear. A heaven-defying sovereign personage died for no reason. How horrifying was that white-clad person? Fortunately, that white-clad person did not seem to mind Zhang Ping's earlier underestimation. "This young master, please come in. Our pavilion master wishes to meet you." The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons, two aloof three-vein sovereign emperors, respectfully greeted Xiaochen. Such an attitude shocked the manservant, Zhang Ping. My goodness! To think that these two rarely seen major characters of the Misty Rain Pavilion are so respectful to this white-clad person. Xiaochen said calmly, "Let her come and meet me. Right here." What kind of joke was this? Zhang Ping was a rank 6 envoy inspector. In some sense, he was the pavilion master's direct superior. Even if Xiaochen did not like to use his status to suppress others, there were some rules that could not be broken. Since when could subordinates summon their superiors? The Misty Rain Pavilion's two old men immediately exchanged glances, anger flashing on their faces. "We need to ask for instructions." The two old men spoke softly after exchanging glances. There's no need to ask for instructions. How can this little girl not come when the envoy inspector summons me?" Bell-like laughter rang out from outside the door. Then a girl wearing a red qipao walked in, revealing her long, slender legs. Her exquisite facial features looked like the most perfect carving, without any flaws. The instant she entered, ancient paintings fell around the private room, forming an independent world, isolating it from the outside world. The manservant, Zhang Ping, also fell into a deep slumber without a sound. The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons paled in shock. They performed cupped fist salutes and bowed. "This subordinate greets the envoy inspector. We offended you earlier. Please forgive us." "It's fine," Xiaochen said indifferently. Then he took out the appointment certificate that Yi Zifeng had given him and gently sent it to the girl in the qipao. The girl in the qipao had only guessed it. When she saw the appointment certificate, she confirmed Xiaochen's identity. "This little girl is Su Yi. I welcome the envoy inspector to the Misty Rain Pavilion. I did not know the envoy inspector's identity earlier and offended you. Sorry for the poor reception." The girl in the qipao returned the appointment certificate to Xiaochen. Then she smiled faintly and said, "Before you came, I was the acting envoy inspector. It looks like I will be idle for a while." Xiaochen said indifferently, "There's no need. Just do what you were doing before. If there are any problems that you cannot resolve, you can tell me. You still have to work hard. This is Emo Chen, Master Ku Yun's disciple. He will help you deal with this." Emo Chen smiled faintly and stood up. "Greetings, elder sister Su Yi. Please take care of me in the future." Master Ku Yun's disciple? A strange look flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Naturally, she knew about Master Ku Yun. He was one of the strongest blacksmiths in the current martial epoch. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's oldest core doyen. What Emo Chen cared more about was Master Ku Yun's identity. Did that mean that this white-clad youth already obtained the support of 2 core doyens? Originally, the headquarters had sent a fellow who was not even 100 years old just to go through the motions. Emo Chen thought that the headquarters had already given up on the Yanwu dynasty and only wanted to maintain the status quo. However, it looked like things were different now. "These are my companions. They are all outstanding talents. Even before the age of 100, they are already sovereign emperors. If there is any trouble, you can send them out. There's no need to stand on ceremony." After introducing Emo Chen, Xiaochen pointed to Wu Meng and the others beside him, introducing them one by one. Su Ye's expression did not change. Her smile did not diminish, but her heart turned increasingly grave. Is the headquarters really determined to stand guard in the Yanwu dynasty? "Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with today's matter?" "Duke Yun will definitely pursue this matter. At that time, the Misty Rain Pavilion will inevitably face some pressure." Su Yi spoke for a while, giving instructions on the Misty Rain Pavilion's matters. Then, she suddenly changed the topic, trying to probe Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked at Su Yi and smiled faintly. I am a sovereign emperor. First, he humiliated me. Then he tried to kill me. He died a worthy death. If you cannot even deal with such a small matter, you can't be the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, right? Su Yi wanted to use today's matter to pressure Xiaochen, to see how he would deal with this when he just arrived in the imperial capital. Who knew, Xiaochen was even more direct. He told her not to make irresponsible remarks about such a small matter, lest she tarnished her status. Xiaochen's meaning was that if she could not deal with such a small matter, there was no need for her to be the pavilion master. While Xiaochen's words looked simple, they actually contained hidden meaning. If she did not deal with it properly, others would look down on her and even use her as a scapegoat. Su Yi replied softly, naturally. Although this matter is somewhat difficult to deal with, this subordinate will definitely handle it properly. Naturally, the royal clan disciples were incredibly noble. However, it was not to the point where they could kill anyone they wanted. Furthermore, Xiaochen was just a king of a branch family. However, Xiaochen's attitude and the hidden meaning in his words made Su Yi somewhat wary. This white-clad youth was probably not as simple as she imagined. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take my leave first, Su Yi said softly. Wait. Su Yi looked up at Xiaochen and asked in confusion. Xiaochen fell into deep thought. Your name is Su Yi, right? I recall that there is a noble clan of swordsmen in the Yanwu dynasty. The current clan head, Su Hanshan, is known as the strongest expert of the sword Dao, known as Sword God. When Su Yi heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked sullenly, What's wrong? Envoy Inspector, are you trying to investigate me? Didn't Lord Yi Zifeng tell you that some things cannot be investigated? It was just that he sensed a powerful sword intent hidden within this lady's body, so he casually asked her a question. Who would have thought that he would touch the other party's bottom line? Xiaochen was unperturbed and said coolly, It's fine, you can withdraw. Remember to have the people in charge of the top 10 chambers of commerce come and see me tomorrow. If anyone doesn't come, I'll see him alone. I feel that it's not necessarily a good thing to be too hasty. The inspector has just arrived at the imperial capital, so there are many sights to see. For example, the flaming river outside the city. It's magnificent and magnificent. You can take a good look at it. Su Ye's tone was calm as she spoke unhurriedly. This woman wanted Xiaochen to see the flaming river to warn him to see how deep the waters of the imperial capital were and not to get involved. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, When I have time, I will go and take a look. If I accidentally fall into the river, I hope Pavilion Master Su will pull me up. When Su Yi heard that, her expression warmed up somewhat. She smiled and said, Milord, you jest. Goodbye. Chapter 22-24. After watching Su Yi leave, Emochen smiled gently and asked, Big Brother Xiao, are you tired of talking in riddles? Xiaochen said softly, I'm not used to speaking like this, but sometimes, I don't have a choice. It was just a casual sentence, but there was a hidden meaning in it. It was a little stupid. Not only would they misunderstand the other party's intentions, they might even fall into the other party's trap and become the scapegoat. Xiaochen was naturally not used to it, but as he said, it was unavoidable. It was the first time they had met, and they did not trust each other. Even if you told the truth, the other person might not believe you. You might even send the wrong message. Perhaps a casual remark would attract the hostility of the other party. For example, Xiaochen had unintentionally sensed the horrifying sword intent contained in the other party's body. Thus, he had casually asked about the swordsman clan. Although Su Ye's expression did not change, her tone clearly became much harsher. She even secretly warned Xiaochen. Fortunately, Xiaochen made up for it in the end. When he asked her to pull him up after he fell into the water, it meant that he had no enmity towards Su Yi. Only then did Su Ye's expression soften slightly. Speaking of which, if Xiaochen recalled correctly, fiendish saber Shimu came from the divine sword Su clan. The godly swordsman clans had deep foundations and were overseen by the god of swords. The Su clan was like the sun in the sky in the Yanwu dynasty. The establishment of the dynasty included a portion of the Su clan's strength. As long as the dynasty did not fall, the Su clan would never weaken. Such a noble clan might not be a match for the Heavenly Alliance in the Great Thousand Realms. However, all the super factions in the Yenwu dynasty had to fear them. Now, Xiaochen somewhat understood why this pleasure quarter was the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yenwu dynasty. It was because its pavilion master was Su Yi. Nangong Feng, go check out the 10 great merchant associations first. I want to know the true strength of these 10 great merchant associations. Getting a sovereign emperor to do this was making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, it could also ensure that nothing would go wrong and that the information was authentic. All right. Since Nangong Feng and the others were already here, they would definitely listen to Xiaochen's instructions, so they had long since prepared themselves. Wu Meng, stay behind. Is there anything else you want me to do? Xiaochen nodded and said, if you follow Su Yi, how confident are you of not being discovered? Wu Meng pondered before replying, Xiaochen's words. The sword intent in her body is very sensitive. I estimate that she will be able to sense the slightest movement within 1,000 meters of her. I am not confident of hiding my saber intent when I'm within 1 kilometer. Here, I'll lend this to you for a night. Xiaochen took out the death god mask and handed it to Wu Meng. After Wu Chen said, Chen. If Xiaochen had not seen the other party with his own eyes, he would not have sensed the other party's existence. The death god mask's secret technique, which isolated all auras, was also effective against sovereign emperors. All right, I'll have to trouble you then. The person she's meeting tonight, what she's going to say, is very important to me. You. You. Not far away, there was a detached courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion. The imperial capital, Yen City, was destined to not be peaceful tonight. Someone killed Duke Yun's son in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was a false accusation. News of this spread throughout the imperial capital in half a day. All the high-ranking factions received the news. Then, they quickly learned that the youth was the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen. Everyone dug out everything about Xiaochen in the faux god world. Even his past in the Divine Dragon Empire was sorted out. However, few factions knew that Xiaochen was the Heavenly Alliance's rank 6 envoy inspector in the Yenwu dynasty. Only some factions with extremely vast accumulations could obtain this crucial information. This was the Heavenly Alliance's secret. Even within the Heavenly Alliance, only a few members of the upper echelon knew. It would be extremely difficult to find out in a short time. Of Yen Province's 100 counties, one was called Flaming Cloud County, Duke Yun's conferred land. By the time Senior Feng arrived at Duke Yun's residence, the sky had already turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, appearing as heavy as his heart. What? Linger died? When Duke Yun heard the news, he was greatly shocked, finding it hard to believe. Everyone in the Yenwu dynasty would give the royal clan disciples some face, even Wang Lin, who was blind and offended someone he could not afford to offend. The other party shouldn't have killed him. Young Master? Young Master really died. He died in the Misty Rain Tower. Elder Feng could imagine Duke Yun's rage. However, he still recounted the Misty Rain Pavilion's matter in detail. Bang! The Cloud Prince was enraged. Killing intent surged from his body as he slammed his palm down, shattering the thick wooden table. Everyone in the huge Duke's residence could feel Duke Yun's rage and murderous intent, trembling in fear. Pass down my order. Gather the God's Will army. I'm going to wash the Misty Rain Pavilion with blood. Duke Yun's eyes were about to spit fire. Until now, he still could not believe that Wang Lin was dead. The son that Monarch Yu favored the most had long since become Monarch Yu, preparing to inherit the position of a duke. His son had also worked hard for him. In the Divine Sword Pavilion, he had become the leader of the 7 true inheritors. He had even become the disciple of Imperial Emperor Dao Yan. Wang Lin had become a heaven-defying sovereign personage before the age of 50. He would definitely become a sovereign emperor within 100 years. However, such a son, the son that monarch you looked forward to and doted on the most, actually got killed in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, the Misty Rain Pavilion even wanted him to apologize. This was unbearable. Duke, you can't do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. Startled, Elder Feng quickly tried to dissuade Duke Yun. His complexion even paled somewhat. Why are father and son the same? When they get angry, they go crazy. If that monarch you had listened to me earlier, he would have left. If Xiaochun could not remember him, how could he have died a miserable death? Your Highness, we cannot do that. We cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. The two deputies at the side tried to dissuade Duke Yun at the same time. Duke Yun showed a sullen expression, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, he said, "Activate the emergency transportation formation. I want to meet the 8th prince." Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not go to the Misty Rain Pavilion, everything else was fine. Originally, the emergency transportation formation could only be activated when the 8th prince's life was in danger. However, Duke Yun could not care so much today. A light flashed in the transportation formation. Duke Yun's group appeared majestically in the imperial residence of the 8th prince in Yen City, radiating killing qi. Duke Yun, the 8th prince has been waiting for a long time already. I'll bring you to meet him. Someone had been waiting outside the transportation formation of the imperial residence. When they saw Duke Yun's somewhat strange expression, they were not surprised. 8th prince, about today's matter. When Duke Yun saw the 8th prince, he immediately spoke up, wanting the 8th prince to seek justice for him. The 8th prince Wang Feng had dashing eyebrows and starry eyes, giving off a heroic air. However, he was young and mature. His eyes were like deep pools, unfathomable. Royal uncle, there's no need to say anything. I already know about this matter. Before you came, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's sect elders already punished me. Monarch, you spoke rudely in the Misty Rain Pavilion, challenging the sovereign emperor, even killing someone. He died a worthy death. His actions humiliated the royal court. Because of you, I was implicated as well and was grounded for 7 days. As for your punishment, I already asked the sect elders to be merciful and exempt you from it. What? When Duke Yun heard what the 8th prince said after interrupting him, he was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. This was not the result he wanted. Even if he could not touch the Misty Rain Pavilion, he would kill that Xiaochun. The 8th prince said calmly, "The elders' punishments have always been fair. Your son spoke arrogantly in front of thousands of people and even dared to try to kill a sovereign emperor. This was irrefutable evidence. I couldn't overturn it even if I wanted to. The disciples of the imperial family could not be arrogant, or kill at will. These were the teachings of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Your son committed all of them. I can't do anything about it." The Yanwu dynasty had always prospered, aside from the martial epic's luck. There was also the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch. He abided by the ancestral teachings and was very strict with the imperial family's disciples. No matter what you do in secret, as long as there is no evidence, everything is negotiable. But once you violated the ancestral teachings, no matter what, even if you were a prince, you would still have to be punished. King Yun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His face was pale, and his breathing hastened. After a long time, he finally said with red eyes, "All right, I admit to all of this. It is my son's fault for implicating your highness in the punishment. However, I have been at your highness's side for so many years. My most valued son died. He grew up with you, but you did not say anything." King Yun's meaning was clear. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch did not care. It was fine to apologize openly, but it should be fine to kill someone in secret. Even if that Xiaochun was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, as long as the 8th prince was willing, there were 10,000 ways to kill him in the imperial capital. As long as Xiaochun was not discovered, everything was fine. King Yun knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily, causing blood to leak out. "8th prince, please take revenge for my son." The 8th prince Wang Feng closed his eyes and said, If it were someone else, even if he were a 4-vein sovereign emperor or a 5-vein sovereign emperor, I would take revenge for you at all costs. This concerns my reputation, so I cannot ignore it. However, Imperial Uncle, you cannot touch this person. What? King Yun, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up at the 8th prince, feeling stupefied. He could not do it openly or secretly. Was he going to keep suppressing his anger? The 8th prince said sullenly, "You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. You cannot touch Xiaoqin either. Even if you want to, you should consider it at length and wait for me to ascend to the ceremony before doing so." King Yun's face immediately turned ashen. The 8th prince's words meant that he did not care. Not only that, but the 8th prince even told him not to make a move. King Yun held his breath. After a long time, he stood up and said, "This old man understands. This old man has disturbed the 8th prince. I will withdraw now." However, this old man wants to hear the reason. Why? King Yun nearly spat out the word, "Why?" with blood flowing out of his mouth. King Yun could not accept this. His son died, but he could not do anything and had to obediently hold it in. Originally, King Yun wanted to seek justice from the 8th prince. However, he ended up crashing into a wall. Because he has the sky above him. The 8th prince said somewhat tiredly. Then he waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw. This matter ends here. I'll say it again. You cannot touch the Misty Rain Pavilion. All the more you cannot touch Xiaoqin." After King Yun withdrew, the old man beside the 8th prince said, "This King Yun will probably not accept this. Something unexpected might happen." The 8th prince retorted coldly, "Let him be. Let's see which prince in the imperial capital dares to offend the heavenly alliance for him. What an undeserved calamity. How did he give birth to such a stupid son?" The 8th prince closed the book in his hand and tossed it to the ground, showing how frustrated he was. The wind blew, and the lamp on the table swayed. Tonight, in the imperial capital, Yen City, clearly, just like this flickering lamp, it would not easily calm down. Chapter 22-25. When Duke Yun left the prince's residence, his expression turned extremely sullen. The vice-general and senior Feng did not dare to say anything. After a while, the vice-general said softly, "How can it be like this? Logically speaking, the 8th prince should not fear the Misty Rain Pavilion too much." Duke Yun retorted coldly, "Isn't the reason simple? The succession race is about to begin. The various princes are getting restless. Naturally, the 8th prince does not want to cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The succession race. If there were no special circumstances, the emperor had to abdicate for 100 years. Then, the most outstanding prince would be chosen from the princes to inherit the throne. The Yanwu dynasty's emperor could only hold the throne for 100 years. This was to provide fresh blood to the dynasty, maintain its vitality, and prevent it from becoming rigid. No matter how ancient a dynasty was, once it became rigid, its luck would decline, and the nation's luck would fall. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of such examples. Hence, the rulers of the various dynasties and empires would not remain on the throne for long. No matter how brilliant or valiant one was, the dynasty system would inevitably become rigid after a long time. This was something unavoidable. The dynasty had to change every 100 years, maintaining its vitality at all times. This filled the entire dynasty with competitiveness, not daring to slack off. Now, the Yanwu dynasty's Yan emperor had been on the throne for 80 years. It was time to choose the crown prince. The various princes competed in secret, all for the sake of coming out on top in the succession race and ascending to the throne. This was why the 8th prince Wang Feng felt so frustrated. At this crucial moment, Monarch Yu stirred up trouble for him. How could he not feel frustrated? It would have been fine if it were in the past. Now, how could Wang Feng stand up for him? After Duke Yun came out, he calmly thought about it and guessed the crux of the matter. "Duke, are we just going to let Monarch Yu's grudge go? If the 8th prince does not agree, we can go and seek help from the other princes," the vice-general at the side suggested. Duke Yun had been in the empire for many years. As a chess piece in the fight for the crown prince, he was still very attractive to the other princes. That's right. Duke Yun said indifferently, no prince would offend a Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector at this time and place. However, I will definitely take revenge for Ling. Even if I have to use my glory to do so, I will not refuse. Let's go to the Divine Sword Pavilion. The Divine Sword Pavilion was a rank 7 sect of the Yenwu dynasty, possessing deep accumulations. However, although it wasn't called the God Sword Pavilion, it didn't have much to do with the God Sword family. One was an aristocratic family, and the other was a sect. Because of the competition for the way of the sword, there was even some friction between them. As Duke Yun rushed to the Divine Sword Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master also received news of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen's appearance. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion was the top pleasure quarter in the imperial capital Yen City. They would know that this Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not as simple as a pleasure quarter. Its accumulations were much deeper than expected. Pavilion Master, we have already confirmed that Xiao Qin is the new envoy inspector of the Heavenly Alliance. In the pavilion, a black-clothed man presented the latest intelligence to a mysterious woman behind a curtain of black hair. Xiao Qin, if I recall correctly, the fairy basket that the astral-plucking bandit Jiang he stole back then is in his hands, right? The mysterious woman sighed. Yes. We have made several deductions. The missing fairy basket is definitely not with Jiang He. There is only one possibility. After he stole the fairy basket, he casually gave it to Xiao Qin. Good. It would be fine if he were somewhere else. However, since he is in the imperial capital Yen City, we have to make him hand over the fairy basket. As the mysterious woman spoke softly, she exuded a tyrannical air that clearly did not belong to a woman in a pleasure quarter. Understood. At the same time, at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain, a Buddhist sect holy land outside the imperial capital, the Hidden Spirit Temple, a place invisible to the naked eye, a handsome-looking monk looked at the note in his hand and revealed a smile. Unexpectedly, you came to the Yenwu dynasty. It looks like I have to make some time to go down the mountain. This monk was none other than Yuan Zhen, who had interacted with Xiao Qin a few times in the faux god world. The night had not ended, and dawn approached. In a small courtyard beside the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Qin, Mo Qin, and Bao were still awake. The two were organizing the information that Su Yi sent someone to hand over. Previously, Su Yi had been the acting envoy inspector. Now that Xiao Qin was here, they naturally had to slowly familiarize themselves with the information. However, Bao and Mo Qin were the ones organizing the information. Xiao Qin did not pay much attention to it. After lighting an incense burner and consuming a soul-accumulating pill, Xiao Qin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, condensing his soul energy. Everyone had their own specialties. Sorting out the messy information was not Xiao Qin's forte. If Bao and Mo Qin did it, they would get twice the result with half the effort. If Xiao Qin did it, he would end up making things more complicated. The deity image materialized by the soul-accumulating pill in Xiao Qin's soul pool slowly faded away. There were 3 divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal. With the soul-accumulating pill's refinement, the first divine vein ring was completely cleansed. Compared to the other 2 divine vein rings, the third divine vein ring was resplendent and filled with a divine nature. Xiao Qin opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. He had already finished refining the first divine vein ring. Only 2 remained. After he finished refining them, the soul energy that he inherited from the divine flame would truly belong to him, becoming his accumulations. Big brother Xiao, Bao, and I discovered something interesting, Mo Qin said softly as she put down the scroll in her hand. Seeing Xiao Qin open his eyes, Mo Qin put down the scroll in her hand and said softly, Big brother Xiao, Bao, and I discovered something interesting. Mo Qin raised his eyebrows and asked out of curiosity, Oh? Let's hear it. We discovered that, aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the other pleasure quarters in Yen City belong to the same organization. The other pleasure quarters are actually all part of the same organization. This organization is even older than the Heavenly Alliance. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. He asked seriously, What organization is it? The Pleasure Quarter Alliance, Mo Qin said calmly. There are more than 1,000 pleasure quarters in the imperial capital, all belonging to this organization. Only the Misty Rain Pavilion is not. In the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the one with the best business and the highest status is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Compared to the Misty Rain Pavilion, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion not only has deeper accumulations, but its layout is also much better. Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiaochen thought to himself, what a familiar name. That's right. I once went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Jiang He had stolen the fairy basket from there. It seemed to be their holy relic. The background of this Pleasure Quarter Alliance is extremely mysterious. Even now, no one knows about it. In the Yanwu dynasty, it firmly suppresses the Heavenly Alliance. More importantly, this organization has a wide network. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it, Imochen said in a somewhat reserved manner after a pause. More importantly, this organization has a lot of connections. Many of the princes, kings, and noble clans have unclear connections to it. As for what kind of unclear connections they had, Xiaochen naturally understood. The heads of the pleasure quarters all had their own charms. It was not difficult for them to bewitch others. How many men could resist their charms? If they ran into a threat, they would not waste their efforts. There would be many benefactors coming to their aid. Xiaochen muttered, pleasure quarters and assassins are ancient occupations that naturally existed since the epoch. With the existence of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Misty Rain Pavilion has been able to thrive, prospering and surviving until now. She is not simple. Sui, this woman is somewhat terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures tore through the air. It was Nangong Feng and the others who had returned. They had inquired about the strength of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 merchant associations and came to report. Over the course of the night, the group thoroughly investigated how many experts the 10 great merchant associations had and how strong they were. Xiaochen listened carefully. Soon he understood what was going on, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. Xiaochen, these 10 merchant associations have deep connections with the local noble clans. I can even sense the royal bloodline aura of some of the sovereign emperor experts overseeing them. This is extremely strange, Nangong Feng said with a somewhat grave expression. Mou said indifferently, no wonder the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand in the Yanwu dynasty. Its profits are strangely low. These people are all traders, colluding with outsiders to split the profits. How can the Heavenly Alliance expand? Xiaochen said calmly, it is more or less as I guessed. The previous 3 envoy inspectors were probably involved. They hindered the interests of some people and died mysteriously. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters controlled the best alchemists, blacksmiths, and blacksmiths in the world. The quality of the medicinal pills, weapons, and secret treasures they refined went without saying. In terms of doing business, the subordinate merchant associations had the support of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. How could the other merchant associations compete with them? The current situation happened because the network of interests was too large and too deep. Even the Heavenly Alliance could not do anything about it. It was not that the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters did not know about such a situation. They had thought of forcefully taking back authority. However, the result was the strange deaths of 3 envoy inspectors, leaving the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty to maintain its current state. Hence, the envoy inspector position remained empty for so many years, with Su Yi managing it. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone in from the window. Xiaochen turned his head to look. The sky was already bright. Wu Meng is not back yet? Xiaochen's face sank slightly. Wu Meng, who he sent to follow Su Yi, had not returned even after dawn. Chapter 22-26. Pavilion Master Su, what about you? The might of a 3-veined sovereign emperor erupted from Xiaochen's body, shaking the surroundings. He struck out with his palm, shattering the wall. A figure screamed as he was sent flying backward. Wu Meng vomited a mouthful of blood. As he looked at the sky, his expression changed drastically under his mask. He had a clear understanding of what he could fight for and what he had to be wary of. The middle-aged man was the president of the Golden Essence Chamber of Commerce. His name was Jin Bao, and his expression was cold and indifferent. For some reason, Su Yi did not mention that Xiao Qin had Ku Yun's disciple following him. "I'm not going either. This yellow-haired brat killed people the moment he arrived." It was obvious that he wanted to give us a show of strength. He wanted to tell us that he had a strong backing and wanted to forcefully take over the power. With just Yi Zifeng protecting him, do you think he can fly to the sky? A total of 11 people sat on the top floor of the main building. Aside from Su Yi, the others were the leaders of the various merchant associations. If he could learn this information in advance and inform it to Xiao Qin, he would undoubtedly be able to take the initiative and advance or retreat with ease. A trace of exhaustion flashed between his brows as he said softly, "I have already delivered the message. Whether you want to go or not depends on you. Before sunset, the Misty Rain Pavilion will welcome you." After talking for half the night, they had more or less said everything that needed to be said. Jin Bao sneered and said, "Chairman Liu, looks like this courtyard of yours isn't as tight as you said. If it doesn't work, I'll arrange a place next time." Halfway through his words, Jin Bao suddenly struck out with his palm. "That's right. Pavilion Master Su, you have always been the acting inspector. Everyone respects you. Now, just a word from you, and we will all listen to you." Their expressions changed greatly. Last night's conversation had been heard by someone? The inescapable net instantly trapped Wu Meng. The Golden Essence Merchant Association was a subordinate merchant association of the Heavenly Alliance's Yen capital, comparable to the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion. The others were just as curious. Jin Bao glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "I want to announce." On the host's seat, Su Yi raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned her head and said, "The two of you, go and take a look as well." But this time he had gained a lot. An old man in the room coughed and said, "All right, the farce ends here. Pavilion Master Su, what do you want to announce by gathering everyone here today?" Outside the building, Wu Meng, who was leaning against the wall, perked up his ears. Just as Xiao Qin expected, Su Yi only stayed in the Misty Rain Pavilion for half an hour before she left. Wu Meng thought to himself, "This Su Yi is like a vixen. Based on her methods, she does not seem like a little girl at all." Dawn broke through the clouds and the morning sun shone brightly. Wu Su Ye's group of 3 entered a heavily guarded courtyard. There were king-grade guards standing guard at the entrance. The moment he landed, he hurriedly stuck to the wall. Flickering spots of light appeared in the black crystal ball. After a while, the old man said, "Miss, no one is following us." A skinny old man said sinisterly. He did not seem to care about Xiao Chen's feelings at all. "Look again and I'll dig out your dog eyes." Wisps of seemingly weak soul power swept over him. Wu Meng knew that the 3 of them were checking to see if anyone was following him. Wu Meng took note of this person's appearance. This person should be a thorn that would not be easy to deal with. Wu Meng, who was hidden behind the 3, felt his heart tighten. He did not know if the Death God mask would work. "Pavilion Master Su, as long as you agree, we will help you get back this face." Even a fly would find it hard to enter, much less a person. Wu Meng frowned heavily outside the courtyard. After putting on the Death God mask, Wu Meng followed Xiao Chen's instructions. After he left, he kept an eye on Su Yi in the Misty Rain Pavilion. "Big brother, there is no need, right? There are no fluctuations from the formations and restrictions at all. Furthermore, who is so blind to dare to come here? Since Elder Liu is not going, I will not go either. I have to think of a way to enter." There had to be sovereign emperor experts maintaining the ritual formations and restrictions in the unseen darkness. After the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Liu Zhang expressed his stance, a few people immediately followed suit, saying that they would not go. The gray-clad old man guarding the pavilion's roof frowned heavily. He seemed to have sensed some subtle fluctuations earlier. "All right, I'll go. All of you, come with me. Be quick and search the entire courtyard again." Wu Meng felt suspicious. At the same time, he felt eager to try. He revealed a faint smile under his mask. The 10 association chiefs gathered at the broken wall, watching Wu Meng's figure. In the next moment, footsteps rang out in the courtyard. A group of guards wearing the Heavenly Alliance's special battle armor rushed over from all directions. Su Yi raised her head and looked out the window. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned bright. I told you to go, so go. Cut the crap. Ha. This is good. Since the new envoy inspector has arrived, I have to meet him. Wu Meng's figure flashed, and his entire body turned pitch black, merging with the night. Wu Meng found a blind spot and leaped up, silently landing in the courtyard. Wei Fatso asked with a heartless smile as he sat up again. He did not feel embarrassed or distressed over what happened earlier. Many people asked as they looked at Su Yi in dissatisfaction. Damn it. I was too careless. That Jin Bao discovered my presence after the sky turned bright. Su Yi raised her eyebrows. This old man was Lu Zhang, the association chiefs of the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Merchant Association, the strongest of the 10. This courtyard was also this person's property. The hidden experts and guards were all his people. Jin Bao smiled faintly and ignored them. The remaining people did not say anything. Some looked at Su Yi, and some looked at the silent middle-aged man. The other old man controlling the bronze mirror put away the secret treasure and said, "No one is following us." Wearing the death god mask, Wu Meng moved stealthily in the crowd, looking like he merged with the darkness. Boom! The streets of the imperial capital Yen City were still filled with flowers at night. There were not many women dressed like Su Yi, but they were not special either. They did not stand out in the crowd. Indeed, Su Yi came to meet these people. Vaguely, there seemed to be 2 big sects within the top 10 chambers of commerce. Su Yi glared at them, and a short sword landed between Fatso's legs. The sword pierced through Wu Meng's pants and stabbed into the chair, trembling slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Meng thought to himself. Clearly, Su Yi was meeting with an important guest. They might be discussing how to deal with Xiao Qin. Wu Meng sat cross-legged and looked around. He now had a clear understanding of the attitude and bottom line of the 10 Merchant Association's association chiefs. This information would be extremely useful to Xiao Qin. It's nothing. I believe everyone already knows that our new envoy inspector is here. He even killed Duke Yun's son in my Misty Rain Pavilion. Let's not talk about this matter. He told me to pass on a message to everyone. You all have to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to meet him before sunset. The 2 used the secret treasures in their hands to check again. Just as everyone said their goodbyes and prepared to leave, a brilliant light flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. Then he suddenly said, "Wait." As Jin Bao breathed, he felt strands of soul energy sweep through his body. Fortunately, the death god mask worked again. The sovereign emperors in the courtyard did not discover him. Such a reply was equivalent to spouting nonsense. The imperial capital Yen City, however, the Misty Rain twin demons still did not feel assured. They each took out a secret treasure, a bronze mirror and a black crystal ball. This person was the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's association leader, Wei Dexin, a famous pervert. Every time Su Yi saw him, he would teach Wei Dexin a lesson. Pavilion Master Su, aren't you being too careful? Fatso fell to the ground in fright, eliciting loud laughter. The others were already used to this and were not surprised. Su Yi nodded slightly and left. He really doesn't know his limits. I think he has forgotten how the previous 3 envoy inspectors died. Jin Bao said in a deep voice, I have something very important to tell everyone. The sky was already bright, but Xiao Qin still had not left. The death god mask had a very different effect during the day and night. Why is he so cautious? Where is he going? Pu Si I. The Misty Rain twin demons returned to Su Ye's side and said softly, It's fine. What happened? Su Yi did not move even after a long time. As she observed, black carriages occasionally stopped, and people entered them. A cold look flashed on Su Ye's face as she entered deep thought. I'll go all out. Only that Fatso could not understand. He smiled happily, not knowing what Jin Bao was up to. Su Yi found this strange, not knowing what Jin Bao wanted to say. The one who spoke was a plump, well-endowed Fatso with a wide smile on his face. His expression did not show any emotional fluctuations, appearing calm and gloomy. He gave the impression of an unfathomable martial Dao expert rather than the association president of a merchant association. The Misty Rain twin demons immediately left to carry out the order. "What's the matter?" Fatso asked with a smile. His beady eyes brazenly sized up Su Ye's voluptuous figure. Hundreds of sovereign personages patrolled the courtyard. There were even 3 vain sovereign emperors guarding the roof. Wu Meng wore a veil and a thick white fur coat. She hid her cultivation, appearing very cautious. The Misty Rain twin demons and 2 vain sovereign emperor old men followed closely behind, protecting her in secret. The sovereign emperor experts in the courtyard opened their eyes at the same time, locking their gazes on Wu Meng. When Jin Bao saw Su Yi looking at him, he said indifferently, "Whether I meet or not is a completely different matter. I need to go back and discuss this with the others before making a decision. If we go and the inspector asks us to hand over the debt, it won't be easy to deal with him. If we don't go, we'll offend the inspector. At that time, it's hard to say if we'll have our resources cut." What? He secretly transmitted his voice. "Third brother, bring some people to patrol the courtyard. Don't let anything happen tonight. If you want to see him, you can go. I won't go unless he comes to pick me up personally. I heard that this inspector isn't even 100 years old. He's just a yellow-haired kid. If he wants me to give him face, he'll have to see his sincerity first." Dong 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 dong. In the main building of the courtyard, someone pushed open the window and looked outside. In the end, he purposely lured him into a trap, and due to his carelessness, he was severely injured by the other party. However, the formations and restrictions were all activated. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang's expression immediately turned unsightly. He said seriously, "Capture him. I want him alive. I want to see who is so bold as to behave atrociously in this old man's territory." Perhaps Su Yi was taking a detour on purpose, or Yen City was truly very large, but they walked for 4 hours. They might gain a great harvest on this trip. This disappointed several people. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilions Association leader, Lu Zhang, snorted coldly in disdain. Naturally, Lu Zhang would not personally check. No one knew if this was a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Wu Meng, who was already hiding outside, felt his heart tighten. It was more or less what he guessed. Su Yi honestly told him what Xiaochen wanted to say. "It's fine. It's probably just a routine check by the guards. The association leaders of our 10 merchant associations are gathered here. We have to be more cautious. Otherwise, we will become a laughingstock if we get wiped out." Wu Meng's opinion could influence the opinions of a group of people. Several people were waiting for him to speak. The sky and the earth were impenetrable. Su Yi laughed softly, her laughter as pleasant as a wind chime. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters appointed the envoy inspector. This little girl has always been barely able to hold the position. Now that a new envoy inspector is here, I will definitely have to hand over my position. Everyone, you have overestimated this little girl. Su Yi had many connections in the imperial capital Yen City. She had the backing of a noble clan and deep accumulations. Everyone had tested each other for a long time. Whether to go or not, most of them had already made up their minds. He killed people in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Clearly, he does not care about Pavilion Master Su. Chapter 22-27. The formation was activated, and the restriction was agitated. Logically speaking, an injured vain sovereign emperor should have no chance of escaping. In fact, Xiaochen did not even need a sovereign emperor to make a move. Given his current state, it would be difficult for him to charge out. On the roof, the 3 vain sovereign emperor gray-clad old man watched coldly as Wu Meng broke through the formation. There were 2 other vain sovereign emperors at Xiaochen's side, ready to attack at any moment. Under the suppression of the formation, I can only bring out 50% of my saber skills. Under the mask, Wu Meng paled as he felt the invisible pressure of the world. Xiaochen could not bring out the full might of his divine seal and Dao domain. They were firmly suppressed around him, preventing him from moving. If he could activate the alloy battle armor, he would feel much better. However, that would expose his identity, which was not what he wanted. So. More than 100 elite guards soared into the sky. They relied on the array formation and restrictions to entangle Wu Meng, intending to capture him. Courting death. Wu Meng snorted coldly. Although he was injured, his dignity prevented him from accepting defeat at the hands of these small fries. Killing turned into a demon, madness enraged. Bang! Wu Meng raged in his heart. Without any fear, he unleashed his massacre Dao domain. A saber light flashed, and the bright sky darkened. When the saber light disappeared, the sky turned bright. 10 cries of agony were heard at the same time. 10 figures died at the same time. Their bodies were split in half and their souls were destroyed. Wu Meng seemed to have gone mad. He raised his saber and swung it down. As the sky darkened, he killed these elite guards, scattering them. Not only did he take a life with each slash, he killed 10 people in a fit of rage. So powerful! The various Chamber of Commerce's association chiefs watching from the main building sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even after Jin Bao had severely injured him. Jin Bao was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, someone who had been famous for a long time. Furthermore, he was still able to display such strength. If he wasn't heavily injured, how terrifying would his strength be? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a grave and stern expression as he cursed, "Bunch of good-for-nothings. Dead or alive, we must take him down today." Seeing Wu Meng make a move, Lu Zhang immediately felt humiliated. His plan to capture Wu Meng alive might fail. "Second bro, third bro, you two go. Make it quick and don't let Mr. Lu lose face again." The gray-robed old man said lightly. The 2 people beside him laughed sinisterly. "All right, my hands have been itching for a long time." Boom! The 2 of them leaped into the air. Immediately, wind and clouds gathered. He felt as if the sky was about to fall on his back. Cracks appeared in Xiao Chen's Dao domain. In a rush, he turned around and chopped. Ding! When the 2 sabers clashed with Wu Meng's sabers, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. "Hee, you also play with sabers? Then we brothers will play with you. We'll show you what real saber skills are." The 2 brothers attacked at the same time. Saber lights flashed, and their figures changed. The sound of sabers clashing rang out endlessly. A vast saber intent soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky above the courtyard. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Wu Meng gritted his teeth as he fought 1 against 2. In just a moment, there were hundreds of saber scars on his body, and blood dyed his robes red. However, the 2 brothers did not have it easy either, and there were also many saber scars on their bodies. Wu Meng was one example. "If you hack at me, I will hack at you." Even if Wu Meng had to suffer another saber strike because of this, he did not fear it. This was where Wu Meng's nickname of Saber Demon came from. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated matched his nature. As Wu Meng's injuries worsened, he became even crazier, attacking even more ruthlessly. To think that the bountiful treasure pavilion's Thunderbolt twin sabers can't suppress this person. After knocking Wu Meng away, the Thunderbolt twin sabers firmly suppressed him. This forced Wu Meng back to the ground, trapping him in the middle, unable to advance. However, after a while, when Wu Meng was bathed in blood, his aura of massacre multiplied. The howling saber hum was like a powerful killing god laughing maniacally. The berserk aura counterattacked. Bush, bush. Saber winds laughed maniacally like ghosts in the courtyard. A strong wind blew, and laughter rang out endlessly. It was unknown whether it was the saber laughing or Wu Meng laughing. However, that laughter made one's scalp go numb. To think that Wu Meng alone suppressed the Thunderbolt twin sabers with his aura alone. Playing with sabers with me? In that case, let's see whose saber is more ruthless. Wu Meng laughed maniacally under the mask. He did not care how severe his injuries were. His grave eyes only focused on the Thunderbolt twin sabers. With the demonic saber in hand, I sing to my heart's content, only killing. The expressions of the association chiefs in the main pavilion slowly changed. The sovereign emperor experts behind them had already moved to stand in front of the association chiefs without them realizing it. The association chiefs already placed their hands on their weapons, fearing that Wu Meng would erupt and take them down with him. He really is a madman. Could this fellow be someone of the demonic Dao? the association chiefs said in a trembling voice when they saw Wu Meng's crazed saber aura. No matter who he is, he will die today. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang said through clenched teeth, showing an extremely cold expression. A brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the peak three-vein sovereign emperor gray-clad old man on the roof. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and everyone's ears buzzed. They felt dizzy, and their souls trembled. When looking around, afterimages layered over each other. The world shook, and their bodies trembled, unable to stand stably. Puxia. Wu Meng's surging aura paused, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the Thunderbolt twin saber's eyes flashed with a cold and merciless light. The two sabers stabbed into Wu Meng's chest at the same time. The instant the sabers pierced Wu Meng's chest, the two reacted as if they had a telepathic connection, retreating frantically. However, it was too late. Wu Meng roared, sounding like the roar of an ancient hero from the depths of the 18 layers of hell. That roar pierced through the layered layers of hell, erupting with an unprecedented aura and scattering the gray-clad old man's soul energy attack. Wu Meng used the last of his remaining strength to roar and chop. The two afterimages shattered, and a horrifying wound appeared on the chests of the Thunderbolt twin sabers, who were retreating. If not for the armor protecting their chests, this saber strike would have chopped the two in half. Even so, the Thunderbolt twin sabers still felt frightened, trembling in fear. Their hands, which held their sabers, continued to tremble. It's over. Everyone could tell that Wu Meng had done his best after that final saber strike. While Wu Meng was not at the end of his rope, he was not far from it. Initially, he had been fighting with his life on the line. That final saber strike, which was unprecedented since ancient times, drained all his divine energy and soul energy. The gray-clad old man, who had been standing on the roof and watching coldly, roared only at the crucial moment, soared into the air. He soared into the sky and arrived before Wu Meng in a flash. Despair flashed in Wu Meng's heart. However, that face under the mask smiled. Wu Meng had used his full power in this final battle, feeling carefree and carefree. He had not lived in vain. As an outstanding talent challenging the martial Dao, if he did not have the resolve to die, the Saber Demon and Wind Demon would not have reached their current heights. However, just as the gray-clad old man was about to attack, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The gray-clad old man placed his hand on Wu Meng's head, not daring to strike and shatter Wu Meng's skull. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed old man had charged over at lightning speed. Why did the gray-clad old man suddenly stop? The gray-clad old man charged over at lightning speed and saw a white-clad person with a cold expression on the wall. At some point, this person had appeared and coldly eyed the gray-clad old man. With just one glance, the gray-clad old man felt unbearable pain as if thousands of sabers were stabbing him. The gray-clad old man's finger twitched, wanting to kill Wu Meng in one go. Do you believe that you will die if you move again? However, just as the gray-clad old man revealed some clues, an icy voice rang out in his ears. The gray-clad old man looked in the direction of the voice. The instant their eyes met, the pressure from Xiao Chen's King True Dragon bloodline surged over, carrying the soul energy of the Blue Dragon Divine Seal. Bang! 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 An invisible aura shattered layer by layer. The gray-clad old man felt a pressure from the depths of his soul, so heavy that he could not breathe. Thud, 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 thud. The gray-clad old man had no choice but to take 3 steps back. Whoosh! However, before the gray-clad old man could take his 3rd step, a purple light flashed, and that white figure landed before him. Even though the gray-clad old man had been prepared, he had not expected this person to throw a palm strike after landing. Reckless fool! The gray-clad old man raged. Just a mere one-vein sovereign emperor. There was no end to this. The aura of a 3-vein sovereign emperor erupted as the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike. Bang! When the 2 palms clashed, the gray-clad old man first used his soul energy, wanting to intimidate Xiao Chen. However, the gray-clad old man suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's soul energy was no weaker than his. In fact, it was even stronger. The gray-clad old man immediately panicked and quickly brought out his 3-vein sovereign emperor divine energy. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven for a sovereign emperor. The gray-clad old man did not believe that his divine energy could not knock back the other party. Suddenly, a blue dragon image appeared behind Xiaochen. Closely following that, many dragon images circled around him. When the 10,000 dragons picture formed, blood leaked out of the gray-clad old man's mouth as he got knocked back by Xiaochen's palm strike. 10,000 dragons art. It's the 10,000 dragons art. The gray-clad old man was very knowledgeable. This was a sovereign emperor cultivation technique that had been lost to the dragon race for countless epochs. This cultivation technique was many levels higher than the one he cultivated. Don't you dare touch my big brother. When the Thunderbolt twin sabers saw that their big brother was injured, they ignored the saber wounds on their chests and charged at Xiaochen at the same time, wanting to help the gray-clad old man. No! Panic flashed in the gray-clad old man's eyes as he shouted, wanting to stop all this. 3 life flower. Xiaochen placed 1 hand on his chest and formed a hand seal. In the next moment, saber lights spread out from his body, looking like petals blooming. It was hard to tell whether it was the beauty of the flower or the resplendent saber light. The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 worlds. The Thunderbolt dual sabers were like moths darting into a flame, right in front of the 3 life flower. Thousands of saber lights pierced through them, killing them miserably on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. No, before the gray-robed old man's voice faded away, his 2 brothers, who had been through life and death with him, had already died. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 10 association chiefs in the main pavilion were all stunned. Chapter 22-28. Second brother, third brother. The gray-robed elder howled in pain and knelt on the ground. What could be more sorrowful than seeing one's brother die in front of one's eyes? Xiaochen's expression remained calm as he turned to look at Wu Meng. 2 sabers were stuck in Wu Meng's chest. Although he was still standing, he had already lost his breath and was unable to speak. Xiaochen reached out and took off Wu Meng's mask. Blood flowed out of Wu Meng's 7 apertures, a ghastly sight. His eyes were wide open and blood flowed out. The corners of his mouth, nostrils, and ears had yet to dry, and his face looked sinister and terrifying. Xiaochen placed his hand on Wu Meng's arm and checked his injuries. After a while, he entered deep thought. The 2 sabers on Wu Meng's chest were not fatal. The truly fatal thing was that Wu Meng had exhausted all his qi and blood in battle, and his soul energy had dried up. Although he wasn't dead, he was hanging by a thread. Xiaochen was a step too late. There was no need for the gray-robed old man to do anything. Wu Meng would die without a doubt. He would not be killed by others but killed in battle. Looking at the wounds on his body, Xiaochen knew at a glance that he could have avoided it. As long as he activated the alloy battle armor, with his strength, he should be able to rush out. However, he didn't want to expose his identity, so he chose to fight to the death. So. A few more figures landed in the courtyard. They were Nangong Feng and the others, who had rushed over. Seeing that Wu Meng had not returned by daybreak, Xiaochen decisively chose to look for Wu Meng. The others were a few steps behind him, only arriving now. Brother Wu. Seeing Wu Meng's appearance, Nangong Feng and the others immediately revealed pained expressions. Only Immortal calmly checked on Wu Meng's injuries. I've already sealed his divine seal to ensure that his soul doesn't scatter. He won't die, so don't be too sad. Immortal, take care of him. I'll be right back. Xiaochen said softly and turned to look at the gray-robed old man. A trace of viciousness flashed in the old man's eyes, but he was not blinded by hatred. He looked coldly at Xiaochen and quickly retreated. What a pity! This kind of person was a scourge if left alive. Now that he had voluntarily retreated, there was no reason to continue killing him. Xiaochen looked around and saw a hole in the wall of the main building. The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders and Suyi looked at him with different expressions. Xiaochen spread his arms and soared into the sky, the dragon shadow following him. He was clearly just one person, but he gave off the impression that there were 10,000 dragons patrolling, majestic and unstoppable. Thud thud thud. Hurried and disorderly footsteps rang out. The leaders of the 10 great merchant guilds all took several steps back. The various sovereign emperor guards silently stepped forward and blocked the way, cautiously looking at Xiaochen. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers. There were several three-vein sovereign emperor experts in this main pavilion. However, when they stood together and faced Xiaochen, for some reason, they felt immense pressure, not daring to underestimate him. There was no need to explain the reason. The royal blue dragon bloodline, the soul energy from the demonic sovereign's divine flame, the 10,000 dragons art that had been passed down for countless epochs, and Xiaochen's untainted and pure heart. How could this group of people face him? Even a four-vein sovereign emperor would feel mountain-like pressure when facing Xiaochen, who did not deliberately withdraw his aura, forcing them to be careful at all times. Barging into this old man's private residence and killing my guards, who exactly are you? The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang, who hid behind the guards, shouted as he looked coldly at Xiaochen with a sullen expression. Greetings, Envoy Inspector. Right after Lu Zhang spoke, Su Yi bowed slightly and greeted softly. The Misty Rain Pavilion's duo Sa Sha bowed at the same time and greeted respectfully. What? The 10 Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately felt an uproar in their hearts. All sorts of expressions appeared on their faces, looking extremely interesting. Xiaochen had arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion only last night. More accurately, he had only arrived about 14 hours ago. Although these people knew that the new envoy inspector was very young, they did not have a portrait of him. They had always felt that the new envoy inspector was just a brat. How could he pose a threat? They did not associate him with Xiaochen at all. When they heard Su Ye's words, they were immediately shocked. They were shocked that the person who killed the Thunderbolt twin sabers was the envoy inspector. Even more shocking was that the envoy inspector was completely different from the rumored brat. He was completely different. Greetings, envoy inspector. No matter what, now that Xiaochen had the Heavenly Alliance's letter of appointment, he was their immediate superior. Even though they felt very unconvinced, they did not dare to show any disrespect. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Xiaochen said indifferently as he walked forward. The Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately made way for him. Without saying anything, Xiaochen sat down on the host's seat. Take a seat. There's no need to stand, Xiaochen said calmly. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso chuckled and said, hearing about you is better than meeting you in person. Lord Envoy Inspector is truly a dragon among men. You are extraordinarily handsome and your skills are incredible. Xiaochen's grace and heroic bearing convinced Fatso with just one look. However, Fatso suddenly recalled that there was an urgent matter at home. My 87th concubine is about to give birth. I will definitely go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize before sunset. Sorry about that, but I really have to go. As Fatso was about to leave, the other Chamber of Commerce's guild leaders immediately cursed him for being shameless in their hearts. However, they followed suit, saying that they had urgent matters to attend to. Those who could not think of an excuse thickened their skin and said that their concubines were about to give birth, like Fatso, and that they would go to the Misty Rain Pavilion to apologize at night. Right now, the atmosphere was clearly not right. The envoy inspector's friend's fate was unknown, and his anger had yet to subside. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang lost a lot of face and felt angry. If they stayed, both sides would suffer. Furthermore, if Xiaochen used this opportunity to make things difficult for them, they would not be prepared at all. When they returned, they would discuss it with the faction behind them before making a decision. At that time, whether they went to the Misty Rain Pavilion or not, it would be much easier. They would not be like now, caught off guard and unprepared, facing a strong envoy inspector. Xiaochen glanced at Fatso. Bai Yunfei was the one who investigated the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's information. Wei Fatso was not lying when he said that he indeed had 87 concubines. However, your 87th concubine has only been in the family for 4 months, and she is going to give birth so early. Clearly, she is not your child. There is no need to rush back. I'll find someone to help you kill her tomorrow, ending all your troubles. There is no need to thank me. Su Yi, who was at the side, could not help giggling. After Xiaochen finished speaking, he ignored Fatso's explanation. He said seriously, "Everyone, there is no need to beat around the bush. As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. Since everyone is here, let's talk about tonight's matter now." Since they ran into each other, Xiaochen naturally would not let these people leave no matter what. "It is good that everyone is not leaving. Just stay. Let's not talk about anything else first. Although you are the envoy inspector, you killed my sovereign emperor guards without permission. Even if you report this matter to Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang, you will not be able to justify yourself. This old man respects you as the Lord Envoy Inspector. However, you need to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this old man will not let this matter rest." The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang showed a cold expression as he took the initiative to make things difficult. He picked up his teacup and looked at Xiaochen. No matter what, he is a sovereign emperor. How can he kill him rashly? Even if he is in the wrong, he is still someone from the Heavenly Alliance. There is no need to be so ruthless. Lord Envoy Inspector, you should give us an explanation. Otherwise, old Lu's anger will not be appeased. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's contributions to the Heavenly Alliance are the greatest in the Yanwu dynasty. No matter what, you should give us some face. After all, the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang had operated in the imperial capital for many years. His reputation and connections among the 10 great merchant associations gave him a lot of weight. The moment Lu Zhang spoke, a few association chiefs voiced their support. However, their tones were rather gentle. If Xiaochen had not shown such an overbearing attitude earlier, these words might have sounded strange and exceptionally unpleasant. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao showed a meaningful cold smile as he casually toyed with the 3 glass pearls in his hand. Jin Bao really wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Lu Zhang. Jin Bao wanted to see how this new envoy inspector, who appeared extraordinary but was clearly too young, would deal with a sinister old man like Lu Zhang. Just based on his aura, one could not tell if Lu Zhang was a true dragon or a false dragon. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso seemed to be thinking about how to defend himself against the problem of whether he had planted the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion or not, ignoring everything else. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations observed Xiaochen's expression and cheered in their hearts. As long as the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang continued to be unyielding, the bigger the commotion, the better. It would be for the best if this envoy inspector could cause a commotion and not talk about collecting authority and auditing the accounts. If Xiaochen did not deal with this properly, these neutral association chiefs would quickly join the ranks of those supporting Lu Zhang. The seemingly calm room was actually full of schemes, each harboring ulterior motives. There were undercurrents surging, boundlessly dangerous. However, Xiaochen did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Su Yi and asked, "Pavilion Master Su, what do you think?" Su Yi felt stunned when she heard that. Clearly, she had not expected Xiaochen to throw the ball at her. This move also surpassed many people's expectations. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on Su Yi. Xiaochen was forcing her to take a stand. There was no way out. Under everyone's gazes, the situation forced her into a corner. She could not avoid it. Su Yi's thoughts raced. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. However, she soon figured out that she was very clear on Lu Zhang's background. However, she could not figure out Xiaochen's background. No matter what, she could not offend Xiaochen too much for now. Furthermore, when the two of them tested each other in the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiaochen did not show any hostility to her. Unexpectedly, his seemingly joking words, "Pull me up after falling into the river," came true so quickly. There seems to be some misunderstanding in this matter. It is still too early to conclude that the envoy inspector is wrong. After we investigate this matter, it will not be too late to seek justice for association chiefs, Su Yi said softly, unhurriedly. Although Su Yi's voice was not loud, everyone in the room heard her clearly. The association chiefs who wanted to support Lu Zhang immediately dispelled such thoughts. While Su Yi's words seemed fair, in reality, she was biased toward Xiaochen. saying that it was too early to say that there was a misunderstanding completely dispelled Lu Zhang's intention to make trouble for Xiaochen. More importantly, Su Ye's words indicated that she had already taken a side. This was something worth pondering. Xiaochen smiled faintly and looked at the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang. He did not say anything, but his meaning was clear. Pavilion Master Su already said that it was a misunderstanding. If you continue to cause trouble, you will not be popular. Misunderstanding? Lu Zhang smiled coldly. Then, he said indifferently, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. It looks like there is no need for this old man to remain here. Lu Zhang stood up to leave. However, he was somewhat disappointed. No one stood up with him. Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. Then, he turned around and left quickly with a sullen expression. However, just as Lu Zhang reached the door, a cold voice rang out, causing his entire body to freeze. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao dares to treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Chapter 22-29. Without my instructions, if you dare to walk out of this door today, this Xiao will treat you as not a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen's cold voice echoed in the pavilion, immediately freezing the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang. With just one simple sentence, everyone could clearly sense the cold, emotionless, and indifferent killing intent from Xiao Chen's body. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little quiet. Aside from the sound of heartbeats, there was no sound of wind or words. Was Xiao Chen just bluffing, or was he really going to kill? The association chiefs of the subordinate merchant associations could not understand what was going on. They stole glances at Xiao Chen. Aside from coldness, Xiao Chen did not show any emotion, appearing unfathomable and unfathomable. Damn it! Lu Zhang cursed in his heart. His expression turned extremely sullen as he stood with his back facing Xiao Chen. No matter whether Lu Zhang advanced or retreated, it was an indisputable fact that he was at a disadvantage before Xiao Chen in their first clash. At this moment, Lu Zhang was stuck in a dilemma. He did not dare to act rashly. He was somewhat afraid that Xiao Chen would really disregard everything and kill him here. Xiao Chen was clearly just a one-vain sovereign emperor. However, the strength that he showed deterred the three-vain sovereign emperor guards from making a rash move. Lu Zhang also did not know where the gray-clad old man from earlier had gone. If that gray-clad old man were still around, Lu Zhang was confident that he could protect himself even if Xiao Chen made things difficult for him. Now, Lu Zhang really did not dare to gamble. The best outcome would be for someone to step forward and share some of the pressure for him. However, there was no one. No one in the pavilion stood up for him, making him feel even more flustered. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, I will lose all my dignity. If word gets out that I was frightened by a brat, I will not retreat. In the future, how am I going to establish myself in the cruel imperial capital? If you want to play, this old man will play with you. At worst, this old man will die together with you. This thought just appeared in Lu Zhang's mind when he suddenly felt the killing intent behind him multiply, rising rapidly. It was Xiao Chen casually moving his right hand, silently forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen's killing intent seemed to make time stop as it penetrated Lu Zhang's body. Like frost, it spread through his limbs, bones, and internal organs. As long as he dared to act rashly, Xiao Chen would definitely kill him without the slightest mercy. Guild leader Lu, come back first. It won't be too late to leave after hearing what the envoy inspector has to say. Su Yi frowned slightly and said softly. She did not wish to see an overly domineering Xiao Chen. The moment this was said, Lu Zhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "All right, then this old man will listen to exactly what you have to say." The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao smiled coldly in his heart. You are so scared that you nearly peed your pants, yet you are still stubbornly holding on. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His killing intent dissipated as he said softly, "Chairman Lu, please take a seat." Lu Zhang's face was dark as he slowly sat down. However, he was no longer as overbearing as before. The other chamber leaders felt somewhat rueful. Even Lu Zhang had submitted to Xiao Chen. How were they to face this new envoy inspector? Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the faces of the 10 merchant association's leaders. Then he took out stacks of account books and stacked them up. Account books? Lord Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Do you not trust us? You want to check our accounts the moment you arrive? The one who spoke was the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief. Account books were always sensitive things, especially for the merchant associations under the Heavenly Alliance. When the Heavenly Treasure Merchant Association's chief saw the account books, all of them showed unsightly expressions. Even the calm Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao and the simple-minded 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Wei Fatso showed somewhat grave expressions. They all looked at Xiao Chen, waiting to see how he would respond. Lord Xiao, I have checked these account books, Su Yi said softly, raising her eyebrows. Su Yi raised her eyebrows and said softly. The smile on her face was somewhat cold. Everyone had their own bottom line. Clearly, this account book was the bottom line of everyone present. As long as Xiao Chen dared to make a move, he would offend everyone here, forcing them into dire straits. Jin Bao twirled the 3 pearls in his hand as he said seriously, Lord Envoy Inspector, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a person who wanted to check the accounts on a whim. The story came to an end. Xiao Chen understood. He purposely asked, and then? Jin Bao replied calmly, there is no then. That is the end of the story. Those who dared to touch this bottom line are all dead. Jin Bao was referring to the previous 3 envoy inspectors, a disguised threat to Xiao Chen. No, this is just the end of your story. My story has just begun. Do you want to listen to me? Xiao Chen asked expressionlessly as he looked at Jin Bao. Jin Bao felt stifled. He could not understand Xiao Chen's question. So, he said seriously, please speak. Xiao Chen stood up and gently clapped his hand. Immediately, the stack of account books turned to ashes. Such a scene stunned everyone, not understanding what was going on. There are no problems with the account books. Pavilion Master Su has already seen them. How can I find any problems? These words should have made the various association chiefs happy. However, Lu Zhang and the others felt that things were not that simple. Xiao Chen paused for a while before continuing. According to the Heavenly Alliance's rules, the subordinate merchant associations have to hand over 60% of their profits to the headquarters every year. Everyone has been following this rule for the past few years. This time, I am not here to check the accounts or to make things difficult for everyone. I am doing this for everyone's benefit. From today on, the various merchant associations only have to hand over 40% of their profits to the headquarters. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of the 10 association chiefs immediately changed. Ha! The envoy inspector is really generous, reducing our burden by 20% in one go. However, the heavens can bear witness to my loyalty to the Heavenly Alliance, with the sun and the moon as my witness. How can I, this way, be a short-sighted person who covets small profits? Only when the Heavenly Alliance is strong can we gain a foothold in the imperial capital. I am still willing to hand over the profits as per the old rules. Wei Fatso stood up and patted his chest as he spoke righteously. Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to speak, Wei Dexin said, My lord, there is no need to say anything else. I have already made up my mind. There is no need to try and persuade me otherwise. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. In the past, they said they would hand over 60%. However, in reality, they were just making up the accounts. The profits that were truly handed over to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters were less than 20%. The merchant associations and the noble clans of the dynasty split the profits in secret. In some years, the profits were not even 10%. Since Xiao Chen was here, he naturally would not allow such a thing to continue. Most importantly, this concerned his own interests. When the others saw Wei Fatso, they seemed to want to follow suit. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop them. Then he looked at Wei Dexin and said, I am not trying to persuade you. I am helping you. Here is a new contract. Take a look. If there is nothing wrong with it, change it to 60% and sign it. The contract was written on golden paper with bright red ink. At the end of the seal was Xiao Chen's inspector seal and his own handprint. As long as Wei Fatso signed his name and stamped the seal of his Chamber of Commerce, he would be able to obtain the seal. This contract would take effect immediately within the Heavenly Alliance and could not be changed. With the contract in his hand, Wei Fatso took a look at it and his face turned pale. While Wei Fatso was looking at the contract, Xiaochen took out the other contracts and handed them to the others one by one. You can sign the contract at 40%. No need to change it. Reset the past and redo the accounts. This will be supervised by Pavilion Master Su and Master Ku Yun's disciple, Imochen. We are willing to hand over 40% of our annual profits to the headquarters of the Heaven Alliance, effective immediately. Upon seeing these words, the faces of the Chamber of Commerce leaders changed dramatically. In the past, the accounts were all fake. They claimed to be 60%, but in reality, only less than 20% of the profits were handed over. Once this contract was signed, they would have to hand over at least 20% of their profits every year. 20% was not to be underestimated. Given the prosperity of the imperial capital, Yen City, this additional 20% was an astronomical figure. Every one of the 10 great merchant associations had to hand over an additional 20%. That number was simply unimaginable. The Heaven Alliance's profits in the Yenwu dynasty in 1 year equaled 10 years, even a century. Back then, Xiaochen, Imochen, and Bao had calculated that if they did not fake the accounts, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages. To these merchant associations, handing over only 40% of their profits would actually be more beneficial than detrimental. However, it was not that simple to put into practice. Every merchant association had connections with the noble clans of the dynasty or even the royal court behind them. A large portion of the profits that they embezzled went to these noble clans and the royal court. If these merchant associations signed the new contract, it would be equivalent to severing ties with these noble clans. This required great courage. The true purpose of the new contract was not to suppress these merchant associations but to remove the noble clans that sucked blood from the Heavenly Alliance. Cutting off the tumor. However, the tumor had already penetrated deep into the marrow, even merging with the body. Cutting it off would result in self-injury. However, without such determination, the Heavenly Alliance's benefits in the Yenwu dynasty would become empty shells sooner or later. Xiao Chen's envoy inspector status would become a joke, not worth mentioning. When the disease was beyond cure, one had to have the courage to face death, use the strongest medicine, and press forward. Chapter 2230. No one dared to look directly at Xiao Chen's tyrannical aura. This was not the aura that a one-vain sovereign emperor should have. Xiao Chen had not even attacked Lu Zhang, yet he attacked Jin Bao. Furthermore, Jin Bao had been caught off guard. However Jin Bao injured Wu Meng, Xiao Chen returned it to him in the same way, doubling it. The past was reset, and the accounts were redone. Lord Xiao, this is my declaration. Even the original owner, Lu Zhang, had left. Only Xiao Chen and Su Yi remained in the empty main pavilion. Without any warning, Xiao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline erupted, and his eyes turned golden. Many thanks. Goodbye. When Su Yi heard that, her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "So, you are actually kind in the depths of your heart. However, you were forced to do this. You still want to compromise. If you really want to, I can help you." Jin Bao took the New Testament and prepared to leave. Either you make a declaration and leave, or you sign the New Testament. Everyone is in the same boat. As long as I still breathe, I will not let you suffer any grievances. Take your time to think about it. I believe you can choose the pros and cons, Wei Dexin said with a smile as he held the New Testament. The entire courtyard shook intensely. The royal blue dragon's might lingered. No one had ever put him in such a predicament before. Su Yi hesitated for a while before finally receiving the New Testament. She said somewhat helplessly, "I'm not free. However, it is my duty to bring you around the imperial capital." "All right, 60% it is. I'll sign it. My life is really bitter. So, sob. As Xiao Chen coldly watched the guards carry Jin Bao away, the golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. His expression remained calm, not showing much emotion. Xiao Chen remained calm, showing no fluctuations in his expression. he said indifferently. Who else wants to leave? Just make a declaration like Lu Zhang and leave. There will come a day when you will beg this old man to return the declaration. Let's go. With the activation of the royal blue dragon bloodline, even a four-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block the supreme dragon fist's strongest move. After offending Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, Xiaochen would probably lose his job as the envoy inspector. Hold on. This old man will not sign this new contract. I would rather leave the Heavenly Alliance than sign it. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. You guys do the same. It's hard to make a choice, but you have to make a choice. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'm not afraid. I'll be frank with you. I hate traitors the most in my life. While taking the Heavenly Alliance's resources, you collude with outsiders to split the profits. Don't even think about doing such a thing in the future. I haven't had the chance to stroll around the imperial capital. Pavilion Master Su, if you have the time, can you show me your hospitality? However, he was not stupid. He did not dare to offend both him and Lu Zhang at the same time. Lu Zhang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He said indifferently, "Men, bring me a brush and ink. Lord Xiao, this is my new agreement. This old man has already decided. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "There's no need. You may leave." She did not reveal herself, but she was like a venomous snake, terrifying others and not daring to offend her. Xiaochen could hear the resentment in Su Ye's words. She had helped Xiaochen today. The two guards landed on the ground and helped Jin Bao up. When they saw his injuries, they immediately became enraged. However, Su Yi had not expected this person to attack Jin Bao. However, there were also people who thought, since Xiaochen dares to offend both Jin Bao and Lu Zhang at the same time, does he have a powerful backer? How ruthless! Shock flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Earlier, Xiaochen secretly asked her how Wu Meng got injured. "Lord Xiao, we successfully forced the 7 merchant associations to leave the Heavenly Alliance. Are you satisfied now? Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme." Jin Bao smiled faintly as praise flashed in his heart. This fellow looks like he does not leave any leeway and is overbearing. I'll send you off. Leave the Heavenly Alliance. Lord Xiao, Fatso has decided to follow you. However, can you change this new agreement to 60%? Jin Bao toyed with the 3 pearls in his hand as he met Xiaochen's gaze with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then he asked indifferently, "Lord Xiao, are you asking this Jin to make a decision as well?" Xiaochen said softly as he handed the 3 copies of the new agreement, including Fatso's, to the other party. However, rage and murderous intent did not overwhelm Jin Bao's final bit of rationality. He knew that if the guards beside him dared to attack Xiaochen, they would definitely die. Even if he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, he had to thank Xiaochen for this punch. Seeing Xiaochen injure Wu Meng, aside from being shocked, many of the association chiefs also made up their minds. Caught off guard, Jin Bao could not react at all. Xiaochen's punch sent him flying. Bang! The first 4 words represented Xiaochen's sincerity. He would not pursue the past of these association chiefs for falsifying accounts. The last 4 words represented Xiaochen's ambition. He hoped to reshuffle the cards and establish his own order. The other association chiefs would have to think twice before making such a declaration. They did not have such confidence. Aside from the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang, who had deep accumulations and strong connections, he did not fear such a declaration. Xiaochen asked as he turned his head, not caring about it. Lu Zhang looked at Xiaochen, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he turned and left. "I will take the new agreement back and study it carefully. I will definitely give Lord Xiao a satisfactory answer in the near future." Xiaochen said calmly. This Fatso's background was somewhat unfathomable. Su Yi said in a somewhat piercing tone with a smile on her face. If Xiaochen could not even protect himself, how could he protect the people in the same boat as him? In an instant, Fatty Wei was the only one left among the 10 chambers of commerce who was still in a dilemma. "Lord Xiao, this is this old man's declaration. Lord Xiao, please keep it safe for now. No matter how forceful Xiao Chen was, he should not offend both of them at the same time. Have you heard of this saying? Seeking compromise through conflict. Many people appear overbearing, showing an attitude of wanting to destroy both good and bad together. In reality, the more this is so, the more insecure they feel. However, they want to use this to seek compromise and gain a foothold for themselves. Confusion flashed in Jin Bao's eyes. He turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" "Wrong. I am a bad person. I will not show mercy when I gain the upper hand. If these people take a step back, they can forget about making a comeback before me." Xiao Chen, hold it properly. Association chiefs. Xiao Chen would only believe Xiao Chen if Xiao Chen was willing to sign the new agreement at 60%. Otherwise, he would consider it even if Xiao Chen delivered himself to him. Xiao Chen extended his hand and gestured for Xiao Chen to leave. Then he said, "Leave a declaration that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, and you may leave. Take care. I won't send you off." After writing the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, Lu Zhang no longer stood on ceremony with Xiao Chen, directly addressing him by his name. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, immediately angering Su Yi. She did not want to bother with him anymore. The remaining Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association signed the new agreement in duplicate. Xiao Chen kept one for himself and handed the other to Xiao Chen. "Lord Xiao, can you allow this old man to return and discuss this for a while before making a decision? After all, this matter is very important and involves many people. This old man finds it hard to make a decision." As long as Xiao Chen was willing, he could add another punch to Jin Bao's death. I'm leaving. My 87th concubine is still waiting for me. I hope he is not my child." Compared to Lu Zhang, this Jin Bao was even more secretive among the 10 association chiefs. "All right, I will take good care of it. Association chiefs Li, take care." Boom! Jin Bao crashed heavily into the restrictions on the ground. Cracks appeared in the restrictions reinforced by the layers of formations. Xiao Chen stood up and walked over, calmly giving chase. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen told the other party about Jin Bao's sneak attack. After a while, Xiao Chen stamped the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's seal on a piece of paper. Then he left behind a drop of essence blood containing soul energy and delivered it to Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief made his decision and handed the statement to Xiao Chen. The many association chiefs in the pavilion sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. "Are you satisfied?" Wei Fatso put on an act, scowling miserably as he signed the new agreement, giving 60% of the profits. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed suit. Soon, only the 3 association chiefs remained. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's new agreement was very tempting. However, most of the time, one could not clear the profits just because one said so. I like loyal people the most. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Chairman Wei's loyalty, with the sun and the moon as a witness. You are willing to give up 20% of the profits. How can I betray your loyalty? Let's not talk about this anymore. The blue dragon image condensed and materialized into countless dragon images, forming the ancient 10,000 dragons picture with the blue dragon as the leader. Jin Bao vomited a mouthful of blood. This punch had taken away most of his life, putting him on the verge of death. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's association chief. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao. I am just an insignificant pavilion master. Who cares whether I am satisfied or not?" Su Yi laughed softly. Her laughter was as pleasant as a wind chime. This person was born with a beautiful voice. It would be a pity if she did not become a singer. A murderous intent flashed in Jin Bao's eyes as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Then he used the last of his strength to grab the 2 guards. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Stop. Don't be rude to Lord Xiao. Jin Bao thanks Lord Xiao for sending me off. Let's go." However, Xiao Chen had chased away the 7 merchant associations, even offending Lu Zhang and Jin Bao at the same time. Furthermore, he had reshuffled the cards without her consent. This upset Su Yi. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilions. Lu Zhang coldly swept his gaze over the Bountiful Treasure Pavilions Association chief and understood the true meaning of the new agreement. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilions Association chief said in a trembling voice as he held the new agreement. Jin Bao felt like he was dying. He was at a loss. Chapter 2231. The imperial capital, Yen City, was flourishing and prosperous. Fragrant chariots and horses, jade chariots crisscrossing, golden whip arrowheads, dragon jaws, phoenix soil tassels. There were even golden threads winding around the trees, celestial birds singing about the flowers, jade trees and silver platforms, and window lattice acacia. It was a flourishing scene of rich and powerful nobles competing in luxury and pursuing pleasure. As Xiaochen strolled through the imperial capital Yen City in the early morning, he fully appreciated the prosperity of the imperial capital Yen City. Many thanks to you for Wu Meng's matter. After leaving the main building, Su Yi checked on Wu Meng's injuries again. Then she got the Misty Rain twin fiends to contact a famous doctor in the imperial capital to treat Wu Meng. It's just a small matter. Even if there isn't a famous doctor, Master Ku Yun's disciple is capable. Your friend's injuries also healed very quickly. However, if I'm not mistaken, he must have been following me in secret. That's why he ended up like this. Su Yi casually glanced at the scene on the street as she spoke in a carefree manner. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Of course, Xiaochen would not take the initiative to admit this. He said with a serious face. Su Yi thought disdainfully. Just as she was about to speak, a figure hurried over to them. The person who came was not very old and looked very young. He wore a simple green robe with a green luan embroidered on his collar. This is a messenger from the Azure Phoenix Pavilion. Su Yi, who knew the various major powers of the imperial capital like the back of her hand, explained. Miss, you have good eyes. This must be young Master Xiao. Here is a letter for you. Please keep it well. After handing the letter to Xiaochen, the messenger left quietly, his figure quickly drowning in the tide of people. Opening the envelope, Xiaochen read the contents. There were not many words in the letter, just a simple sentence. I heard that benefactor Xiao has come to Yen City, and I am very happy. Let's meet at the Misty Rain Pavilion in 3 days. The Hidden Spirit Temple's little monk, Yuan Zhen. Xiaochen put away the letter and thought to himself, how fast. This fellow has just arrived in Yen City, and he already received the news. He must have come for the key to the Divine Palace. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to prepare a private room for me in the Misty Rain Pavilion 3 days later. It's simple. I'll send someone to arrange it after I return. This small interlude did not interrupt Xiaochen's mood. The capital's beautiful scenery was worth visiting. However, when he invited Su Yi out, he did not really want her to accompany him shopping. Instead, he wanted to test her attitude. However, there was no rush. He believed that Su Yi was more anxious than he was. As expected, after a while, Su Yi took the initiative to ask, what do you plan to do next? After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, the Heavenly Alliance's profits in the Yanwu dynasty decreased by at least 80%. Not only do you have to face pressure from the Heavenly Alliance, but you also have to face the threat of the noble clans in the capital. Xiaochen said calmly, we will take the initiative to attack. First, we will cut off the Heavenly Alliance's resources from these 7 great merchant associations. I say, Yun one of sect one with. A bright light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. In the end, she had underestimated this Xiaochen. It looked like he came prepared. He was very clear about what he had done and did not regret it at all. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, it will be difficult for me. Without Lord Mu Zifeng's approval, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. The Misty Rain Pavilion managed the resources provided by the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Then, they distributed them to the 10 merchant associations. Based on the current situation, the Misty Rain Pavilion's authority was in Su Ye's hands. If she was not willing, it would be impossible for her to cut off the 10 merchant associations' resources. It's fine. I'll bear all the responsibility. If you find it difficult, you can leave it to me. Xiaochen's meaning was clear. If Su Yi is not willing, then let's go. I'll do it myself. Su Ye's expression changed. Clearly she made up her mind. After a while, she said, "All right, I agree. However, I always keep 10% of the Heavenly Alliance's resources for myself. This rule cannot be changed in the future." Xiaochen thought to himself, I can tell that this pretty Su Yi is so black-hearted. She keeps 10% of the resources for herself. Who knows how much profit she has made over the years? Now that I think about it, she cannot take it all by herself. I do not know if the Sword God noble clans are behind her. However, it is good that things are clear. Now that I know the other party's bottom line, many things will be easier to negotiate. Alright, it is settled. Which one do you think is better? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion, the Linlang Pavilion, or the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association? There was no need to fall out with Su Yi for now. 10% of the resources was still within Xiao Chen's acceptable range. The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association are at the bottom of the 10 merchant associations. They do not have deep ties to the noble clans, and their presence is negligible. That's why they dare to sign a new contract. If you want to support them, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion is the only choice. However, Fatso is not easy to deal with. He looks like he is acting crazy, but in reality he is very ambitious and capable. Su Yi had a very high evaluation of Wei Dexin. She said seriously, if you are not worried about him biting back at you, there should not be a problem. It looks like this is the only choice. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion had a rather deep relationship with Xiao Chen. Su Yi looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly smiled. I discovered that I really cannot see through you. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion is supported by the First Prince. The Golden Essence Merchant Association is supported by the 13th Prince. These two princes are very strong and have the ability to seize the throne. To think that you are not flustered at all. Can you tell me why you are so confident? Are you really not afraid of death? When Su Yi saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about how to support the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, she could no longer hold back. Su Yi could no longer hold back. Including Monarch Yu, Xiao Chen had already offended 3 princes. Su Yi simply could not understand how Xiao Chen dared to offend the royal clan in Yen City. I can tell you. However, you have to tell me, what is your relationship with the Sword God's noble clan? Xiao Chen asked softly with a smile, raising his eyebrows. Forget it. At the mention of the Sword God's noble clan, Su Ye's expression immediately changed, even turning somewhat cold. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like the other party's relationship with the Sword God's noble clan was not as simple as he thought. The Sword God's noble clan was a noble, orthodox clan. To think that they allowed a woman to manage a brothel in public. Actually, this was very strange, even more serious than when Fiendish Saber Shimu practiced the saber technique. Su Ye's expression was the same as the previous night. When Xiao Chen mentioned the Sword God's noble clan, the other party's expression immediately changed. It looked like this was the other party's taboo. There had to be something strange about this. That is, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered an ancient pavilion that was even more majestic and grand than the Misty Rain Pavilion. So, he quickly changed the topic. Right? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is the best brothel in the imperial capital Yen City. It has the best musicians and the most beautiful singers. Furthermore, it has a powerful sword dance that has been passed down for a long time and is known as the best in the world. When the fairy basket appears, even a sovereign emperor will make a move. The profits there are horrifying. At the mention of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Su Yi revealed a complicated and somewhat respectful expression, successfully forgetting her earlier unhappiness. Xiao Chen recalled the Pleasure Quarter alliance that Imochen mentioned. Aside from the Misty Rain Pavilion, all the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital Yen City belonged to the Pleasure Quarter alliance. From a certain point of view, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented the Pleasure Quarter alliance. How does the Misty Rain Pavilion compare to it? Su Yi frowned slightly and sighed softly. The 10 headliners of the imperial capital are all in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion has only one. The greatest difference is accumulations. The other party can continuously nurture headliners, but the Misty Rain Pavilion cannot. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of someone. He asked, "Have you heard of the headliner Ling Long?" "Naturally. She has been one of the 10 headliners for a long time already. Her supreme pipa skills are unparalleled in the world, unrivaled. She can be called an immortal musician. However, she already... Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to continue, someone suddenly got tossed out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and landed heavily on the street. This immediately caused a commotion. There were always people who did not follow the rules in the pleasure quarters. Most of them were people who could not resist making a move on the courtesans. Such a situation happened practically every day. Then, many people went to watch the commotion. Another lecher, Su Yi said disdainfully. Xiao Chen looked around. A large group of people appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It seemed like they did not want to let go of the person who got tossed out. Ha! Foolish brat, you got tossed out again, right? Big brother already told you not to go in. When the time comes, just snatch him away. However, you refused to listen. Ha! However, a beggar caught the person who got tossed out. The beggar smiled, giving a good impression. Xiao Chen found the person who got caught somewhat familiar. He wanted to follow and take a few more glances. However, that beggar laughed loudly as he grabbed that person. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd. This angered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion guards into cursing. They looked around for the person but could not find him. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could only give up. Let's go. Let's go back. When Xiao Chen and Su Yi turned to leave, a window opened on the top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The flower-like girl looked in the direction of the beggar's departure. Her eyes were filled with worry, and the worry between her eyebrows did not dissipate. She was disappointed and frustrated. Chapter 2232. As Xiao Chen leisurely strolled around the imperial capital, he and Su Yi came to a preliminary consensus. This matter that would startle Yan City and affect the entire Yanwu dynasty settled down peacefully just like that. The 10 subordinate merchant associations of the Heavenly Alliance occupied more than 70% of the entire dynasty's market. However, due to the deep involvement, the Heavenly Alliance could not get the biggest slice of the pie, even though it wanted to. These merchant associations and the local noble clans worked together to split the true benefits. What was left to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was just a layer of soup. Even if they wanted to, they had to maintain the status quo due to the successive deaths of the previous envoy inspectors. After chasing away the 7 merchant associations, how long could Xiao Chen live? Would he end up like the previous envoy inspector? No one could be confident that he would die a violent death. Xiao Chen had just arrived in the imperial capital, yet he made such a big move. It would be hard not to stir up a storm. The road ahead was dangerous, and the storm would be hard to stop. Undercurrents gathered, waiting for the day to erupt. In the courtyard behind the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Chen's mental state did not change, remaining calm. After killing the Thunderbolt twin sabers, the Mahamya abstinence violation saber technique's 3-life flower, he tested out a small part of his skills. The results satisfied Xiao Chen. The 3-life flower was only at initial perfection, still far from great perfection. The more it was so, the more anticipation he felt. When it truly reached great perfection, how startling would the 3-life flowers might be. Aside from this, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 10,000 Dragons picture materialized with the blue dragon as the leader was simply incomparable to the previous 10,000 Dragons picture. With the support of the new 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen could clash head-on with a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor with his 1-vein Sovereign Emperor Divine Energy Cultivation, gaining the upper hand. Perhaps it has something to do with me activating the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said seriously. No matter what kind of storm he stirred up, the most important thing now was to raise his strength. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen focused on refining his soul with the soul accumulating pill. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the 3-life flower and the 10,000 Dragons art's first layer. He could clearly feel his strength increasing at every moment. The strength of the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline was slowly manifesting itself, giving Xiao Chen endless transformations. 3 lives flower. When the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. What it pursues is the instant of eruption, the ultimate power. If you want to increase this explosive power, you have to give the flower nutrients and light before it blooms, and then accumulate the power to bloom. No, that's not right. If I can't untie this knot, I'm afraid I can only reach initial mastery of the 3 lives flower. Where did I go wrong? Difficult. Maybe I was wrong from the beginning. Maybe I'm confused now. I should pursue my initial feeling and walk straight to the end. During these 3 days, Xiaochen's cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art and nourishing his soul energy went smoothly. With the help of the sovereign blue dragon bloodline and the soul accumulating pill, he improved rapidly. Only the cultivation of the 3 life flower reached a bottleneck, stopping at small success. The 3 life flower and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's 5th move were much more difficult than expected. The instant the flower blooms, the 3 illuminations. Xiaochen muttered to himself as he paced around the courtyard. Then, he looked up and saw jade-green decorations in the mirror lake behind the misty rain pavilion. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he saw lotus leaves forming a green sea growing in the lake. When he looked into the distance, he could see blue flowers growing among the lotus leaves. Blue lotus flowers. This startled Xiaochen slightly as he recognized the origins of these flowers. The blue lotus flower was also known as the water lily. It symbolized holiness, dignity, and solemnity. This flower had many connections to the Buddhist sect. Due to the hidden spirit temple, blue lotus flowers were rather common in the imperial capital. The lotus flowers had already bloomed beautifully. At some point in time, they looked very beautiful on the mirror lake. Perhaps I really was wrong at the start. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. It is not the instant the flower blooms but the illumination of 3 lives. What it pursues is not the instant of eruption but the saber strike after the flower blooms. Xiaochen's eyes lit up and he immediately revealed joy on his face. He quickly closed his eyes and started comprehending again. Boundless veritable essence energy and soul energy poured into his chest from his limbs and bones. Instantly, specks of light shot out from his chest. In the next moment, when Xiaochen opened his eyes, blue petals silently bloomed from his body. The immortal flowers bloomed, and a blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent instantly bloomed with Xiaochen as the center. Xiaochen was not done yet. He drew the tyrant saber, and a saber light shot out. Instantly, the sky filled with blue lotus flowers. The light of the blue lotus flowers illuminated the entire world. He could not see the misty rain pavilion, the mirror lake, or even the imperial capital, Yan City. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, the various scenes that Xiaochen experienced flickered in the surroundings, twisting into shadows. As Xiaochen stood on the blue lotus flowers, his eyes looked crystal clear. His mortal heart was transparent and bright. So, that is the case. My heart is the foundation of this move. When the mundane heart is covered in dust, the instant the flower blooms, it is cleansed and illuminated for 3 lifetimes. Xiaochen only drew the tyrant saber. If he drew the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer, who knew what kind of dreamlike scene this 3-life flower would show? With a thought, the light and shadows scattered, and the blue lotus flowers under Xiaochen retracted. Finally, they gathered into a flower core and merged with Xiaochen's heart, turning into an immortal heart that was cleansed and bright. This immortal heart did not refer to an immortal. Instead, when the 3-life flower reached great perfection, the mundane heart transformed into a brand new immortal heart. I finally reached great perfection. I just need to continue practicing this immortal heart, and I can make the blue lotus flowers bloom at any time. Xiaochen tightly clenched his right fist, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. The elegance in his eyes became even more calm and reserved, appearing unfathomable. The 3-life flower was already so strong, bringing about a qualitative transformation. He looked forward to what kind of pleasant surprise merciless killing would bring him. The 3 days are up. That Yuan Zhen should be here tomorrow, right? At the same time, the association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 subordinate merchant associations gathered again in Yen City. This time, they met at the Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao's place. When the bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang saw Jin Bao's pale complexion, he mocked, "Old brother Jin, you are severely injured, yet you are here to manage the situation. This Lu really admires your spirit." Jin Bao smiled coldly and retorted, "Why are you laughing at me? Back then, I nearly peed my pants in fright. If not for Pavilion Master Su helping you, you would have ended up in an even more unsightly state than I did. The two of you, don't argue. This time, we are discussing countermeasures. This is not the time to fight because of personal feelings." When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief saw that the two were about to start arguing again, he quickly tried to pacify them. Lu Zhang smiled and said, "Countermeasures? Is there a need to think about it? Ha! This fellow is already at death's door. Is there a need for us to care?" When the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief heard that, his eyes immediately lit up. "Is the first prince making a move?" Lu Zhang smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. He just looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Even Jin Bao felt curious. He gave Lu Zhang a few more glances and said coldly, "Stop being so flustered. Just say what you have to say." "Indeed. What great idea does Senior Lu have? Share it with us." "That's right. Stop hiding it. Let's think about it together. Who knows, we might be able to make that brat die even faster." Lu Zhang put on a show and took a sip of tea. Then, he said slowly, "To think that this fellow offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion before. Fortunately, he came to the imperial capital. How long do you think he can continue to cause trouble?" The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been in the imperial capital Yan City for tens of thousands of years. Even before the Yanwu dynasty was established, it had experienced the rise and fall of several dynasties. The Pleasure Quarter alliance that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion represented had deep accumulations, even older than the Yanwu dynasty itself. To think that Xiao Chen offended the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This was truly a major matter. The many association chiefs were startled when they heard this. Then, they started laughing and quickly asked, "How does the Smiling Daughter Pavilion intend to deal with him?" Lu Zhang put down his teacup and replied seriously, "He stole the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's holy relic, the fairy basket. Originally, as long as he handed over the holy relic, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not make things difficult for him. However, after the first prince learned of this, he decided to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, to show him who calls the shots in Yan City." A cold light flashed in the eyes of Jin Bao, who had remained silent at the side. He said sinisterly, "Perhaps we can make use of this opportunity. It is not easy for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to stand up for him. How can we only teach him a lesson?" With the succession race at hand, the other factions in Yan City more or less feared the Heavenly Alliance. They did not dare to rashly touch Xiao Chen. However, if the Smiling Daughter Pavilion stood up for him, it would be a different story. The Pleasure Quarter Alliance did not fear the Heavenly Alliance in Yan City. There was no need for them to fear anything. Xiao Chen offended many factions, affecting the interests of many noble clans. They could no longer hold back and wanted to make a move on him. Now that an opportunity presented itself, no one would give it up so easily. The 13th prince only told me one thing: either I don't touch him, or once I do, I will ruthlessly trample on him, not giving him a chance to turn things around. Jin Bao felt that this was not enough. He threatened in a sullen voice, "Xiao Chen is a vengeful person. Don't think that he will submit just because you teach him a lesson. There are only two outcomes for opposing him. Either he kneels, or we kneel. If you do not want to kneel, then listen to me this time." Chapter 2233. While the storm did not seem to stir Yan City, undercurrents surged on the surface. News of the new envoy inspector chasing away the 7 merchant associations had already spread. Each of the 7 merchant associations had an ancient noble clan behind them. 2 of them even had connections to the princes of the dynasty. When Xiao Chen decided not to leave behind any parasites, a storm was bound to happen. Benefits were like flesh and blood. Xiao Chen used a knife to cut off other people's flesh, cutting off other people's blood. No one would be able to endure such a thing. However, with the succession race at hand, none of the princes dared to be careless. No one dared to make the first move. If they could not take down Xiao Chen in one strike, they might end up facing Xiao Chen's revenge and end up being implicated in their race to be the crown prince. The gains do not make up for the losses. However, the storm had already started. The longer they suppressed it, the more intense it would erupt. No matter how dangerous this invisible undercurrent was, no one cared about it. Xiao Chen's group was not overly anxious. They cultivated bitterly. When the group left the Heavenly Alliance, they had exchanged for a large number of resources. Origin liquid, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques were all in hand. It would be a waste not to cultivate them. If these resources could be converted into accumulations, everyone's strength would soar. On this particular day, the appointed time with Yuan Zhen arrived. Xiao Chen woke up very early and went directly to the Misty Rain Pavilion. The Misty Rain Pavilion was not open for business in the morning. When Xiao Chen arrived, Su Yi was leading a group of singers and dancers in rehearsal. The lineup of the rehearsal somewhat startled Xiao Chen. There were a total of 100 women on the stage. All of them held different musical instruments. Qin, flute, ruler, zither, bell, drum, there were many more. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The thing that shocked Xiao Chen the most was that every instrument was actually a soul tool. That was right. That was to say, there were close to 100 soul tools on the stage. Xiao Chen felt stunned. Even the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not have such a grand entourage. Soul tools were not cabbages. Xiao Chen dared to say that even a rank 7 sect would not have so many soul tools. Ooh! The sound of a flute rang out. It was ethereal and spiritual, and in an instant, everyone was immersed in its artistic conception. It was as if he had turned into a red-crowned crane and was passing through the clouds. Ding ding dang dang. It was the sound of a flute. The sound of the flute was like spring water hitting rocks in the mountains, crisp and clear. It was as if two chess players were playing chess. One chess piece after another fell to the ground along with the sound of spring water. Soon after, the sound of the pipa rang out. The sound of the pipa was incomparably beautiful, and one could feel the superb skill of the person playing it, as well as the emotions that were stirred up at will. However, even though Xiao Chen was an amateur, he could tell that there were many musical instruments in this group of soul treasure-level instruments. The sound of the pipa was slightly inferior. Normally, it would not be a big deal. However, it appeared somewhat strange among a group of soul tools. However, Xiao Chen had no time to think too much, because more instruments were playing at the same time. The tune changed wildly, becoming incomparably impassioned. It was as if a poem was being written, a legend being passed down. It was grand and imposing, making one's mind tremble and blood boil. Clang. Just at this moment, a flash of sword light appeared on the stage, appearing at the perfect moment. Just as everyone's blood boiled and they wanted to draw their swords, it appeared. Whoosh! Another flash of saber light appeared. Immediately, sabers and swords clashed. Together with the hundreds of musical instruments, they played a grand tune. It was refreshing and instantly entrancing. When the sabers and swords clashed, it was both a saber dance and a sword dance. The ones holding the sabers and swords were pretty women. This was the only point that Xiao Chen felt was insufficient. While it was pretty, it was pretty. It was beautiful, but it lacked the charm of the saber Dao and the sword Dao. The main reason was that these two women were dancers and did not have high cultivations. If it were two cultivators who comprehended the sword Dao and saber Dao domains working together with that epic, legendary ensemble, they would be even stronger. It would probably be a level higher, and the effect would be even better. Among the hundreds of headliners, Su Yi sat alone in the center, wearing a red qipao. She showed a focused expression as she strummed the zither strings. Su Ye's elegance and beauty, as well as her superb skills, did not pale in comparison to this group of headliners. Due to her unique air, she even attracted attention. She was like a bright moon among the stars, aloof from the world. Clang! Suddenly, Su Yi pressed down on the zither strings, and the zither hummed endlessly. The others all stopped playing their instruments. Fatigue and dissatisfaction flashed on Su Ye's face. Then she waved her hand and said, "Disperse. We will practice again another day." Clearly, Su Yi was not very satisfied with the performance, even somewhat disappointed. After everyone else left, Su Yi walked over to Xiao Chen's side and said, "Lord Xiao, you are really early today. Milord must have seen a joke." "It's not really a joke. However, it is an eye-opener for me. Such a grand ensemble is arduous and thankless. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Although it looked impressive, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. I'm very curious, what is Pavilion Master Su trying to do?" Needless to say, it was indeed an eye-opener and refreshing experience. However, as Xiao Chen said, it was practically impossible to maintain perfection. If that happened, there would be no value in performing. It would be arduous and thankless, and there would be no benefits at all. Su Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Indeed, arduous and thankless. However, in one's life, one must have some goals. My greatest wish is to be able to combine the 10 great ancient music scores into one and perform them together while I'm still alive." "So, you spent all the profits from the Misty Rain Pavilion on buying Soul Treasure musical instruments?" When Xiao Chen heard that, a thought occurred to him. The Heavenly Alliance's 10% profit every year was a huge profit. Su Yi alone could not finish them all. If she used all the profits to collect these musical instruments, that would explain it. "Lord Xiao, you are overthinking. Musical instruments are cheaper than weapons. The Heavenly Alliance's profits are not enough to collect so many Soul Treasure musical instruments. My mother collected several of them, but it is still far from enough," Su Yi said seriously. When mentioning these soul tools, Su Yi did not try to hide anything. "Speaking of which, I still have not properly thanked Pavilion Master Su for helping me out previously. Coincidentally, I happen to have a pipa with me. If you are willing, I can lend it to you." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he took out the medial-grade soul tool pipa from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and handed it to Su Yi. Profound heaven? Su Yi held the pipa in her hand and adjusted it for a while before starting to play it. Immediately, a pipa song flowed smoothly from her fingertips, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ear, penetrating one's heart. This made Xiao Chen feel embarrassed. Compared to the pipa that he played randomly in the past, he simply did not know what this was. Good pipa. The pipa was also known as the huqin. Su Yi praised softly, unable to put it down. Unconcealable joy flickered in her eyes. This was pure joy, just like when Xiao Chen found the Heavenly Slayer spirit weapon. This was a bladesman's pure love for the saber. "Lord Xiao, state a price. No matter how much this pipa is worth, I want it," Su Yi said softly as a bright light appeared in her eyes. Xiao Chen sighed. "How unfortunate. I was going to give this pipa to my martial nephew, so that he can use it as a token of love. You can use it first. I cannot make the decision. Otherwise, I would have given it to you directly." "That is indeed unfortunate." Su Yi felt somewhat disappointed. However, she still said joyfully, "Thank you, Big Brother Xiao. This is good. Ziyun will not have to complain anymore. The person you are waiting for is already in the private room. He arrived last night." "In that case, I'll go first." When Xiao Chen reached the private room, he saw a cloaked person who had been sitting there for a long time. When this person saw Xiao Chen arrive, he removed his cloak and revealed his shiny bald head. This was the smiling Yuan Zhen of the Hidden Spirit Temple. "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been?" Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Stop being so polite. You want the ethereal immortal palace key, right? It is yours in the first place. I do not intend to keep it." Yuan Zhen felt disdain for Xiao Chen in his heart. If it were in the past, he might have believed him. However, after being tricked by Xiao Chen several times, it would be strange if he still believed him. "However, you have to tell me where the ethereal immortal palace's language is." Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement. After some thought, he said, "Honestly speaking, no one knows where the ethereal immortal palace is exactly. We only know the general area. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. However, this prophecy has never been accurate before. It is hard to say how trustworthy it is." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing. Ethereal Immortal Palace lived up to its name. It was indeed ethereal. Every prophecy said that it would appear. However, it never did. Perhaps the true location had not been determined yet. It should be in the Yanwu dynasty. I heard that the universe origin sects Daoist, the profound heaven's holy sun, the abyssal underworld's people, the Shuowu dynasty's people, and the factions behind the ethereal Immortal Palace keys are all making preparations. Yuan Zhen told Xiaochen some of the secrets he knew to show his sincerity. Kasu. Just at this moment, the door to the private room opened, and Su Yi walked in. At the crucial moment, Yuan Zhen quickly pulled up his hood, covering his shiny bald head. Su Yi gave Yuan Zhen a somewhat strange look. Then, she handed an invitation to Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, your invitation." Xiaochen received the invitation with some suspicion. Then he felt excited. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Who sent the invitation? Su Yi asked out of curiosity. She had not opened it yet, so she did not know. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Just an ordinary friend." "Oh, in that case, I won't spare you." Su Yi found it strange as she turned and left. Xiaochen glanced at Yuan Zhen and said, "Accompany me somewhere, and I will return the ethereal Immortal Palace key to you." Yuan Zhen's expression did not change when he heard that, not showing any joy at all. He said indifferently, "Swear it first." Thinking about it, Xiaochen had tricked her too badly, so she no longer trusted him. "All right. I, Xiaochen, swear that as long as you accompany me to this invitation, I will definitely return the ethereal Immortal Palace key to you," Xiaochen said seriously with a sincere expression. Only then did Yuan Zhen reveal some joy. He smiled and said, "All right, I promise you. As long as it is not a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere." Chapter 2234. As long as you do not go to a pleasure quarter, this humble monk can accompany you anywhere. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat apologetic. "Sorry, the place I want you to go is really a pleasure quarter." However, Xiaochen could not be blamed for this. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion coming to seek him out would not be for anything good. According to the information that Xiaochen obtained, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was very close to the first prince Wang Fei. Furthermore, the first prince happened to be the Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's backer. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion invited Xiaochen for a gathering for no reason. It might have something to do with this. If Xiaochen had Yuan Zhen's company, it might be of some unexpected use when necessary. "Benefactor Xiao, when are we leaving?" Yuan Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. He had been waiting for the ethereal Immortal Palace key for a long time already. It was rare for Xiaochen to make a vow. With this guarantee, it would naturally be faster. "There's no rush. The appointed time is tonight." Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he asked softly, "Speaking of which, how much do you know about the Yanwu dynasty's princes?" When Yuan Zhen heard that, he looked at Xiaochen warily. Then he asked, "Why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to participate in the succession race?" After sizing up Xiaochen for a while, Yuan Zhen seemed to understand something. "That's right. With your strength and status, you are barely qualified to participate in the succession race. However, you have to think this through. A large part of the reason why no one has made a move on you is that you have not chosen a side. Once you choose a side, you will cross the bottom line of the other princes. You have to think carefully about the consequences you will face at that time." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Unexpectedly, you seem to understand my current situation rather well. Ah, you just arrived, and you already killed Duke Yun's son. Before coming to the Misty Rain Pavilion, I heard that you forced away the 7 merchant associations, cutting off their Heavenly Alliance supply. Your actions are getting bigger and bigger. It would be hard for me not to know about it." Yuan Zhen smiled faintly, not hiding his understanding of Xiaochen. "It looks like the Hidden Spirit Temple is not as detached as I imagined. The Hidden Spirit Temple probably knows all the matters of the entire dynasty, no matter big or small. Tell me, which princes have the highest chance of becoming the crown prince?" Yuan Zhen thought for a while before replying calmly, "Born in the mundane world, who can transcend the world with a body of flesh and blood. Right now, the ones with the most hope to become the crown prince are naturally the first prince Wang Fei, the 8th prince Wang Feng, and the 13th prince Wang Yi. The first prince is the oldest and is steady and polite. The imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs like to respect the older generation. This is his greatest reliance. The 8th prince, Wang Feng, had the most outstanding talent. Behind him was the Divine Sword Pavilion, and many rank 7 sects supported him. The 13th prince Wang Yi's mother was the current Empress Yan. He was doted on at a young age and was the favorite of Yan Huang. If Yan Huang could make its own decisions, it would definitely pass the throne to the 13th prince. A pity that it can't. As for the other princes, there is no lack of ambitious people. Unfortunately, their background and henchmen are a bit lacking. They can't compare to these 3 popular princes. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, based on what you said, barring any unexpected surprises, the next Yan Emperor will be one of these 3 princes. Yes, that is what the Hidden Spirit Temple thinks. The two chatted for a long time. After Yuan Zhen's introduction, Xiaochen gained a new understanding of the Yanwu dynasty's royal court. The succession race has already reached the final stage of preparation. At that time, all the princes will be required to participate in it. They will enter the Yan Emperor's secret realm and accept the test passed down by the ancestors. The final victor will be the Yan Emperor's crown prince. Yuan Zhen thought for a long time before saying, it is best that you do not participate rashly. Every succession race involves the factions of the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Bushin Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Universe Origin sect will pay attention and even participate personally. The Hidden Spirit Temple has a rather special relationship with the royal court. It is not like the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, which directly govern the dynasty. Hence, the Yanwu dynasty's succession race will attract the various factions to place their bets, attracting the attention of the entire martial epoch. Yuan Zhen's words implied that Xiaochen was alone. It was not realistic for him to participate in the succession race. However, Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not argue. He did not want to participate. However, the situation forced him to. He needed to understand. When Xiaochen looked at the sky, it was already dark. The misty rain pavilion slowly turned lively. Xiaochen stood up and said, "Let's go. It is time for us to keep our appointment." As Yuan Zhen left, he hid his entire head in his hood, lest someone recognize him. The Hidden Spirit Temple held a transcendent position in the Yanwu dynasty. It was even deified by the ordinary people. If Yuan Zhen were recognized, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Yanwu dynasty. A monk visiting a pleasure quarter, furthermore, an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. After leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion, Yuan Zhen felt much more relaxed. Being outside is still the best. Staying in here is really uncomfortable. Yuan Zhen sighed from the bottom of his heart as he let out a long breath. Xiaochen could not bear to tell Yuan Zhen that they were going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was even more famous than the Misty Rain Pavilion. Yuan Zhen led the way without saying a word. Compared to Xiaochen's silence, Yuan Zhen appeared more relaxed, showing an indistinct smile on his face. Xiaochen would soon obtain the ethereal Immortal Palace key. It would be hard for him not to be happy. No matter how long the road was, it would come to an end eventually. The magnificent Smiling Daughter Pavilion, which was brightly lit in the night, looked like a resplendent pearl. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion occupied the most bustling place in the imperial capital Yan City, bustling with people and carriages. Benefactor Xiao, why did you stop? When Yuan Zhen saw a pleasure quarter, he turned somewhat nervous. His expression turned somewhat unsightly as he said, "Don't tell me that you are going to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Honestly speaking, that is the place." "Xiaochen, you bastard! Are you trying to trick me again?" Yuan Zhen cursed with a somewhat distorted expression, feeling frustrated. No matter what schemes Xiaochen had, given Yuan Zhen's self-restraint and cultivation, he rarely showed his emotions on his face. This was especially so when he was angry. But this time around, he couldn't help but curse out loud. "Alright, it's my fault for not being clear. Wait here for a while. After I come out, I will hand the ethereal Immortal Palace key to you." Seeing Yuan Zhen's expression, Xiaochen thought for a while. This was indeed making things difficult for Yuan Zhen. Forcing a monk to enter a pleasure quarter with him was somewhat inexcusable. May Buddha! May Buddha! I have sinned! I have sinned! To think that I violated the precepts of anger. My Buddha nature! Yuan Zhen chanted a few times. When he saw that Xiaochen was about to leave, he struggled for a moment before calling out to stop Xiaochen. Wait, I'll accompany you in. However, I have to make this clear first. I will not help you with anything. I will just accompany you in. You cannot ask me to do anything. When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled and said, "That's easy. You are in charge." "Let's go then." Even though Yuan Zhen said that, he still showed an unsightly expression. He retracted his neck further into his hood. Just at this moment, Xiaochen glanced around and saw the dirty beggar from back then. This beggar sat at the edge of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, eating roasted chicken and drinking wine. He grinned as he watched the guests enter and leave. A thought occurred to Xiaochen. He walked over and took out a bottle of wine to hand to the beggar. This was the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn. The dirty beggar did not care. He opened the bottle and tried to drink it. Xiaochen quickly stopped him and said, "This wine is too strong. If you can advance to Sovereign Emperor in the future, drink it. The benefits will be boundless." "Ha! It turns out that I can't drink this lousy wine before advancing to Sovereign Emperor?" The beggar mocked. Then he said carelessly, "In that case, I'll return it to you. This beggar doesn't want it anymore." When Yuan Zhen heard that, he thought to himself, "This beggar does not look like an ordinary person when he smiles. Unfortunately, he is not sensible. Since it is a strong wine, if I guessed right, it should be the dragon race's strongest alcohol, heartburn." Back then, Xiaochen used this wine to make a name for himself at the Peach Blossom Gathering. Many sovereign emperors sought it, yet Xiaochen gave it to a beggar. Furthermore, the beggar boasted shamelessly. Xiaochen did not take it. He said seriously, "Even if you can't drink it, it will be useful to you. I want to ask you about someone. 3 days ago, you captured a person and left. I want to know where that person is now." The person that the beggar captured that day looked familiar to Xiaochen. However, he did not see him clearly. "Are you talking about that foolish brother of mine?" "Ha! There's no need to look. Just stand here and don't move. You will see him soon." Plop! Right after the beggar spoke, someone tossed a figure down from the building like a sandbag. Wounds covered the person's body, making him appear in a sorry state. The nearby cultivators felt that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was not in the right. They laughed coldly and strode into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "It's that fool again. He gets chased out every 2 or 3 days. How pitiful. Speaking of which, it is strange. If it were someone else causing trouble like this, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would have silenced them long ago. It is a miracle that this person is still alive. Who cares? Quickly go and reserve a spot. The headliner Ling Long is performing today." The beggar guffawed and pointed to the person in the middle of the road. "What did I say? I was just talking about my foolish second brother." Bang! He fell down. Xiaochen walked over step by step, his expression growing increasingly doubtful. When he got close, he felt greatly startled. When that person in a sorry state turned his head and saw Xiaochen, he also felt shocked. "Martial uncle." This person with a swollen face, covered in wounds, and in a sorry state was Xiaochen's martial nephew, Ling Yu, from the Grave Sea Cluster's Purple Flame sect. As the saying went, it was a small world. Xiaochen had not expected to see Ling Yu in such a situation. "Martial uncle, martial nephew embarrassed you." Perhaps Ling Yu was too excited, or perhaps he had been wronged for too long, but his eyes immediately turned moist. Ling Yu sounded like he was about to cry, looking very pitiful. "How did you end up like this? Quickly, get up." Xiaochen asked sullenly as he pulled Ling Yu up. "I want to see elder sister Ling Long, but they won't let me in." Martial nephew feels bitter in his heart. Ling Yu did not have many relatives. To him, Xiaochen was even closer to him than a senior in the sect. Now that Ling Yu saw Xiaochen, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Xiaochen snorted coldly and said, "I'll bring you in. Let's see who dares to stop you." Really? Martial uncle, when did I boast? There are many places in the world that I cannot bring you to. However, this smiling daughter pavilion is definitely not one of them. Xiaochen felt some anger in his heart. No matter how deep the accumulations of the smiling daughter pavilion are, in the end, it is still a pleasure quarter. Since when can a pleasure quarter bully others like this? Martial uncle, bring me in. Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt like a pair of tongs clamped down on his feet. He lowered his head and looked. That beggar had secretly poured down an entire bottle of heartburn. His face flushed red, and his body felt like burning charcoal. The beggar appeared drunk, smiling like a flower as he grabbed Xiaochen's leg, unwilling to let go. Big brother, you are drunk. This is my martial uncle, Ling Yu quickly corrected when he saw the situation. Not drunk. I'm your big brother, so your martial uncle is my martial uncle. The seniority is not messed up. Martial uncle, bring me in. Even a beggar would like to visit a pleasure quarter. Ha! Xiaochen felt a headache coming on. He looked at Ling Yu and asked, how did you get to know this beggar? Martial uncle, he saved my life once. Then he insisted that I acknowledge him as my big brother. Since then, he has been following me, Ling Yu explained as simply as he could. Never mind. Since he saved Ling Yu's life before, there is no need to dwell on the other party's rudeness. Yuan Zhen, help him up. Let's go in together. Yuan Zhen looked regretfully at the empty bottle in the beggar's hand. A bottle of heartburn was gone, just like that. Brat, you have been sneakily eyeing my wine. Are you trying to steal my wine? Never mind. This beggar will treat you to a drink. After Yuan Zhen helped the beggar up, he suddenly poured the bottle of wine into Yuan Zhen's mouth. Yuan Zhen immediately panicked, feeling somewhat at a loss. Why did I not react? I really drank. I broke the precepts again. Hey, why is it so smooth? The beggar said, finding it strange when he saw the mysterious phenomenon under the hood. Taking advantage of Yuan Zhen's dazed state, he extended his hand. Then he chuckled, hee hee. It really is a bald head. Ha! This beggar understands now. You are a flirtatious monk. Ha! A flirtatious monk. A flirtatious monk wants to visit a pleasure quarter. Everyone quickly come and take a look. Fortunately, the beggar was already drunk, so his words were unclear. However, this startled Yuan Zhen half to death, startling him back to his senses. Then, he quickly covered the beggar's mouth. As Yuan Zhen watched Xiaochen and Ling Yu walk over, he felt like crying, but no tears would come out. In one day, Yuan Zhen had broken 2 precepts. First, he abstained from anger. Then, he abstained from alcohol. Had he known earlier, he would have given up on the ethereal immortal palace key. You are not allowed to speak. If you speak again, I will leave you here. Do you hear me? Yuan Zhen saw the beggar nod a few times before putting down his hand. Then he helped the beggar to catch up to Xiaochen. The beggar was very drunk, smiling continuously. Although he did not say that he was a flirtatious monk, he occasionally reached out to touch Yuan Zhen's bald head. A monk who wanted to cry but had no tears, a drunken beggar, a wronged, infatuated woman, and Xiaochen. This was a combination that the Misty Rain Pavilion's master could not imagine. Just like that, they headed for the brightly lit Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the jewel of Yen City, without looking back. Chapter 2235. A beggar, a monk, an infatuated man, and Xiaochen. No matter how one looked at it, this group of people looked strange. However, they just walked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The guards at the door seemed to have heard the commotion. They took a look but did not do anything. This made the people watching feel amazed. Since when could beggars strut into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion? Ling Yu felt somewhat weak. He had been beaten up quite miserably recently. He did not dare to believe that he could really go in. Martial uncle, can we really go in? Before Xiaochen answered, more than 100 pretty girls walked out of the door. They stood in a straight line and said in unison, "Welcome, young Master Xiao, to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion as a guest." An absolute beauty walked out from behind the row of girls. She wore a green dress and a jade hairpin in her hair. Her facial features were exquisite, and she exuded an extraordinary air. Headliner Qiu Yu. Headliner Qiu Yu, what is she doing? Is she going out to personally receive the guests? What a grand lineup. Even if a prince came, he would not be able to do so, right? Xiaochen looked at the green-dressed beauty. The other party walked over gracefully and bowed slightly. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu spoke softly and smiled gently. The surrounding people easily fell head over heels for her, unable to extricate themselves. Young Master Xiao, please come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for a long time already. Please forgive me for not coming out to receive you. Qiu Yu looked around and frowned slightly. A dirty beggar, a wretched hooded man, and a bruised fool. After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, since you are young Master Zhao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. After a great struggle, Qiu Yu said, since you are young Master Zhao's friends, you are also friends of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. However, this person cannot enter. Headliner Qiu Yu said righteously as she pointed at Ling Yu. Why? Ling Yu immediately felt unconvinced. He shouted, why can't I enter? Qiu Yu wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed like there was something she was hiding. She sighed softly and said, I am doing this for your own good. This is not my intention either. It is Sister Linglong's intention. Ling Yu said somewhat dispiritedly, I don't believe it. I don't believe that this is elder sister Linglong's intention. Let me meet Linglong. I want her to tell me personally. Let him in. At this moment, a voice came from inside the building. Qiu Yu nodded slowly. Please come in, young Master Xiao. After stepping over the threshold, Xiaochen entered the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Like the Misty Rain Pavilion, it was a completely different world inside. From the outside, it looked like a magnificent building, but in reality, it was a small world with mountains, rivers, and vast white clouds. Above the white clouds, palaces and pavilions could be vaguely seen. It was like a fairyland. Pavilions stood in great numbers in all four directions, and guests filled the place. There should have been many esteemed guests gathered in the mountains and rivers, but today, there was only one table. The other guests could only gather in the pavilion and watch the performance. With headliner Qiu Yu leading the way, Xiaochen's group of 4 walked through the forest and arrived at the banquet in the mountains and rivers. Along the way, Xiaochen discovered many experts hidden in the forest. The banquet was already filled with people. When Xiaochen looked around, he discovered many familiar faces. The association chiefs of the Heavenly Alliance's 10 subordinate merchant associations were all present. However, this was different from the previous time. This time, they had outsiders accompanying them. If Xiaochen guessed right, they should be the upper echelon of the dynasty's ancient noble clans. Lord Xiao, Wei Fatso and the other 2, who had already signed a new contract with Xiaochen, stood up and saluted Xiaochen with somewhat embarrassed expressions. As for the other merchant associations, they only glanced at Xiaochen and ignored him, showing some hostility in their eyes. Xiaochen nodded slightly and gestured for the 3 to take a seat. There was indeed a reason for this banquet. After Xiaochen's group of 4 sat down, a group of people immediately walked over from behind. The one in the lead was a woman with a veil covering her face. Beside her were 3 men with dignified appearances, an oppressive noble aura, and a vast imperial aura. These people were of different ages, but their noble auras and imperial might were exactly the same. These 3 people were princes. Xiaochen thought to himself, this banquet seems to be much grander than I imagined. 3 princes are here at the same time. All the noble clans of the imperial capital are here. What are they doing? While Xiaochen felt uncertain, he felt a gaze that did not hide its murderous intent. Xiaochen looked in the direction of the gaze. The owner of the gaze stood beside a prince. This person's expression was very similar to Monarch Yu's. Monarch Yun. What a fellow. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion gathered all the enemies that I offended. Greetings, First Prince, 8th Prince, 13th Prince, and Pavilion Master Yang. The association chiefs and noble clan elders at the banquet all stood up and bowed respectfully. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite today. This is Pavilion Master Yang's home turf. We are not princes or guests. The true honored guest is the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiaochen, Lord Xiao. The prince close to the veiled woman said with a smile as he pointed at Xiaochen. Ha! First prince is right. If not for knowing that young Master Xiao would be coming, this old man would not have come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion tonight. The bountiful treasure pavilion's Lu Zhang stood up and echoed the first prince's words, smiling sinisterly. That's right. Young Master Xiao is the honored guest today. Even if all of us add up, we cannot compare to Lord Xiao. The Golden Essence Merchant Association's Jin Bao said half jokingly and half seriously as he held up his wine cup. Martial uncle, something seems wrong. Ling Yu sent a voice projection as he looked at the group of ferocious people smiling like hungry wolves at the banquet. Ling Yu noticed that everyone at the table gave off an extremely strong aura. Sovereign Emperor experts followed them. When Ling Yu looked around, he noticed that there seemed to be even more experts hidden in the shadows. Without anyone noticing, they had already blocked off all paths. The seemingly spacious forest garden had actually been sealed into a cage. The more problematic thing was that aside from Fatso and the other two, everyone else at the table looked at Xiao Chen with superficial smiles. They all put on fake smiles as they stared at Xiao Chen, looking like they had him in the bag. This made him feel flustered. Calm down. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. Then he looked at the veiled woman and said, Pavilion Master Yang is really skillful. This Xiao really did not know that this banquet could bring out so many major characters. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that only the first prince would appear. He had not expected such a scene to appear. 3 princes, the 10 association chiefs, and the representatives of the noble clans behind them were all here. What a feast at Hongmen. These people have made up their minds to eat me up for sure. Pavilion Master Yang, who had a veil covering her beautiful face, waved her hand and said, Young Master Xiao, there's no need to be angry. Please take a seat first. Let's talk about business first. I really do not dare to casually sit here. Xiao Chen said indifferently. The veiled woman smiled softly and said, There's no rush. Take a seat first. Today is my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliner Ling Long's final performance. If there is anything, wait for headliner Ling Long to finish her performance before we discuss it. Martial ant. When Ling Yu heard the word Ling Long, he could not hold himself back. On account of Ling Yu, Xiao Chen sat down with a cold expression. Then he looked around and smiled coldly in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. If you think that you can defeat me, Xiao Chen, with your numbers, then it is too early to be happy. Let's see what kind of tricks you guys are playing. The veiled woman gently clapped her hands. As she clapped, a woman flew down from the palace in the clouds. She held a pipa as she slowly appeared in the clouds. She was like a fairy that could be seen but not reached. The headliner Ling Long is coming out. The guests in the private rooms in the surrounding pavilions burst into an uproar. All sorts of cries rang out. A simple sound test immediately piped up the guests' interest, causing their anticipation to soar. As the pipa music rang out, the vast white clouds turned into a vast river with the music. A clear moon fell into the lake. The orioles in the lake spoke in detail. The flowing water of a quiet spring accompanied the moon as it rose. The bright moon that sank into the river broke out of the water together with the pipa music. A white-clad fairy danced in the moon while holding a sword. With the beautiful pipa music, everyone could not tell whether they were in a fairyland or reality. When the quiet spring turned cold, the pipa music gave rise to boundless melancholy. The bright moon in the sky was like a lonely cage, locking down that beautiful fairy. No matter how the beautiful fairy danced, she could not break out of the moon with her sword in hand. A stifling mood filled everyone's hearts, making them feel extremely unbearable. When the stifling mood reached its limits and was about to crumble, the pipa music suddenly sped up. It was like a vast army cutting off all means of retreat, launching a final charge. Bang! The bright moon in the sky shattered, and the beautiful woman trapped in the cage emerged with her sword. Whoosh, whoosh. It was not just one person. More than 100 white-clad women appeared in the moon, dancing with their swords as they flew down the cloud platform. When they arrived in the surrounding pavilions, they flew up and down, dancing gracefully. The fairy was instantly within reach. It was like a dream turned into reality. Everyone's depressed mood was swept away, and thunderous cheers erupted. After the song ended, Ling Long smiled faintly and bowed slightly, silently taking her leave. Headliner Ling Long, don't go. One more song. One more song. The fairy basket appeared at the right time. Immediately, the honored guests in the private rooms made a move. Countless primeval heavenly pills turned into jade ribbons that entered the fairy basket in the clouds. Immortal light spread out from the basket, and thousands of flowers flew out. The atmosphere in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's small world reached its peak. Everyone, please be quiet. Today is headliner Ling Long's last performance. In the future, she will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. She will not appear in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the future, the headliner Qiu Yu said softly as she slowly appeared in the sea of flowers in the clouds. After a pause, while everyone was stunned into silence, Qiu Yu said loudly, "The first prince has already returned the secular world to the first prince. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally win over headliner Ling Long. I hope that at that time, everyone will come and give their best blessings." What? At the banquet, the wine cup in Ling Yu's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Ling Yu appeared confused as if he suffered a bolt from the blue. He appeared stunned on the spot. Chapter 2236. One song was enchanting, one word was heartbreaking. On the 15th of next month, the first prince will personally marry headliner Ling Long. Everyone is welcome to attend headliner Ling Long and the first prince's wedding. Before Ling Long's ethereal pipa music faded away, Qiu Yu's words shattered Ling Yu's heart. He was in a daze, completely dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. This is really surprising. To think that the first prince wants to marry headliner Ling Long. Although the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's headliners sell their skills and not their bodies, they are still women of the pleasure quarters. Is it really appropriate for him to make such a big fuss about marrying a headliner? If she were just a concubine, there should be no problem. However, since there is a wedding, she is clearly a match. However, this is good. The brothel's headliner marrying a prince is the best ending. Right? We should still give headliner Ling Long our blessings. However, it will be hard on us, the bosom friends. It will be difficult for us to come and listen to headliner Ling Long's pipa in the future. The guests in the pavilions discussed among themselves. Their voices were filled with astonishment. However, most of them gave their blessings. After all, marrying a prince was indeed a fortunate thing for the brothel's headliner. What was even rarer was that the first prince would personally come and give headliner Ling Long a wedding. In the future, if the first prince Wang Fei could win the succession race, he would become an imperial consort. At the banquet, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, and the noble clan elders were similarly startled. Although everyone knew that the first prince Wang Fei was very close to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, no one expected him to lower his status and win over the brothel's headliner. The two formed an unbreakable alliance. However, why did the Smiling Daughter Pavilion place all its bets on first brother? Confusion flashed in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes as he revealed a contemplative expression. He had not received any news of this sudden turn of events. This was simply incomprehensible. It was truly puzzling that they had not received any prior information about this sudden turn of events. Congratulations, First Prince. Come, let's offer a toast to the First Prince. The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang took the lead, raising his wine cup to toast the First Prince with joy on his face. The others stood up as well. Although they all showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show no matter what. The others stood up as well. Although they showed different expressions, they still had to put on a show. Only Xiao Chen and the other three didn't get up, which made them stand out. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to pretend. Ling Yu was still in a daze. Yuan Zhen was afraid that others would see his bald head. The filthy beggar uncle was drunk, sleeping soundly on the table. You're too polite. When the time comes, I hope everyone will do me the honor of attending my wedding. The eldest prince and the veiled woman raised their wine glasses and returned the toast. When the group of people finished their drinks, their gazes all fell on Xiaoqin. Although the sudden announcement of the wedding was shocking, it was ultimately just an interlude. The elders of the Yanwu dynasty's 4 ancient noble clans, the 3 princes, and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master gathered together. With so many big shots here, it was clear that it was not just a simple meal and a drink. Young Master Xiaoqin, you seem to be somewhat dissatisfied with this prince's wedding, the first Prince Wang Fei said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin mocked, "How could I dare? It is just that my legs are inconvenient and I can't get up. I will not bicker with you about this. Pavilion Master Yang already told me about the matter between your friend and headliner Ling Long. However, I don't mind such a small matter. This prince doesn't care about a piece of trash who doesn't have eyes." From the start to the end, the first Prince Wang Fei did not look at Ling Yu. He only stared at Xiaoqin. Ling Yu startled awake and immediately raged, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Xiaoqin placed a hand on Ling Yu's shoulder and pressed him down. Then he sent a voice projection, "If you trust Martial Uncle, don't act rashly." Ling Yu endured the rage in his heart and showed a sullen expression, not saying a word. However, he managed to calm down in the end. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Young Master Xiao, this prince has always respected you. I have no other intentions in coming here. Return the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's withdrawal statement and remove the ban on supplies. This prince will definitely not be your enemy. I will also send you a big gift another day." The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt somewhat frustrated by his first brother's alliance with the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He threw the wine glass on the table and said slowly. At the side, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's association chief performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Lord Xiao, this old man was muddle-headed back then. That's why I announced my withdrawal. Please do not take offense." The younger 13th Prince, Wang Yi, raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiaoqin. He said, "I do not have time to waste here. I will only say one thing. Quickly restore the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's supply." In the end, the imperial capital Yen City belongs to the Wang clan, not the Xiao clan. Wang Yi's words were casual, but compared to the 8th prince, it was a blatant threat to Xiaoqin. The first Prince Wang Fei said indifferently, "My 2 worthy brothers have already said most of what I wanted to say. Let me add one more thing. Aside from handing over the withdrawal statement and resuming the supply, you should also return the fairy basket to Tower Lord Yang." This was different from the previous time in the main pavilion. Now, the 9 Cauldron Pavilions Association chiefs had either princes backing them or ancient noble clan elders. They felt very confident as they coldly eyed Xiaoqin. The 9 Cauldron Pavilions Wei Fatso felt bitter in his heart. Look at this lineup. The new envoy inspector seems somewhat overwhelmed. Did he bet on the wrong treasure this time? The Linlang Pavilion and the Ancient Cloud Merchant Association, which signed the new contract with Xiaoqin, were already frightened out of their wits. They sat at the banquet table, trembling in fear. Just the gathering of the 4 ancient noble clans' elders already put a mountain of pressure on them. What more the 3 princes? Unexpectedly, this matter would blow up to such an extent, forcing the 3 strongest princes of the dynasty to work together. Many pairs of cold and emotionless eyes stared at Xiaoqin from all over the table. Many figures of sovereign emperors appeared in the dark. As their figures flickered, they heavily locked down the surrounding space. "Tower Lord Yang, this Xiao has experienced today's matter," Xiaoqin said coldly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the veiled woman. To think that she set a trap for him. Xiaoqin had never expected such murderous intent at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's banquet. The veiled woman said calmly, "Don't blame me for being too ruthless. Blame yourself for being too ruthless. Today, everyone is not here to negotiate with you. If you are tactful, perhaps we will leave you some face and let you walk out of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with dignity." The Bountiful Treasure Pavilion's Lu Zhang smiled maliciously. "I rather look forward to young Master Xiao doing something extraordinary. Duke Yun, you are thinking the same thing, right? Ha." As Lu Zhang spoke, he looked at Duke Yun, who was behind the 8th prince, and mocked him. Everyone here knew that Duke Yun's son died miserably at Xiao Chen's hands. If Xiaochen did not know what was good for him, the happiest person today would be Duke Yun. Duke Yun glanced at Lu Zhang indifferently and ignored him. The two were on different sides, so there was no need to say anything. Furthermore, the eighth prince had already expressed his stance. Most of the people here had the same attitude toward Xiaochen. As long as Xiaochen took a step back and handed over the declaration of withdrawing from the Heavenly Alliance, they would not do anything to him. Duke Yun knew very well that he would not do anything to him. His own thoughts were not important. If Xiaochen really did not know what was good for him, although there was not much hope, it was a rare opportunity. As Xiaochen looked at this group of people, it seemed like they had him in the bag. Even Lu Zhang, who nearly peed his pants in fright, started to tease Xiaochen. Xiaochen quickly thought to himself. The three princes each had a four-vein sovereign emperor guard. The elders of the four ancient noble clans were also four-vein sovereign emperors. Just this banquet table alone had 7 four-vein sovereign emperors. There were also 10-odd small perfection sovereign emperors from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, appearing indistinctly and sealing off all paths of retreat. With such a lineup, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion left no way out. No wonder the veiled woman said that she didn't want to discuss anything with Xiaochen, but that he didn't have a choice. Xiaochen also neglected one point. Right now, the guests from all directions still did not know what had happened at the main table between the mountains and rivers. Given the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's rallying power, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to find out about it. It would not be difficult for these guests to join in, surround, and attack Xiaochen. The first Prince Wang Fei looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, "Young Master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. To be able to remain calm in such a situation, you are indeed extraordinary. But even if you want to delay, it won't change anything. The three of us rarely work together, but once we do, there's nothing we can't do in the imperial capital. Today, you have no choice." The 8th prince and the 13th prince did not refute the first prince's words. With a hint of coldness, they looked at Xiaochen coldly. They were already running out of patience. Xiaochen said calmly, "Indeed, I have no choice." The moment Xiaochen said that, the others rejoiced. In the end, this Xiaochen was still tactful. He did not dare to fall out with the 3 princes and the 4 ancient noble clans. This was for the best. Everyone would be happy, and there would be no need to blow the matter up. "So, kill me." Without stopping, Xiaochen said slowly, "If the 3 princes work together to kill this Xiao will definitely die. There is no doubt about that. However, have you thought it through? Have you thought about the price of killing me, Xiaochen?" But right after Xiaochen spoke, he smashed the table with his palm. Instantly, the entire table shattered and fell to the ground. Just at this moment, a lightning-attributed killing intent surged out of Xiaochen's body together with a dragon roar. Xiaochen's aura soared, instantly surpassing that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor and firmly suppressing the 4-vein sovereign emperors present. The alloy dragon armor was activated by the royal blue dragon bloodline. Chapter 2237. The alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, an ancient thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Aeon dragon blood. The alloy dragon armor was already a 4-star battle armor. Furthermore, Master Ku Yun personally modified it, making it the most suitable battle armor for Xiaochen in the world. The instant Xiaochen activated the alloy dragon armor, the blue dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar. It turned into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. Accompanied by a dragon roar, an aura burst forth from his body. This aura shook the surroundings. Everyone in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's vast mountain and river small world could feel the strength of this dragon might. The entire pavilion trembled slightly. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as they wrapped around Xiaochen's arms and spread throughout his body. When the dragon images merged, the alloy dragon armor's entire appearance appeared before the experts at the banquet, including the 3 princes. Deep purple dragon motifs adorned the silver alloy dragon armor. In the blink of an eye, it looked like 2 dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking incredibly tyrannical. A purple pendant on Xiao Chen's forehead added the finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. Have you thought about what price you will have to pay for killing me, Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen's words rang in everyone's ears. At first, the three princes, the veiled woman, and the noble clan elders all mocked him in their hearts. Ordinary people would care about Xiao Chen's identity as an envoy inspector. However, everyone here shed all pretense of cordiality. Who would truly fear Xiao Chen? It was not like the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector had never died in Yen City before. However, when Xiao Chen smashed the banquet table and revealed the alloy dragon armor, the pressure that he felt startled everyone. The pressure that even four vain sovereign emperors found unbearable startled everyone. Everyone felt a soul-deep chill from Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen, do you really want to die that badly? The veiled woman's expression turned extremely cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so decisive. To think that he would not compromise despite facing certain death. The three princes' expressions turned even more unsightly. They were princes. Although there was a gap between them and the competition between them was fierce. However, since they were both from the royal family and were connected by blood, this was the first time he felt his dignity being insulted. This Xiao Chen really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't know what was good for him. The three princes appeared at the same time and gave him a way out, but he refused. He actually fell out with them in front of everyone and even threatened them. If it was just an ordinary person, it would have been fine. He could have killed them easily. However, when Xiao Chen activated the alloy dragon armor, the elders of the four ancient clans and the three princes felt their hearts tighten. He knew that things couldn't end well. This Xiao Chen wasn't as easy to kill as he had imagined. If they were to forcefully make a move, the price they would have to pay would be severe. There might even be people who would die. Xiao Chen, as the saying goes, leave a way out for others. Do you have to be so ruthless? Why force yourself into a dead end? As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake, we will all be friends. I can even tolerate you killing Monarch Yu. The eighth prince said sullenly as he enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, don't be so shameless. Everyone called you over because they gave you face. Otherwise, there would be no need to waste words with you. We have many ways to kill someone in the imperial capital without anyone noticing. The first Prince Wang Fei said coldly with a sullen expression. This is the first time this old man saw someone who dared to smash the table in front of the three princes. Are you trying to rebel? A dark look flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. This was his first time seeing such a disgraceful person, which made him exceptionally angry. Ha! When Xiao Chen heard that, he guffawed. This was simply the funniest joke he had ever heard. Interesting. Interesting. This group of people gathered together and laid this trap, wanting to trample on him. Then, they even wanted to say that he threatened to kill himself. However, Xiao Chen had seen this many times and already disdained explaining. He could not be bothered to say anything more. He laughed loudly and said, "This Xiao never speaks nonsense. Don't you want to leave the alliance? Don't you want the fairy basket? Don't you want me, Xiao Chen, to lower my head and admit my mistake? Kill me, Xiao Chen, and take my head. Then, you can obtain everything you want. Come, do your best. As long as you think of the price, this Xiao will stand here and wait for you." As Xiao Chen laughed maniacally, he looked coldly at this group of people. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the blazing dragon might burned even more intensely. The blazing dragon might was unblockable. The sealed, smiling daughter pavilion shook continuously, on the verge of collapse. The guests in the surrounding pavilions, far away from the small world of mountains and rivers, all panicked. What's going on? What a strong dragon might! Is someone causing trouble in the smiling daughter pavilion? What happened in the small world of mountains and rivers? Quickly leave. We cannot remain in the private room. The entire smiling daughter pavilion descended into chaos. Everyone rushed out in panic. When they looked into the distance and saw the scene in the mountain and river, they were all stunned. It was the three princes and Pavilion Master Yang. Any one of them could shake the entire imperial capital. To think that they were all gathered here. That was not all. There seemed to be 4 ancient noble clan elders behind them, all 4 vain sovereign emperors. 10 odd sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings. However, no one dared to make a move. This was because that person, that youth in dragon armor, was simply too dazzling. He gave off an aura of someone who was unafraid of death, someone who looked down on the world with disdain, someone who ruled over the world. Damn it! Why is this person so unreasonable? The 3 princes felt enraged in their hearts. Xiaoqun knew that he would die for sure, but he still dared to challenge them. Test him. The first prince could not endure it any longer. He gave a secret order, and a 3 vain sovereign emperor hidden in the dark immediately appeared. This sovereign emperor moved as fast as a ghost, appearing at lightning speed and charging at Xiaoqun. I have an immortal heart, but the world is unfair. Thieves rule the Dao, always tainted by dust. It is my immortal heart that is tainted. When the dust is washed away, the moment the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Whoosh! Heavenly Slayer, an inherited secret treasure of the Blue Dragon Land, a powerful soul weapon, was unsheathed. I will use the light of this saber to shatter the filth of the world, restoring my immortal heart. In the next moment, the immortal flower bloomed. A blue lotus flower made of pure saber intent bloomed with Xiaoqun as the center. As the saber light shot out, blue lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Immediately, mountains, rivers, and pavilions disappeared from this world. Only the lotus flowers bloomed, filling the sky with light and shadows, creating a dreamlike space. As the light and shadows changed, Xiaoqun stood on a blue lotus flower. His eyes looked crystal clear, and his immortal heart shone with light. When the mysterious phenomenon vanished, a resplendent saber light instantly killed the 3 vain sovereign emperor who sneak attacked Xiaoqun. The saber light chopped the corpse in half. The saber light did not stop, shattering the restrictions. Kasi! A crack appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This saber strike seemed to split the sky. The boundless starlight in the night sky of Yen City flowed through the crack and bathed Xiaoqun, who wore the alloy dragon armor. Whoosh! This scene set the entire place abuzz. The 3 princes' expressions turned even more unsightly, looking as pale as snow. This saber strike truly tore through the sky. It would definitely startle the entire imperial capital. They could no longer hide the matter of them working together to kill the Heavenly Alliance envoy inspector. Even if they could not kill Xiaoqun, they had to. However, Xiaoqun killed a 3 vain sovereign emperor with 1 saber strike. Who would dare to step forward and test the saber? Only now did they truly understand what Xiaoqun meant when he said, "Have you thought it through?" That saber. The sovereign emperors stared at the Heavenly Slayer's saber in Xiaoqun's hand. Deep fear flashed in their eyes. Blood dripped from the saber tip. As Xiaoqun looked at this group of people, he could not help feeling bored. This Xiao knows that I will die for sure. However, it seems like no one is willing to accept my head. Is there really no one among the 3 princes who dares to test the saber in my hand? Right after Xiaoqun spoke, he stepped forward, and the 3 princes moved back at the same time. The 4 vain sovereign emperor experts protected them. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders all took a step back as if they could not control their legs. Only the veiled woman showed a cold expression. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she said coldly, "Xiaoqun, I'm warning you one last time. Don't force me. No one has ever walked out alive after causing trouble in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Let me tell you, no one has ever." Her voice was as cold as snow, making everyone tremble. Clearly, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master really wanted to kill. Someone broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's restrictions and tore through the roof. This was already a great humiliation, crossing the bottom line long ago. When Xiaoqun heard that, he could not help mocking, "What a great, don't force you. I, Xiaoqun, do not consider myself a good person. I have killed countless people in my life. However, the number of women that died at my hands could be counted on one hand. Tell me, how did I, Xiaoqun, force you today? Who was the one who purposely set this up and lured me here? Who was the one who mercilessly told me that there was no room for negotiation today? Who was the one who said that I, Xiaoqun, Would lose face if I did not lower my head and admit my mistakes. After Xiaochen spoke, he pointed the heavenly slayer's saber in his hand at the veiled woman. A strong wind blew, and the cold light flowing on the saber dispersed with the wind, immediately illuminating many people's eyes. However, I, Xiaochen, do not care about all that. I admit that I made a mistake in falling into your hands today. I have no intention of leaving at all. If you think of the price, just come and take my head. This smiling daughter pavilion definitely has a peak sovereign emperor guarding it. It also has a superior grade soul tool, the fairy basket. How could I, Xiaochen, not know that? Just use it. There is no need to put on such a show. When the veiled woman saw the mocking smile on Xiaochen's face, the mockery of him seeing through everything, she found it extremely unbearable, too ashamed to show her face. Not willing to look at him for another second, she shrieked, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill him." There is no way to resolve today's matter peacefully. The first prince said sullenly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one expected Xiaochen to be so terrifying. He was just a one-vein sovereign emperor. With the help of the alloy dragon armor and the soul tool, Heavenly Slayer, he could even kill a three-vein sovereign emperor with one saber strike. If not for the smiling daughter pavilion, the first prince would not have been able to do anything to the other party. The other sovereign emperor experts released their bated breath. Since a peak sovereign emperor could make a move, that would be for the best. Peak sovereign emperors were peak experts that surpassed six-vein sovereign emperors. Compared to Xiaochen, peak sovereign emperors could no longer be bridged with soul tools or secret treasures. Xiaochen remained expressionless. He already held the Heavenly Alliance medallion, which could activate 4 strands of sword chi to severely injure a peak sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs in the divine universe steel appeared eager. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to be prepared to pay a price to kill Xiaochen. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura quietly spread out. The moment this aura appeared, it was the instant this aura appeared, it felt unrivaled, like a mountain pressing down. Even breathing became extremely difficult. This was the might and pressure of a peak sovereign emperor. Under the suppression of cultivation, even the blood in the depths of one's bones seemed to freeze. Xiaochen clenched his teeth as he held his saber, not saying a word. A stubborn look appeared in the depths of his eyes, preventing him from lowering his head. Plop. Just as the smiling daughter pavilion's peak sovereign emperor was about to make a move, a discordant, miserable cry rang out. It turned out to be Yuan Zhen, who saw that the situation was bad and quickly moved, trying to sneak away. The instant Yuan Zhen soared into the air, the drunken beggar flipped over in a daze and grabbed Yuan Zhen's black coat. Yuan Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Even the hood of the black coat fell off. Yuan Zhen's shiny and eye-catching bald head immediately attracted everyone's attention. A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away? A flowery monk visiting a pleasure quarter. After visiting a woman, he still wants to run away? The beggar was a drunken mess. When he woke up, he looked at the black coat in his hand in a drunken stupor and guffawed loudly. There are ring scars on his head. He really is a monk. 12 ring scars. This is an esteemed monk of the Hidden Spirit Temple. Only a Hidden Spirit Temple disciple can light 12 ring scars on his head. What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound heaven's holy sun and the universe origin Daoist sun. Heavens! It really is Venerable Yuan Zhen. Chapter 2238. Is it really only the Hidden Spirit Temple's disciple who can light the 12 ring scars? What's going on? I recognize him. He is Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan generation. He is the strongest true inheritor of the Hidden Spirit Temple, someone who can compete with the profound heaven's holy sun and the universe origin Dao sun. It really is Great Master Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen, who had been tripped by the beggar, felt disheartened. He lay face down on the ground, unwilling to get up. Great Master Yuan Zhen? The first Prince Wang Fei asked in a probing manner. The association chiefs of the other merchant associations and the noble clan elders found this incredible. Why did the strongest true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple come to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion for no reason? Furthermore, he came with Xiaoqin. Could there be some other reason behind this? Princes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Now that Yuan Zhen had been recognized, he could not run even if he wanted to. He stood up with a bitter smile. When Yuan Zhen stood up and the three princes saw Yuan Zhen's face, they immediately felt stifled. Their final hope vanished. It really was Yuan Zhen. The three princes could not help feeling worried. The three princes looked at the crack in the pavilion ceiling, then at Xiaoqin, who held Heavenly Slayer, and at the side, who did not know Yuan Zhen's attitude. The three princes immediately felt that killing this Xiaoqin was much more difficult than they had imagined. The instant Yuan Zhen was recognized, the peak sovereign emperor aura hovering above Xiaoqin's head vanished. That peak sovereign emperor, who was hiding somewhere, still felt mysterious and unfathomable, unblockable. What was a peak sovereign emperor? Sovereign emperors had 9 divine veins. 1 to 3 divine veins could only be considered small perfection. 3 divine veins were great perfection. Only 6 divine veins were peak sovereign emperors. Divine vein realm sovereign emperors had 1 heaven per vein. It was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation. Breaking through bottlenecks was even more difficult. Great perfection sovereign emperors were already extremely rare. It was no exaggeration to call a peak sovereign emperor peak. As long as this peak sovereign emperor remained, the veiled woman would firmly grasp the Smiling Daughter Pavilion situation, regardless of whether he had 7 divine veins or 8 divine veins. However, a peak sovereign emperor would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, you already stand at the peak. The consequences of casually killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be unbearable. In the past, there were 3 inspectors who had died, but they were all unsolved cases. No one knew who had killed them. Now, Xiaoqin's saber light that broke the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's roof had already startled the entire imperial capital. It was almost impossible to hide it. Furthermore, the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen suddenly appeared. The peak sovereign emperors already had to be wary of them, so they had to be much more careful. That was what most people thought. They were not surprised that the peak sovereign emperors did not make a move to kill Xiaoqin. A strange look flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. She looked at Yuan Zhen and said through clenched teeth, "Interesting. My Smiling Daughter Pavilion has seen all sorts of people come here before, but not a monk. Grandmaster Yuan Zhen, you came at the right time. Do you want me to call a few heads over to accompany you?" Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together before Pavilion Master Yang's clear mockery. Then he smiled faintly and said, "My Zen heart is already stuck in the mud, no longer chasing the wild spring winds. This humble monk thanks Pavilion Master Yang for your kind intentions. This time, I was only invited by Benefactor Xiao to attend the Pavilion Master's banquet with him. I have no other intentions." When the veiled woman heard that, she felt enraged. This damn bald monk spoiled her plans. Yuan Zhen's casual words easily resolved the awkwardness. "My Buddhist heart is calm, like a willow in the mud." Grandmaster Yuan Zhen truly lives up to his name. Just a casual chant from his mouth shows his Zen heart. However, Grandmaster Yuan Zhen is with Xiaoqin. Could it be that Xiaoqin has a deep connection to the hidden spirit temple? Interesting. It looks like he might not die in this certain death situation. I have long heard of the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaoqin's fame. When he first arrived, he killed that arrogant and despotic monarch Yu. Today, 3 princes gathered before him, but they could not gain an advantage over him. I feel that it is better for such a person to live. Indeed, it would be a pity if he died. You did not see it earlier. He killed the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's 3-vein sovereign emperor with 1 saber strike. He mainly relied on that saber in his hand, right? Even if I gave you that saber, would you be able to do it? The originally certain death situation suddenly turned around after the beggar pulled off Yuan Zhen's hood. Yuan Zhen was very strong, but he could not turn the situation around. However, he had the hidden spirit temple behind him. Everyone had to reconsider. A light flickered in the 8th Prince Wang Feng's eyes. He was an intelligent person, an outstanding talent of the royal clan. Xiao Chen's earlier performance already made him feel threatened. He would either use such a person or kill him early. Even if he did not kill Xiao Chen, he could not make him an enemy. However, he had already thoroughly offended this person today. Even if Yuan Zhen was here, he would still kill him if he could. Venerable Yuan Zhen, it has been a long time since we last met. Allow me to ask, what is your relationship with Benefactor Xiao? The 8th Prince Wang Feng felt that the relationship between Yuan Zhen and Xiao Chen might not be as solid as iron. This was somewhat strange. Earlier, Yuan Zhen wanted to run. In the end, that drunken beggar tripped him, forcing him to stay. Yuan Zhen smiled faintly and said, I have no relationship with Benefactor Xiao. However, Benefactor Xiao has a deep connection to my Buddhist sect. He has the highest gift of the Buddhist sect, a page of the golden letter personally drawn by the Kasyapa Buddha. As long as he shows this page, the Buddhist sect monks will have to help him. What a joke! How can I have a relationship with this fellow? Yuan Zhen, who suffered terribly at Xiao Chen's hands, hoped that Xiao Chen would die here today. Since Yuan Zhen met Xiao Chen, he had always been tricked. Fortunately, Yuan Zhen was smart today. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined here. However, if Xiao Chen was willing to show the golden letter, Yuan Zhen would not mind helping Xiao Chen resolve this calamity. After all, taking back the golden letter gift would be very beneficial to Yuan Zhen. Golden letter gift? Will young Master Xiao please show it? If you really have the Buddhist sect's golden letter, this prince will turn and leave immediately, not staying. When the 8th prince heard that, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. He might not be able to take care of Xiao Chen today. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If I can really show the golden letter and resolve this calamity, it might be possible. Boom! However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen would show the golden letter, something strange happened. Suddenly, a sword light appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. This sword light was as resplendent as the sun. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Before the sword chi arrived, cracks already appeared in his Dao domain. The person who arrived was an expert. This expert was at least a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen had been keeping his guard up against that mysterious peak sovereign emperor. Unexpectedly, there was such an expert hidden. By the time Xiao Chen discovered this, it was already too late. This sword strike could not be dodged. Such a change happened in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to be shocked. Those with discerning eyes could tell that this sword strike had stored up power for a long time. Its might was so great that even a 4-vein sovereign emperor might not be able to block it. Xiao Chen was in danger. What is a fiend? Idle clouds and wild cranes are impermanent. The lush mountains and clear waters ask the monarch's heart. A saber light appeared, and a figure seemed to leap out of a painting of the lush mountains and clear waters. Kasi. The saber light broke the sword light and knocked back the mysterious, black-clad person. Pu Si. The black-clad person who attacked grunted as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen looked carefully and saw that the person was fiendish Saber Shi Mu's disciple, Lu Benwei. He could not help exclaiming joyfully, "Big brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Benwei landed and smiled. When Master found out that you came to the Yanwu dynasty, he was very worried. So, I took the initiative to ask for permission to come. The moment you set foot in the Yanwu dynasty, I followed. Who is fiendish Saber Shi Mu to you? The mysterious, black-clad person shouted as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei smiled faintly and replied, "This untalented one is my master. You should be the Divine Sword Pavilion's supreme elder, right? What a great grandmaster-level martial sage of a righteous sect. To think that you are so shameless." The 8th prince's expression changed, anger flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Duke Yun. Duke Yun lowered his head, not saying anything. However, his eyes filled with pity. Senior Dao Yan actually failed. "It is none of your business who I am. Xiao Chen, I'll take your head another day." After the black-clad person's identity was exposed, he did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Lu Benwei wanted to give chase, but Xiao Chen stopped him. "Let him go." Eighth Prince, do you still want me to show the golden letter? The Eighth Prince's supporters were the sects and factions in the Yanwu dynasty, with the Divine Sword Pavilion at the forefront. Xiao Chen's question countered the other party. The Eighth Prince's face trembled slightly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It was one thing for the Eighth Prince to sneak attack, but he had not succeeded. To think that he still hadn't succeeded. If he continued to stay here, he would really have no place to hide his face. However, the Eighth Prince could not swallow this frustration if he just left like that. Cut the crap. Quickly take out the golden letter. We still do not know whether it is real or fake. Wang Feng said sullenly, a dark look flashing in his eyes. The Eighth Prince was shedding all pretense of cordiality. Is that so? In that case, there is no need for me to take out the golden letter. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the black and white eggs leaped out of the divine universe steel. Boom! The black and white eggs figures flashed, and they stood on either side of Xiao Chen. Their auras soared, rising from 4-vein sovereign emperor to 5-vein sovereign emperor. Anyone who wants to kill Egg will have to ask us, the black and white eggs, for permission first. The two used Xiao Chen's strength as a benchmark, then adjusted their own strength. Now, Xiao Chen activated the alloy dragon armor and could rival a 4-vein sovereign emperor. According to the rules that their master left, the alloy dragon armor could advance to 5-vein sovereign emperor without any difficulty. It was not over yet. Suddenly, a ghastly howl rang out from outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Then, a huge hole opened up with a loud boom. The Misty Rain Pavilion's Su Yi arrived, leading dozens of women. Zither, pipa, flutes, ancient bells, and dozens of other ancient musical instruments played at the same time. Under the majestic and elegant music, a group of unparalleled beauties descended under Su Ye's lead. Su Yi hugged her zither as she stood beside Xiao Chen. Then, she looked at the veiled woman and smiled. Little bitch, you laid a good trap. However, it is not that simple to kill my Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. Su Yi was indeed not simple. At the very least, no one dared to be careless when they saw the group of women behind Su Yi. The veiled woman seemed to have an old grudge with Su Yi. When she saw Su Yi, she was even angrier than when she saw Xiao Chen. She shouted, Su Yi! To think that you came to my Smiling Daughter Pavilion to mock us. You are seeking death. Where are the Azure Lotus Fairies? Coming like thunder, withdrawing in rage. Leaving like the clear light of the river and sea. Flowers fill the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests. One cold sword light 14 provinces. A bright moon slowly rose above the Misty Rain Pavilion. The bright moon hung high in the sky. A group of white-clad women arrived together with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's inherited soul tool, the Fairy Girl Basket. 10,000 flowers bloomed, 1,000 shades of purple and red. The white-clad women held swords, looking like fairies descending from the moon. Why is there such a huge commotion? The Misty Rain Pavilion's legendary 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Azure Lotus Sword Dance actually appeared at the same time. What are they doing? Heavens! My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I must be dreaming. Such a large lineup stupefied the guests in the surrounding pavilions. They found this scene unreal. The Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 Soul Tool-grade musical instruments. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's Fairy Girl Basket had been passed down for a long time. It could fight against 100 alone. The Azure Lotus Fairies' white-clad swords danced, looking unparalleled in the world. No matter who won, both sides would have to pay a huge price. Chapter 2239. According to the legend, the Misty Rain Pavilion had close to 100 beautiful headliners holding soul treasure-grade musical instruments. They were known as the 100 Fairies of the Pear Garden. However, no one had seen them or performed them publicly. There were only rumors. Everyone knew that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was founded by the Azure Lotus Fairy. She was also known as the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Since the establishment of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, there had been an unparalleled sword dance passed down. However, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal's consummate skill, the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, rarely appeared. This was because this azure lotus sword dance required 100 talented women to perform it at the same time. Only then could it achieve the scene of an azure lotus blooming and breaking out of the moon. Today, these two legendary existences suddenly appeared and stood at loggerheads. This caught everyone off guard. To think that such a scene, which they had never imagined, would appear before them by chance. Although these two factions could tear down half of Yen City if they fought, many people felt that the commotion was not big enough. However, who knew how many people felt that it was not lively enough, hoping for a fight to break out? The atmosphere turned tense. It was like a fight would break out at a moment's notice. The black and white eggs protected Xiaochen at his sides. Lu Benwei stood in front of him, a fiendish light flickering on the tip of his saber. The 100 fairies of the pear garden each held a soul treasure-grade musical instrument as they stood there. All of them were beautiful women with unparalleled grace. Yuan Zhen stood in the middle, and Ling Yu supported his drunkard beggar. They stood far away, frowning heavily. The lineup on the other side looked even more horrifying. The three princes gathered together, the elders of the 4 ancient noble clans, the many smiling daughter pavilions' sovereign emperor guards, and a group of white-clad women descended with flowers. The first prince Wang Fei, the 13th prince Wang Yi, and the 8th prince Wang Feng all showed extremely unsightly expressions. The three were already in a predicament. Originally, they thought that nothing would go wrong, that they could easily deal with Xiaochen. To think that they caused such a huge commotion. Not to mention killing Xiaochen, the three might not even be able to retreat safely. Xiaochen's saber strike startled the entire imperial capital, Yen City. It would definitely startle the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. If the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs could not kill Xiaochen before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs arrived, this operation would suffer a great loss. At this moment, the veiled woman completely ignored Xiaochen. She stared at Su Yi and said coldly, "A bunch of bitches. Get out of the Smile Pavilion now, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Su Yi sneered and said, "Bear the consequences? Go ahead and try. Let's see whose consequences will be more severe." After Su Ye's appearance, the situation, which was supposed to force Xiaochen into a corner, turned into a confrontation between the two women. Yuan Zhen, who was the focus of everyone's attention earlier, was immediately ignored. The speed at which the situation changed was simply flabbergasting. The three princes exchanged glances with one another. They could feel the anxiety and impatience in each other's eyes. Su Ye's gaze met the veiled woman's. She could clearly feel the enmity between the two of them, as well as their unyielding auras. "Since you don't want to leave, then don't even think about leaving." The veiled woman's eyes were filled with killing intent as she coldly spoke. The 100 white-clothed women behind her pointed their swords forward at the same time. The 100 fairies of the pear garden scattered, holding flutes, jade flutes, pipas, all sorts of sounds rang out at the same time. A battle that was destined not to end peacefully started. The hundreds of soul tool instruments played at the same time. The fairy basket bloomed, and the white-clothed women danced with the swords. Boom! In just an instant, the smiling daughter pavilion, which had stood for many years, shook. The shock waves spread out, shaking half of the imperial capital. The many powerful experts hidden in closed-door cultivation in the imperial capital all opened their eyes at the same time. Doubt flashed in their eyes as they looked at the smiling daughter pavilion. However, when the two sides clashed, they were suppressed for only an instant. A sword fell through the cracked roof of the smiling daughter pavilion, looking like a flaming star. When the sword landed and stabbed into the ground, the 100 fairies of the pear garden and the white-clothed women all moved back at the same time. Yen Imperial Sword. When the three princes saw this sword, their complexions instantly paled. Without much thought, they knelt on the ground with a plop. Only one person in the imperial capital Yen City could swing this sword, the current Yen Huang. This sword flew in from the imperial palace. Yen Huang did not show himself, but it felt like he was there in person. The flaming Yen imperial sword trembled slightly, and a hazy sword intent spread out. Everyone in the entire smiling daughter pavilion felt a huge pressure. They could not help wanting to prostrate and kneel. The might and pressure contained in the sword intent was not just the sword itself but the dynasty's accumulations. Plop, plop. More people knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Wanting to face this superior grade soul tool containing the dynasty's luck in Yen City was simply too difficult. Even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to endure the dynasty's might and pressure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as this sword intent was about to reach its peak and make everyone submit, it suddenly hummed and fell silent. Doubt flashed in the three princes' eyes at the same time. However, there was no time to think. A group of stern-looking old men appeared on the roof of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. The leader had white hair and a white beard. His expression was solemn, and he exuded a vast imperial might that deterred others from looking at him directly. "Greetings, imperial ancestor," the princes said respectfully at the same time. This group of old men were the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs, who had arrived late. The leader was the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor, a royal court patriarch who was even more senior than Yen Huang. Humph! The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Lock them up. The imperial ancestral temple will whip them. None of you can escape." How embarrassing! Right after the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor spoke, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin. Then he walked over. "Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with this matter?" As the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor spoke, the group of patriarchs tied up the three princes with special chains. As soon as the chains wrapped around their bodies, electricity crackled, and the three princes let out blood-curdling screams. No matter what, Xiao Chen was the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector. He represented the Heavenly Alliance in the Yenwu dynasty. No matter how weak the Heavenly Alliance was in the imperial capital, Yen City, it was a bona fide superfaction. Its overall strength surpassed that of the Yenwu dynasty in the Great Thousand Realms. If they could kill Xiao Chen silently, it would not be a big deal. However, publicly killing the Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector would be equivalent to slapping the Yenwu dynasty's face, placing the Yenwu dynasty in an extremely disadvantageous position. Hence, the moment the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs appeared, they immediately detained the three princes, not giving them any face at all. When the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs arrived before Xiao Chen, they were very polite. Although the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs were polite, they were very shrewd. The moment they spoke, they directly handed this matter to Xiao Chen to deal with. As long as Xiao Chen was willing to deal with it, this matter would not startle the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, and it would not be a big deal. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He knew that the situation was now reversed. At the very least, that was how it looked on the surface. "It's fine. The three princes and I were just drinking and chatting. Our words were somewhat intense, that's all. However, this Smiling Daughter Pavilion slandered me, saying that I stole their imitation holy tool and tarnished my reputation. They even attacked me. This truly chills the Xiao." Xiao Chen knew very well that while this imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs appeared strict and merciless to the three princes, in reality, it would not hurt them at all. In reality, it wouldn't hurt him at all. It was just for show. The one that could truly be suppressed was still the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. "Alright, I understand. I'll help you make the decision." The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor turned his head and looked at the veiled woman. "Pavilion Master Yang, since you are responsible for this matter, you need to make up for it. If you feel dissatisfied, you can tell me now." The white-haired old man clearly wanted to keep the peace. Since Xiao Chen had already placed the blame on her, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor turned his head back and looked at the veiled woman. Under such circumstances, there was no way for her to explain herself, no matter how unwilling she was. Could she really say that this was planned by the three princes? The imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs appeared strict to the princes, but in reality, they were the most protective of their own. Even Xiao Chen said that the three princes were not wrong. Even if she did not want to take the blame, she had to. Under the veil, Pavilion Master Yang gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her face nearly turned black. After calming herself for a long time, she said, "This pavilion master is not dissatisfied. Lord Xiao is right. This little girl did slander Lord Xiao. I apologize to Lord Xiao here. As for the shock that Lord Xiao suffered today, I am willing to compensate Lord Xiao with 30% of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's monthly income." Before Xiaochen could say anything, Suyi smiled softly and said, "In that case, I will reluctantly forgive you on behalf of Lord Xiao. Pavilion Master Yang, you have to pay attention to your mouth in the future." Ha! As Su Ye's bell-like laughter rang out, this storm finally came to an end. However, based on the veiled woman's gritted teeth, it was clear that this grudge would not end here. Chapter 2240. The blazing Yen Imperial sword shocked everyone present. Kneeling on the ground were the three princes bound by lightning chains, and Tower Master Yang, who was forced to apologize. There was also the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's ceiling crack, which no one knew when it would be repaired. No one expected a mere one-vain sovereign emperor to cause the three princes to suffer, forcing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to apologize and make amends. The Heavenly Alliance's envoy inspector, Xiaochen, would definitely shake the imperial capital tonight. It was hard to imagine that if not for the Yen Imperial sword that flew over, this storm would not have happened. If not for the flying Yen Imperial sword, what would have happened in the end? The white-haired old man looked at Xiaochen and asked, "Lord Xiao, what do you think?" After all, it was only Su Yi who expressed her opinion. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor needed Xiaochen's opinion first. Pavilion Master Su's opinion is my opinion as well. Xiaochen managed to survive a certain death situation and even made the veiled woman suffer and apologize. Xiaochen did not feel any dissatisfaction. This already exceeded his expectations. In reality, even if Xiaochen wanted to ask for more, he could not ask for too much. After all, it was the Yen Imperial sword that was stabbed into the ground. The ones in control of the situation were the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor. The imperial capital Yen City belonged to the royal court, after all. Although Xiaochen was righteous, this was a world where the strong ruled. It was already not easy to gain such benefits. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and the three princes went for wool and came home shorn. They would definitely become a laughingstock and would not dare to make a move on him for the time being. The 7 merchant associations would also have to reconsider. However, Xiaochen looked at the dejected Ling Yu. He had wronged his martial nephew. He could not interfere with headliner Ling Long's matters. If Xiaochen used this opportunity to force the veiled woman to give up on the wedding, it would be too rude. Xiaochen remained rather calm. The accumulations of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance were not as simple as he imagined. This time, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's apology was to give the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor face, not Xiaochen. If Xiaochen pushed too hard, it might have the opposite effect. Even now, Xiaochen did not know how many trump cards the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had revealed. Goodbye. Many thanks to Senior for upholding justice. This Xiao will remember this. Xiaochen cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Take care. The Yanwu dynasty has always had a good relationship with the Heavenly Alliance. This little favor is nothing." Xiaochen's group left the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in a grandiose manner. Of course, they didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, they went through the hole that the 100 fairies of the pear garden created with their musical instruments. Yuan Zhen thought for a moment before following them. Then, the 3 presidents who had signed a new contract with Xiaochen left at the same time. "Tower Master Yang, I have wronged you this time," the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarch asked softly as he glanced at the veiled woman. This time, everyone could tell that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion took the blame for the royal court, pushing away all responsibility. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion could only apologize and swallow their anger. The veiled woman said indifferently, "Ancestor is too serious. This time, I was rash and didn't handle things properly. Let's drop this matter for now. I still wish for Sect Ancestor to preside over the wedding of the first prince and headliner Ling Long." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I agree to this. This could be considered a form of compensation." The imperial ancestral temple was on the same side as the first prince in the first place. However, it was inconvenient for them to preside over the wedding. If not for today's matter, the white-haired old man would not have appeared in public for this matter. Take the 3 princes away. After whipping them, ground them for half a month. Yes. The royal court's people left. Before they left, the white-haired old man drew the Yen imperial sword. Just as he was about to put it in the sword box, his expression changed. Unexpectedly, a tiny crack appeared on the Yen imperial sword. The crack looked unremarkable, but it was clearly new. It was normal for a soul tool to crack. As long as one fought, it would be hard to avoid damage. Even the Yen imperial sword was no exception. Historically, the Yen imperial sword had even shattered. However, as long as the dynasty's luck did not decline, it could always be repaired. However, the problem was, when had anyone clashed with the Yen imperial sword in this place? The veiled woman looked suspiciously at the white-haired old man. However, the other party hid his expression well and left in a rush, not saying a word. After the royal court's people left, the extraordinarily bustling Smiling Daughter Pavilion slowly quietened down. The veiled woman instructed. Then, she quickly headed for the depths of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion with a rushed expression. Unlike what many people imagined, the outside world was filled with lush mountains, clear waters, and drifting white clouds. The depths of the core seemed to be filled with a sinister aura that made one shudder. A moment later, at the core of the small world, the veiled woman saw 9 old men guarding the core of the formation. There was a total of 9 people. The leader was a peak sovereign emperor, and the other 8 were peak 6 vein sovereign emperors. With these 9 people guarding this place, as long as the core formation was not completely destroyed, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not fall. This was just the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. The accumulations of the entire Pleasure Quarter Alliance were even more terrifying. The veiled woman looked at the black-clad old man leading the group and said, "Senior Feng, I already told you to kill him at all costs, even if he really has the Buddhist sect's golden letter. Why did you not do so?" When Yuan Zhen appeared earlier, although the veiled woman was startled for a moment, she still made up her mind to kill Xiaoqin. She had already reached the point where she had to kill him. If she did not kill him now, she would not have another chance to do so. It was as the veiled woman expected. First, the fiendish saber disciple Lu Benwei appeared. Then, Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden to charge over. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch appeared, she lost her chance. If Senior Feng had listened to the veiled woman, there might not have been so much trouble. At that time, Xiaoqin would have died, and everything would have been set in stone. Even if the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarch arrived, no matter how angry he was, he could only bear the burden in the end. As for how much rage the Heavenly Alliance would feel for a one-vein sovereign emperor, it might not be as terrifying as one imagined. At most, the Heavenly Alliance would come to a compromise and give some benefits to the Heavenly Alliance in the Yenwu dynasty. Pu Si. The black-clad old man, who was about to speak, vomited a mouthful of blood, instantly turning incredibly pale. The veiled woman immediately felt shocked. She quickly asked, "Senior Feng, when were you injured?" Senior Feng was a 7-vein sovereign emperor, a bona fide peak sovereign emperor. How could he have gotten so severely injured without anyone noticing? The veiled woman immediately felt somewhat afraid. Although she felt angry from the start to the end, she had never felt afraid. This was because she knew that the situation had been under her control all along. However, Xiaoqin's resistance was much more intense than she had imagined. However, no matter what, even if Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the Pear Garden over and fought, the veiled woman would not be able to defeat Xiaoqin. She was confident that she would be the winner. But now, Elder Feng had been severely injured without anyone noticing, which made her feel that it was too inconceivable. The black-clad old man shook his head and sighed. "I was severely injured the moment Yuan Zhen appeared. I did not scatter my aura because Yuan Zhen appeared. My soul was injured and I could barely protect myself. If I had not retreated, my divine seal would have been destroyed." "Who attacked?" "I don't know. I really don't know. Shock flashed in the veiled woman's eyes. To think that a bona fide seven-vein sovereign emperor did not even know who injured him. Could it be that an expert stronger than a seven-vein sovereign emperor had been in the small world of mountains and rivers from the start to the end? I will report this matter to the saintess and let her handle it. Elder Feng, you should focus on recuperating. There is no need to think too much. For the first time, the veiled woman felt that things were out of her control. Tonight's events were more unusual than she had imagined. However, it did not matter. The wedding between Ling Long and the first prince had already been announced. All that was left was for the holy daughter to complete her task. Most importantly, the first prince's betrothal gift was in his hands. A key appeared in the veiled woman's hand. It was the key to the Immortal Palace. We can forget about today's matter. But no matter what, we cannot allow anything to happen to this wedding. Outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, Xiaochen took out the ethereal Immortal Palace key and handed it to Yuan Zhen. He said softly, "As you wish. I'll return this key to you." Yuan Zhen smiled faintly as he received it and carefully put it away. Benefactor Xiao is indeed straightforward. I did not accompany you to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in vain. This little monk will take his leave first. After glancing at Xiaochen, Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist name before turning to leave. This monk is a little odd. Su Yi commented softly as she watched Yuan Zhen leave from the side. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "He is indeed very strange. He is different from all the monks I have seen. Sometimes he does not seem like a monk. Sometimes he seems more like a monk than anyone else. I cannot understand him. However, I have to thank you this time. The 100 fairies of the Pear Garden really put in a lot of effort for me. If it were someone else trying to kill you, I might not have helped you so much. However, if it were that little bitch from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, I would help you even at the cost of my life." Xiaochen thought to himself, "Speaking of strange people, you are actually rather strange as well. Speaking of strange people, there is actually a very strange person beside me. Uncle, stop pretending to be drunk." Xiaochen looked at the beggar that Ling Yu was supporting and shook him. In the end, the beggar fell to the ground like mud. Xiaochen bent over and checked the other party's breathing. Then he frowned slightly. "You are really drunk." Chapter 2241. He was indeed drunk. Xiaochen's entire body reeked of alcohol. The aftereffects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. He was indeed drunk. Xiaochen's entire body reeked of alcohol. The aftereffects of strong wine burn were already completely unleashed in his blood. After Xiaochen checked and verified that he was fine, he felt it was somewhat unfortunate. Xiaochen drank so much from heartburn without circulating his cultivation technique. It would be a waste. Big brother. Big brother. Ling Yu shook the beggar, who remained drunk. He could not help looking at Xiaochen helplessly. "Martial uncle, big brother is drunk again." That's normal. The number of people who can remain sober after drinking heartburn can be counted on one hand. Xiaochen found this slightly strange. This beggar was truly strange. Even now, Xiaochen felt curious about how the beggar tripped Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen was a sovereign emperor. Even Xiaochen could not figure out the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. If they really fought, although Xiaochen was confident, it would be hard to say who would win. After all, Xiaochen did not know Yuan Zhen's strength or how many trump cards he had. However, Yuan Zhen easily tripped such a top true inheritor. It would be too much of a coincidence to say it was accidental. Originally, Xiaochen wanted to ask the other party about it after he came out. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting drunk. Something's wrong. Is someone paying attention to me? Xiaochen frowned slightly. He felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He activated his divine seal and infused his soul energy into his body. Many people came and went on the streets, watching him from behind. However, very few people could make Xiaochen feel threatened and activate his divine seal to protect himself. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "Pavilion Master Su, please help me send Ling Yu and this uncle back to the Misty Rain Pavilion first. You helped me a lot this time. Thank you again." Su Yi did not deny it. She smiled softly and said, You are too polite. Xiaochen thought of something. Then he bent over and whispered something into Su Ye's ear. Su Ye's gaze immediately fell on Ling Yu. Her eyes wandered as she revealed a shocked expression. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Then I'll leave it to you. After watching the 100 fairies of the pear garden, Ling Yu, and the beggar leave, Xiaochen sighed in his heart. He was not very good at persuading Ling Yu, so he could only ask Su Yi for help. Perhaps she would have some ideas. When the group of people completely disappeared from Xiaochen's sight, Xiaochen's expression changed, and he turned around to look. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, he saw the owner of that gaze. On top of a tall building, there was a man dressed like a scholar. He looked gentle and refined, and he was waving a folding fan in his hand. With a faint smile, his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Xiaochen in the distance. The Heavenly Book Scholar? I forgot that he is also in the Yanwu dynasty. What does this guy want from me? If he doesn't want to expose himself, there are many ways to do so. Since he had chosen to let him sense his gaze, it was clear that he wanted to see him. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiaochen passed through several streets and arrived at a riverside inn. He went straight to the 7th floor. Whoosh! At the railing, the Heavenly Book Scholar closed his folding fan and turned to look at Xiaochen. Then he extended his hand and said, "Sit." When Xiaochen sat down, the Heavenly Book Scholar handed him a cup of tea. Then he smiled and asked, "Would you like to read strategy?" Xiaochen took a sip and said indifferently, "Never mind. I don't want to see you vomit another 3 liters of blood." Xiaochen recalled that the Heavenly Book Scholar could not read his fate at all. Instead, he ended up significantly injured. "It's fine. This is just a casual reading. I will not observe the Heavenly Tao or read fate. I will only read the words." The Heavenly Book Scholar took out his brush, ink, and paper. Then he showed an expression of reluctance. Xiaochen picked up his brush and hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to write. Previously, Xiaochen wrote the word moon. What about this time? Up to you. Write whatever you want. Xiaochen thought of Ling Yu's matter. Then he stopped hesitating and wrote the word love. The Heavenly Book Scholar took a look and smiled. This is a good word. A heart accompanied by a green. As the saying goes, if one's infatuation does not die, the sky will not grow old. At first, you hesitated. However, after you wrote, you did not hesitate at all. This means that you wrote this word on behalf of a friend. Hence, you did not feel any burden and appeared calm. However, you took a long time to finish. This means that you are the same, trapped by love. In the end, you still ended up asking for it yourself. Xiaochen asked softly, "What was the result?" "I did not observe the Heavenly Tao or read fate. Naturally, I could not get a result." The Heavenly Book Scholar shrugged with a smile, appearing helpless. Xiaochen immediately lost interest. Not wanting to waste words, he asked directly, "Why are you looking for me?" "Originally, I was preparing to look for you today. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge commotion in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. It can be considered a coincidence, right? I would like to ask if you still have an ethereal immortal palace key. Are you willing to give it to me? We can discuss any price." A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Then he said in understanding, "You are a diviner. You should know where the ethereal immortal palace will appear, right?" The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled and said, "The diviners of the various dynasties can predict that the ethereal immortal palace will appear in the Yanwu dynasty. Naturally, I am no exception." "What is the exact location?" The Heavenly Book Scholar smiled but did not answer. "If you know, someone will take the initiative to tell you. If you cannot, no one will tell you." The Heavenly Book Scholar spoke in riddles, similar to what Yuan Zhen said. Xiaochen thought to himself, "To put it bluntly, I do not have the conditions. However, one of the conditions is definitely the ethereal immortal palace key. As for the other conditions, I do not know." The Heavenly Book Scholar asked, "How about it? Have you considered giving the key away? This ethereal immortal palace key is not that important to you." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had used the wings of time sealed in the ethereal immortal palace. How could it not be important? However, there were rumors of the ethereal immortal palace appearing from time to time. However, the prophecies had never been accurate. Indeed, Xiaochen did not value the ethereal immortal palace, so he tried to get some information out of the other party. That's right. This ethereal immortal palace key is not that valuable to me. However, it should not be that important to you. I can give it to you. However, you have to tell me who you are buying it for. The Heavenly Book scholar frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, I can't say that. Right after the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Right after the Heavenly Book scholar spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Then he realized that he had fallen for a trap. Now that the Heavenly Book scholar said that, this was equivalent to telling the other party that he, the Heavenly Book scholar, was buying the ethereal immortal palace key for someone else. Xiaochen smiled and said, in that case, let me guess. Who instructed you to do this? It looks like there is no need for further discussion. Brother Xiao has no intention of giving it to me. Consider it as my intrusion. Please go back. I will visit another day. The Heavenly Book scholar interrupted Xiaochen. Then he smiled faintly and stood up to send off the guest. You are too polite. The Misty Rain Pavilion welcomes you at any time. Xiaochen revealed a smile and turned to leave, heading downstairs. When Xiaochen reached the blind spot, his expression suddenly changed. The instant he put on the death god mask, he executed the life bestowal spell. Immediately, the dust in the air formed a figure as Xiaochen's hand seals changed. This figure looked exactly like Xiaochen, a fake. Up in the pavilion, the Heavenly Book scholar watched as Xiaochen left. He frowned heavily in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen showed no intention of selling it, not even stating a price. Don't. Footsteps rang out, and a person in battle armor walked over from behind. This person looked valiant and had a resolute face. This person exuded an intense killing chi. This strong killing chi even suppressed the Heavenly Book scholar's sovereign might. Can this person be trusted? The person asked as he stood beside the Heavenly Book scholar, looking at Xiaochen's back as well. His voice was hoarse and grave. The Heavenly Book scholar turned to the side and fanned himself with his folding fan. Fortunately, I met him once 10 years ago. He is a person of character. However, he has a cautious nature and hides his pride. He has a pure heart. I expected him to reach where he is now. However, I sense the aura of a demonic Dao cultivator from him, the person said, enunciating every word. The Heavenly Book scholar felt slightly startled. Ninth Prince, why do you say that? The person who arrived was the Ninth Prince, who often led troops to guard the borders. No wonder his killing chi was so intense. The Heavenly Book scholar felt slightly startled. Ninth Prince, why do you say that? I frequently fight with the people of the abyssal underworld and the Shuwu dynasty's demonic Dao experts. Sometimes, I do not need much evidence, just my intuition, the Ninth Prince explained. Is that so? In that case, it looks like it is correct. However, there are many righteous Dao cultivators who cultivate demonic Dao techniques. He is still a choice, the Heavenly Book scholar said slowly as he tapped his left palm with the folding fan in his hand. Big brother, for the sake of obtaining the Pleasure Quarter Alliance's support, he actually used the ethereal immortal palace keys as a betrothal gift. This is simply unexpected. This is like inviting a wolf into the house. The Ninth Prince sighed, worry flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, hence, I feel that time is tight. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys already have owners. In the end, Xiaochen is still a choice. The Ninth Prince frowned and said, in the end, I still do not trust people who cultivate demonic Dao techniques. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not choose him. I will have to trouble you to continue searching for me. The Heavenly Book scholar sighed softly, I will do my best. As the two spoke, they were extremely careful, using their soul energy to check the surroundings. However, the two had not expected Xiaochen, who had not left, to hear all this. Chapter 2242. In the shadows of the pavilion, Xiaochen, who had heard the conversation between the Heavenly Book scholar and the Ninth Prince, did not linger, leaving quietly. Now that it was daytime, the death god mask's effect was much weaker. However, Xiaochen used a trick to make the ninth prince and the heavenly book scholar think that he had already left. That was why he hadn't been discovered. If he continued to stay here, it would be hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. To think that the ninth prince is behind the heavenly book scholar. However, I know nothing about the ninth prince. On the way back to the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiaochen thought to himself, feeling that he had grasped some clues. The Crown Prince's betrothal gift was a key to the ethereal immortal palace, and now the ninth prince was also searching for a key to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was under the control of the ethereal immortal palace? It was very likely that there were two conditions. One was to possess the key to the ethereal immortal palace, and the other was to obtain the help of a prince. Only by fulfilling these two conditions could one know where the immortal palace would appear and obtain the opportunity to enter. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to be involved in the battle for the position of Crown Prince. In this era of great competition, we have to fight even if we don't want to. Xiaochen thought to himself, thinking that it was time to make a choice. The ninth prince did not think highly of him. However, the ninth prince was not the only one in the imperial capital, Yen City. There were many people that he could work with. He returned to the Misty Rain Tower. When Xiaochen saw Su Yi, she was trying to console Ling Yu. However, based on Ling Yu's expression, the effect was not good. The beggar was sleeping on the bed. Mo Chen, Bao, and the others were at the side. Big brother Xiao, you're finally back. Mo Chen stood up to welcome Xiaochen. Clearly, they already knew what happened in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. I met an old friend and was delayed for some time. However, I unexpectedly learned some things. Ling Yu, do you want to hear them? Xiaochen said softly as he looked at Ling Yu. Martial uncle, does it have anything to do with me? Xiaochen nodded. It does have something to do with you. I just learned that the Smiling Daughter Pavilion married headliner Ling Long to the first prince Wang Fei because of an ethereal immortal palace key. Immortal palace key? A bright light flashed in Su Ye's eyes. She said in realization, no wonder, no wonder. Although the first prince had a close relationship with the Pleasure Quarter Alliance, the Pleasure Quarter Alliance was far from fully supporting him in the fight for the position of Crown Prince. His relationship with the other princes was also not bad. It looks like this wedding has to go through. Headliner Ling Long will have to marry the first prince even if she doesn't want to. She is a chess piece representing the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Ling Yu smiled bitterly, remaining silent. This news was undoubtedly adding hail to snow. However, Mo Chen's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Ling Yu, did you not understand what Big Brother Xiao meant? Somewhat confused, Ling Yu asked, what do you mean? Mo Chen smiled softly and said, that is to say, headliner Ling Long did not covet the first prince's position and authority. She was forced to do so because of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's agreement with the first prince. Since the first prince handed over the ethereal immortal palace's key, he definitely wants the Smiling Daughter Pavilion to make a statement, to let everyone know that the Pleasure Quarter Alliance is on the first prince's side. Hence, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion withdrew headliner Ling Long. This wedding is a ceremony for both sides to form an alliance. Hearing that, Ling Yu revealed a look of joy on his face. However, it quickly dimmed. Even so, what can I do? Let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you something. What is your relationship with headliner Ling Long? Xiaochen asked the question that everyone was curious about. Many gazes immediately landed on Ling Yu. This was especially so for Su Yi. She seemed to be very interested in this matter. She propped up her chin with both hands as she watched without blinking. Back then, Martial Uncle brought me to the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When I saw headliner Ling Long, I had a good impression of her. Later, I stayed there and learned the pipa from elder sister Ling Long for 3 months. It was just 3 short months, but it felt like 3 lifetimes. I was very happy during that period. However, I still had to return to the sect. The night before I left, she entrusted her life to me. I agreed to come to the imperial capital Yen City to look for her 5 years later. At this point, Ling Yu blushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. However, his face showed joy from the memories. Thinking about it, that period of time was indeed a beautiful time for him, one that was hard to forget. What happened after that? What happened after that? Su Yi asked in anticipation, her eyes bright like pearls as she smiled. 5 years later, I became the youngest star venerate in the Grave Sea Cluster. Martial Uncle Sect Master tried to get me to stay. As long as I stayed, the Purple Flame Sect would make me the Sect Master. However, I fell in love with elder sister Ling Long, so I rejected Martial Uncle. At that time, I was very spirited and very cocky. Many of the older generation experts in the Grave Sea Cluster could not last 10 moves against me. I wanted to give her a surprise, so I did not tell her and came to the imperial capital Yen City alone. At this point, the smile on Ling Yu's face slowly disappeared. His grave expression contained a trace of regret and intense bitterness. Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. They more or less understood some things. In hindsight, Ling Yu was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Grave Sea Cluster. Ling Yu also had a rather thin Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. At such a young age, he already advanced to Star Venerate. At that time, he would have been brimming with confidence. He wanted to come to the imperial capital Yen City and show off his abilities, making a name for himself and obtaining beauties at the same time. However, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the imperial capital Yen City was the most bustling city of the Tianyuan Empire. With Ling Yu's talent and strength in the Grave Sea Cluster, he instantly paled in comparison when he came to the imperial capital Yen City. Even sovereign personages did not dare to speak loudly in the imperial capital Yen City, what more an insignificant star venerate. One could easily imagine how disappointed Ling Yu was. I sneaked into the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and saw Ling Long. She stood in the clouds. After she finished her song, the applause rang out endlessly. Countless primeval heavenly pills flew over like ribbons. There was no lack of nobles, holy venerates, sovereign personages, and even sovereign emperors. At that time, I felt somewhat timid. I could only afford a seat in the corner, where I could only look up at her in the clouds. I left her a letter and left. I wanted to come back and look for her 5 years later. I felt that a mere star venerate was not good enough for her. Ling Yu's voice sounded somewhat choked. At that time, he must have been incredibly depressed. Back in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm, he had not sensed the position of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Only after coming to the imperial capital Yen City did he realize what kind of height Ling Long, whom he had an appointment with, stood. However, I did not expect elder sister Ling Long to find me outside the city. I was so stupid. Back then I was really stupid. She said that she was willing to leave with me, but I felt that I was not good enough for her, so I made her wait for 5 years. However, when I returned 5 years later, she was not even willing to meet me. At this point, Ling Yu's face filled with pain. His eyes had long since turned moist. You are really stupid. I don't even know what to say about you. You deserve to regret it now. After Su Yi heard that, she frowned and cursed Ling Yu. Xiao Chen remained silent. However, he could understand Ling Yu. When he came to the imperial capital Yen City from the Grave Sea Cluster, he felt like a country bumpkin entering a city. It was like a country bumpkin entering the city. Su Yi, who had never experienced it, found it hard to understand the huge impact and incomparable disappointment. The pain was indescribable. Emotion said calmly, in my opinion, headliner Ling Long should still be concerned about Ling Yu. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion already. Su Yi nodded softly and said, that's right. You repeatedly went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion and caused so much trouble. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died several times already. Headliner Ling Long must have instructed them not to harm you. Brat, you are really fortunate. Headliner Ling Long disregarded everything and was willing to leave with you. How much courage does this require? To think that you did not agree. Now that she is not seeing you, she must still be angry. Ling Yu said sullenly, no, I have to meet her. I will only give up if she tells me personally. Ling Yu's sudden outburst startled Su Yi, Emotion, and the others. If you want to meet her, tonight is the best time. Right now, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion is in chaos. Everyone is very busy. It is best to sneak in, Su Yi analyzed calmly. Xiaochen stood up and said, I'll bring you there. Martial uncle. Ling Yu immediately felt so touched that he wanted to cry, not knowing what to say. Xiaochen said softly, since you address me as martial uncle, I will definitely be the matchmaker. Back then, I prepared to give you a pipa as a token of love. I still hope that you can personally give it to her. I want to go as well. Su Yi rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Visiting a brothel? I want to go as well. Ha! You people are all very bad. While this uncle is drunk, you want to visit a brothel again. This uncle is awake. Ha! The beggar, who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, suddenly said as he stood up. Xiaochen did not find this strange, so he looked at Imochen. Imochen said softly, Bao and I will not be going. Elder sister Su Yi already handed most of the matters of the merchant association to me. Later, I still have to discuss it with the association chiefs of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion and Linlang Pavilion. Xiaochen looked at Su Yi with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Su Yi relinquished her authority so early. Don't look at me. Why would I be unhappy if I can be more free? Su Yi smiled faintly, confusing everyone, not knowing what she was thinking. Let's go then. Chapter 2243. The Imperial Capital, Yen City, Smiling Daughter Pavilion. In the past, the lights would never go out and the traffic would always be heavy. But tonight, the bustling scene no longer existed. Xiaochen broke the roof of the pavilion with one saber strike, opening a crack in it. The various auras also damaged the interior of the pavilion. Repairing it would take some time. Now that the place was empty, the place was very busy. Everyone cleaned up the rubble and tidied up the debris. As for the roof, it would take at least 3 days to repair. Such a chaotic situation had not happened in many years. Now that they were cleaning up the mess, several guards even joined in. Xiaochen, Su Yi, the beggar, and Ling Yu arrived outside the Smiling Daughter Pavilion again. There was a large hole at the side of the pavilion. This was the hole that Su Yi led the 100 fairies of the pear garden to break open. When looking at it from the inside, it did not seem like much. However, from the outside, it looked very exaggerated. Su Yi looked at her masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. This hole will take at least 10 days to repair. The Misty Rain Pavilion's business should be several times better in the next few days. I have to consider increasing the price. Xiaochen soared into the air and quickly circled the Smiling Daughter Pavilion in the dark night. He came and went like the wind. By the time he landed, he had already found a breach. Come with me. The figures of the group flashed as they followed closely behind Xiaochen, dodging the waves of guards and restrictions. Normally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. It would be impossible to enter so easily. Yet, the group managed to break in so easily. Which floor is headliner Ling Long on? Xiaochen asked. The east side of the top floor. I know which room it is. The beggar smiled and said, Brat, you are quite thoughtful. You did not get beaten up for nothing. You finally figured out the room. This time, you can go in boldly. If anyone dares to beat you up, Big Brother will help you chase them away. Ling Yu smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother, it is better for you to stay here. I fear that something might happen to you. The beggar smiled happily and said, Don't worry. Just do what you need to do. Big Brother will not peek. I still have that much character. Let's go. Seizing the gap between the two waves of guards, Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he passed through. The few of them hurried to catch up with him. Following Xiaochen's footsteps, they ascended to the top floor. It could be seen that even though it was a mess at the moment, it was extremely chaotic. However, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's guards did not relax much against these headliners. When he was about to reach the top floor, Xiaochen frowned slightly. There was an array formation. If he didn't have any identification, then he would have to pay a visit. As long as one stepped onto the top floor, they would immediately be discovered. This was a type of formation used for scouting, so it was difficult to evade. Xiaochen had the Death God mask so he could go up. However, Ling Yu and the other two would have a hard time. Hee, this is enough. The beggar uncle took out a few tokens, and upon closer inspection, he realized that they were the waste tokens that the guards carried with them. It was unknown when he had stolen them. Xiaochen was slightly startled. When did he make a move? Even he did not sense it. That's amazing. What happened? Su Ye's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, she directly took out a token. It's just some small stuff, unorthodox. You won't be interested in it. The beggar uncle smiled happily as he shoved the other two tokens to Xiaochen and Ling Yu. With the tokens, the group safely made their way to the top floor, not startling anyone. After making many turns in the complicated corridors, they arrived at a room with Ling Long's room token. This is it. Now that they reached the step, Ling Yu felt somewhat hesitant. He could vaguely see a delicate figure through the door and window. Let's go in. The beggar uncle pushed hard, and Ling Yu barged in. Who is it? Just as he closed the door and turned around, a long sword was pressed against his neck. The owner of the sword wore a long white dress. Her pretty face appeared pale and haggard. Headliner Ling Long's complexion was much worse than when she performed in the clouds during the day. With one glance, one would feel heartache. Upon seeing Ling Yu's face, Ling Long was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, she startled awake and said, "Why are you here? Quickly leave. Today, the Tower Master is already angry. If you don't leave now, she will really kill you. Sister Ling Long, come with me. I was wrong, I was really wrong." Ling Yu's heart ached and he could not help but ask. Ling Long sheathed her sword. She could not bear to look at Ling Yu. She was afraid that if she took a few more glances, she would not be able to control herself. "You can leave." With her back facing Ling Yu, Ling Long sighed softly, "The matters between you and me are already in the past. 5 years ago, I gave you a chance. 5 years later, it's too late. I don't care. No matter what, I will take you away today." Ling Yu did not know where he got the courage to step forward and grab headliner Ling Long's hand tightly. Ling Long still did not turn around. She said softly, "You should leave quickly. The pavilion master will be here soon. I'm taking you with me. What right do you have to bring me along? You are just a mere sovereign personage. How can you compare to the first prince?" Ling Yu was stunned when he heard that. Then his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. "How stupid! Can't you just carry me away?" The beggar uncle and Su Yi, who were watching from outside, immediately felt incredibly anxious. If Ling Yu only said these 2 sentences, "Come with me. You have to come with me," they would definitely come here for nothing. Clearly, not saying anything and just carrying her away was the way to go. "However, you do not like him," Ling Yu said with a somewhat trembling voice. "Who said that I do not like him? He is the current first prince and has the support of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's patriarchs. Now, he has the help of the Pleasure Quarter Alliance. Soon, he will be the crown prince, and I will be the Yanwu dynasty's empress," Ling Long said in a self-mocking manner. When she thought of Ling Yu's laughable reason from 5 years ago, her heart ached again. Back then, Ling Yu's words were very hurtful. Although Ling Long was a girl from a pleasure quarter, she was not someone who coveted glory and the strong. Ling Yu gave up on her efforts just because he could not compare to others. Ling Long really could not think about it. Every time she thought about it, she felt like needles piercing her heart, feeling extreme pain. "That's impossible. You are lying to me." Ling Yu was too straightforward and could not make out the resentment in Ling Long's words. His voice even trembled somewhat. "Why is it impossible? In your opinion, have I not always been such a person?" The people outside felt very anxious, thinking to themselves that they were in trouble tonight. "It's over. This fool is too stupid," Su Yi said softly with a heavy frown. The beggar uncle said, "This won't do. We have to kidnap him. Given my foolish second brother's intelligence, he really cannot continue watching." Just as the 3 were considering whether to charge in and kidnap Ling Long, soft footsteps rang out from below. The 3's expressions changed slightly, and their figures immediately flashed, vanishing quickly. A person came up from the top floor. It was the veiled pavilion Master Yang. Her expression did not change, like she was not overly angry over tonight's storm. Soon, the veiled woman arrived at headliner Ling Long's door. Just as she was about to knock, she frowned slightly. Ling Long quickly looked up and immediately paled in shock. She saw 3 people stuck to the ceiling of the corridor. 3 smiling faces looked at her helplessly at the same time. Su Yi smiled provocatively, Xiaochen smiled bitterly and helplessly, and the beggar uncle teased her like he always did. Plop! Before Ling Long could react or scream, the beggar uncle fell and pressed her to the ground. The 2 faces were less than half an inch apart, and the tips of their noses were even touching. How fragrant! The beggar uncle said as he revealed an intoxicated smile after sniffing. The veiled woman was utterly frightened. She reacted only after a while and roared, "Die!" Bang! The strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor instantly erupted as she landed a palm strike on the beggar uncle's chest. Pussy! The beggar uncle vomited a mouthful of blood as the impact knocked him back. However, before he flew away, he grabbed the veiled woman's leg with one hand. Then, he gently pulled in the air and carried the veiled woman horizontally. The enormous and vigorous force sent the beggar flying far away. As the beggar flew backward, blood still dripped from a corner of his lips. He smiled and said, "So, you like me hugging you? You should have said so earlier. I'll just hug you. Why did you use so much force? You nearly broke my bones." Don't. Such a commotion immediately alerted a large group of guards nearby, and a group of guards instantly rushed over. When the guards saw the beggar uncle hugging the pavilion master, who was leaning against the wall, they were greatly startled. "Let go of the pavilion master. Quickly let go of the pavilion master." The guards showed nervous expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not dare to act rashly. The veiled woman in the beggar uncle's embrace felt indescribably strange. When she saw the beggar's smiling face at such a close distance, she was surprised to discover that he was not as unkempt as she imagined. You want to hug me as well? It's very comfortable. I'll let you try as well." However, just as the veiled woman wanted to take a closer look at the beggar uncle's smiling face through his messy hair, the beggar uncle laughed loudly. The beggar uncle laughed heartily and threw him towards the group of guards. All the guards reflexively rushed forward to catch her. However, they suddenly recalled the pavilion master's esteemed status. If they touched her, the consequences would be dire, so they retreated in fright. Bang! The veiled woman fell heavily to the ground and grunted in pain. I'm dying of laughter. Little bitch, to think that you would have such a day. When Su Yi, who was at the side, saw this scene, she bent over and held her stomach. She laughed without restraint, nearly tearing up. The beggar uncle showed an innocent expression as if this had nothing to do with him. Only Xiaochen cautiously looked around. The surrounding guards were already rushing over. Chapter 2244. The top floor of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was heavily guarded. The strange commotion immediately attracted the experts of various places. Soon, they surrounded the entire Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Even with a veil covering her face, Pavilion Master Yang's complexion still showed how dark it was. Normally, she was aloof. To think that a beggar toyed with her like this. She was as embarrassed as she could be. Capture them. Don't leave a single one alive. The veiled woman did not have any patience at all. After falling to the ground and getting up, her first words were filled with rage. At the same time, she activated all sorts of formations and placed heavy restrictions on her body. Xiaochen immediately felt heavy pressure on his shoulders. A ferocious beast image appeared in the air. The ferocious beast gave off an ancient and great desolate Aeon aura. Its entire body was scarlet, and its eyes were especially horrifying, looking like huge red lanterns. It had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its body was covered in green moss, withered trees, and desolate wood. Its belly was rotten. The instant the ferocious beast appeared, chains immediately wrapped around the blue dragon divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool. There were a total of 8 chains. At a glance, they were the 8 snake-like bodies of that strange snake. The 8 heads opened their mouths, looking like they would bite the azure dragon seal to death at any moment. However, the dragon seal gave off a vast dragon might, preventing it from biting down. It could only let out loud roars. Xiaochen's soul immediately got locked down. No matter how the 3 divine veins under the blue dragon divine seal struggled, they could not break the chains. Oh no, Xiaochen thought to himself. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, he had been too careless and underestimated the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Unless he completely refined the 3 soul energies under the divine seal, he would find it hard to break free of the other party's soul sealing formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 6 figures quickly appeared from the darkness. They were all great perfection sovereign emperors. The weakest was a 4-vein sovereign emperor, and the strongest was a 6-vein sovereign emperor. However, that mysterious and unfathomable peak sovereign emperor still did not show up. However, even if the peak sovereign emperor did not show up, it would still be difficult to break free. Xiaochen could activate his great desolate Ian bloodline and break out while wearing the alloy dragon armor and holding the soul weapon Heavenly Slayer. However, it would be hard to say for the beggar, Su Yi and Ling Yu. 8-branch soul locking array. Su Ye's expression was unsightly as she looked at the veiled woman. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. The veiled woman said faintly, "That's right, it's the 8-branched soul locking array. I've perfected the soul locking array that your cheap mother failed to set up. Even a peak sovereign emperor would have to kneel properly after entering this primal desolate soul locking formation. You bitch? Don't mention my mother." Su Ye's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Her pretty face appeared somewhat crazed. He wanted to charge forward, but after taking just 2 steps, he found himself unable to move an inch forward. An expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. It was as if an invisible snake tail was strangling her neck, making it difficult for her to even breathe. Seeing this scene, the veiled woman revealed a disdainful smile. "Why can't I mention it? You keep saying that I'm a bitch, but your mother is the real bitch." As the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's pavilion master, she was shameless and shameless. She chased after love and married into the Sword God's noble clan. In the end, the Sword God did not even give her the status of a concubine. In the end, he even chased her out. "Tell me, isn't your mother a bitch?" As the veiled woman spoke, she walked over to the feudal Su Yi. Then, she teased softly, "This is especially so for you. Back then, when you were suffering from a terminal illness, your mother knelt before the Su residence for an entire month to save you. In the end, the Su residence's gates remained closed, and your mother died from anger. Tell me, isn't that bitch? The only reason you're still alive is because of..." "Enough." Xiaochen suddenly spoke up, expressionlessly at the side. The veiled woman shifted her gaze and smiled. "What qualifications do you have to interrupt now? With just a word from me, I can kill you right now." "I said that's enough. Do you hear me?" "Pa!" The veiled woman instantly activated her great desolate Ian bloodline, and an azure-colored dragon roar appeared in her soul pool. Kasu. The 8 chains instantly broke. Xiaochen stepped forward and directly slapped the veiled woman, sending her flying. Blood flowed on the veiled woman's face, and a scarlet handprint appeared. The veiled woman screamed, "Kill him!" Whoosh! 6 figures immediately charged at Xiaochen at lightning speed. These were the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors who had already arrived. Xiaochen's heart sank. It's over this time. Even if there was only one great perfection sovereign emperor, it would be more than enough to deal with. There were 6 of them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was in dire straits. This could be considered the price of being rash. However, even if the price was his life, Xiaochen would not regret slapping the veiled woman. Bitches should be ruthlessly slapped. However, just at this moment, a figure walked over from behind with large strides. This figure placed 2 hands on Xiaochen's and Su Ye's shoulders. Then, he gently patted Su Ye's shoulder, and the chains in her soul pool immediately shattered as if they had never been there. The 2 of them were gently pulled back by the beggar. Bang! The peak strikes of the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors layered over each other and landed on the beggar. Pu Si. The beggar vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying again. "Uncle!" This greatly startled Xiaochen. He quickly helped the beggar up. If the beggar received the peak strikes of 6 great perfection sovereign emperors, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. "Hee, you can just leave the beating to Uncle. The bodies of you youngsters are very precious." Unexpectedly, the beggar grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his face was covered in blood. He looked like he was heavily injured and could die at any moment, but his mental state was surprisingly good, as if nothing had happened. "Not dead." The 6 great perfection sovereign emperors frowned heavily as they guarded the veiled woman. Exchanging glances with one another, they both felt a trace of shock in each other's eyes. "Kacha." Headliner Ling Long opened the door and took a look. She asked softly, "Pavilion Master Yang, can you let them go?" When the veiled woman heard that, she turned around and looked. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Yu, who was beside Ling Long. "My wedding will be on the 15th of next month. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I hope Tower Lord Yang can respect Ling Long's wishes." Ling Long bowed and said softly. The veiled woman understood Ling Long's meaning. After a moment of silence, she said, "Since Ling Long said so, I will not pursue this matter." "Big brother, are you all right?" On the other side, Ling Yu was startled to see the beggar's dying appearance. Then she quickly walked over. The beggar smiled and said, I won't die yet." The veiled woman tossed a jade bottle to Xiaochen. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and caught it, finding it somewhat heavy. "This is the compensation that the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor promised you. There is a total of 50 tons of origin liquid. Young Master Xiao, I hope that you will take care of yourself," the veiled woman said through clenched teeth. The scarlet handprint on her face had yet to fade, yet she still wanted to give the origin liquid to Xiaochen. Needless to say, it was quite humiliating. However, she had to endure it now. Everything focused on the first prince's wedding. This wedding was very important and involved too many things. She absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong. No matter how much humiliation and dissatisfaction she felt, she had to endure it for now. Xiaochen looked at Su Ye's condition. Then he looked at the beggar, whose fate was unknown. There was no longer any need for him to remain in this smiling daughter pavilion. He had already met Ling Long. Now that he achieved his purpose, there was no reason for him to remain. He no longer lingered, turned around, and led the group away. The veiled woman turned around and said with a smile, "Ling Long, go in first. There is no need for you to worry about the wedding. I guarantee that you will have a grand wedding. At that time, all the Azure Lotus Sword Immortals will dance for you. Your wedding will not only shake Yen City but also make the entire world envious." Ling Long did not show any joy on her face. She forced a smile and returned to the room. After Ling Long left, the veiled woman's expression changed drastically. She turned around and cursed, "Bunch of bastards. What are you all doing? You sneaked into the top floor without anyone noticing. Do you think that you have not embarrassed yourselves enough? What is the point of me raising you?" This subordinate knows his mistake. "Pavilion Master, please punish me." Useless things. The veiled woman was so angry that she remained silent. She looked at the 6 great perfection sovereign emperors and said, "I will leave the remaining 1.5 months to you. Please stay here and guard the door. I do not want any more accidents to happen. Pavilion Master, rest assured. With us around, nothing will go wrong." Su Yi nodded slightly, and a cold look flashed in her eyes. She said softly, "If they come again, Xiaochen and Su Yi can teach them a lesson but not kill them. However, Ling Long's lover must be killed for me."